Chapter 51 Collector, Lawrence 3. When watching with interest, Athena will applaud. She is not a supporter of anyone, but just likes to watch the fun and fan the flames from time to time. The conflict between the two sides gradually intensified. At the beginning, Blastoise's firepower was very rampant, and she wanted to crush the exploding flame turtle beast, but the performance of the exploding flame turtle beast was too amazing. Although it was disadvantageous in attributes, there was an extra dragon system, and there was no pressure at all when facing Blastoise, and Blastoise's output was suppressed all the time. It was just a matter of riding on the face and shooting. Soon, Blastoise's hydro pump was engulfed by flames little by little. The red flame was about to rush to the face. "Blastoise, use water jet," said the man in grey uniform. I only saw Blastoise, turned into a stream of water, and rushed towards the exploding flame turtle beast. Maxie heard this and showed on his face. Blastoise was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he came in front of the exploding flame turtle beast, and what greeted it was the back of the exploding flame turtle beast. Bang! At the moment when Blastoise touched it, a strong flame burst out from the shell on the back of the Blastoise. Directly engulfed Blastoise. White water vapor emerged and formed mist. Then, there was another rapid explosion, and Blastoise was thrown away by the powerful impact. The heavy body spun wildly in the air and fell straight to the ground, with burn marks all over his body. If it weren't for his size, he might have been killed by the water arrow. Maxie saw this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, a smile appeared on his face, and said, "You are really overestimating yourself. The shell on the back of the Blastoise is not something that everyone can touch. You are just trash, and you still want to challenge my majesty. Who dares to stop me from getting the Pokémon that Team Magma wants?" The implication. All the organizations here are just trash. They Team Magma are not to be feared at all. As long as they want, they can occupy Kanto region at any time. Maxie, don't say such harsh words. There are only 3 of you, and there are hundreds of us. Can you take them all down? Someone shouted this. When the voice fell, everyone's face changed. Don't bring us into your bragging. Maxie smiled disdainfully and said lightly, "If Giovanni and Team Rockets were here, you could say such things. Now you are just a pile of loose sand, and you still want to deal with Team Magma, dream on." This sentence stirred up thousands of waves. The whole venue became noisy, and everyone showed horror. Who is Giovanni? He is the godfather of the underworld in the Pokémon world. Whether it is Kanto or Johto region, there are countless fans. You can say they are rubbish, but you can't say anything bad about Giovanni. For their idol, they can sacrifice their lives. But some people also know that Giovanni and Team Rockets are a thing of the past. Just relying on idols is fake. Everything should be in line with life. We, the psychic group, quit this time. We only hope that Team Magma can make it easier next time. If we go to Hone region to develop, we also hope that you can give us some face, said a trainer. But after the voice fell, many leaders of organizations were all stunned. They are all organizations in the same region. Although there are frictions, they are all minor. But facing Maxie, they should unite and face the enemy in front of them together. If one organization quits now, I am afraid that other organizations will choose to quit. As the saying goes, a man of insight is a hero. As long as we capture Moltres, everything will be fine. Maxie nodded and said. At this time, a voice came and resounded in everyone's ears. You don't have the qualifications to capture Moltres, Maxie. Maxie looked in the direction of the voice and saw a small airship not far away. An elegant middle-aged man stood on the airship, holding a glass of red wine and taking a sip. This is the collector Lawrence 3. Oh my God! Is he here too? It looks like we have come here in vain this time. Oh, how hateful! Why is your strength not so strong? Members of each organization showed a look of frustration on their faces. If it was just Maxi, they could still steal chickens and try their best to turn bicycles into motorcycles. But now with the addition of a collector, it is even more impossible. It is said that behind the collector is a 1,000-year-old family supporting him, and his wealth is so much that it is unimaginable. Collector. Ridiculous, you also want to get involved here. Maxi showed a disdainful look on his face, and then said, "Didn't I make it clear just now? I am not discussing with you, but informing you." The tone is very gentle. But it sounds very harsh. On the airship, Lawrence III raised his head slightly and said coldly, "Maxi, don't be shameless. You can scare some small organizations, but you can't scare me." Lawrence III paused, took a deep breath, and then said, "Molters is already in my collection list. You want to capture Molters, but I will never agree to this. By the way, I also like Groudon, but it's a pity that Groudon can't fly." "You!" Maxi was furious, looking at the airship, and roared, "What? Do you want to stop me? What if I stop you?" Lawrence III looked disdainful, threw the pokeball in his hand, and Salam Ince appeared in front of everyone. After seeing Salam Ince, Maxi said lightly, "Another piece of trash, Dragon Pulse." The Blastwaz took a deep breath and spit out a strong shock wave in the direction of Salam Ince. The shock wave rushed into the sky, forming a green dragon, opening its bloody mouth and swooping down, aiming at Salam Ince. Richard was surprised and said quickly, "My goodness, this Dragon Pulse is very powerful. If nothing unexpected happens, the surrounding area will probably be affected." It seems that this time, Maxi's people are at least 5-star professional trainers. What kind of identity can make the Pokémon Alliance cooperate? However, this collector Lawrence III is a big grudge. In this case, other big shots didn't come, so why did Lawrence III join in the fun? "Handsome guy, beautiful girl, you two follow me to retreat. It's not a good feeling to be hit by the air wave." As he said, Richard pulled Dongxing and Athena's arms and retreated to the back. Lawrence III looked at the dragon shape in the sky, frowned, and commanded, "Dragon Rush." Salamanqui's body emitted a blue energy wave, forming a thick dragon shape, 5 or 6 meters long, with its bloody mouth wide open, more ferocious than Dragon Pulse. Chapter 52 This is the real rich man. Boom! The airwave was generated, and Dongxing and others frowned. Richard hadn't turned around yet. He saw that the airwave had blown away all the trainers around him. There was no chance to release Pokémon. Except for a few people with a little tonnage, they didn't move. The ground was almost a mess. On Lawrence III's airship, each member poked his head out. Looking at the environment below, they all showed an intriguing smile on their faces. In their eyes, these trainers below are just people living at the bottom of the society. Even if there are hundreds of people, as long as 10 of them attack, it is naturally no problem to take them down. After all, who would feel tired if they hit one kid at a time? Only Lawrence III's expression did not change. He looked at Maxi below with murderous intent in his eyes. "It's just the 3 of you. If your large army was here, I might be a little afraid," Lawrence III said lightly. Dongxing secretly used Deoxys' psychic to form a small barrier to guard in front of everyone. That's why he was not blown away by the air wave. Dongxing looked up at the sky. In his memory, Lawrence III only appeared in the theater version. His strength was unknown, and he never used a Pokémon from beginning to end. Even the tool to capture the 3 sacred birds would use the barrier to trap the 3 sacred birds. If Ash hadn't appeared, the 3 sacred birds and Lugia would all fall into his hands. And there is too little information about Lawrence III. It's not like Giovanni and Maxi. Even if he collects intelligence, he can't get much. Lawrence III is too mysterious. The only thing we know is that his airship has been luxuriously remodeled and is also called the Flying Palace. As for the Pokémon used and what level they are, these are unknown. In terms of strength, Maxie's strength is at the champion level, even Stephen and Wallace from Hone region have to be evenly matched. And Lawrence III's current strength is already able to be evenly matched with Maxie, even if this Maxie is fake, and he is also a 5-star trainer. Now Lawrence 3 has appeared so high profile, and he is determined to capture Molters. Lawrence 3 glanced at the people below and said softly, "Maxie, let's not beat around the bush. You 3 are here to fish." Maxie shook his head and said, "What do you mean? We Team Magma do things openly." Lawrence 3 said disapprovingly, "Good fellow, an underground organization says that it does things openly, who will believe you if you say this? Why, do you want to stop me from capturing Molters?" Maxie said coldly. The two sides were on the verge of a fight. The air was full of gunpowder. Richard laughed softly and said, "Handsome guy, look at me, I'm right, this Maxie is fake. If it's the real Maxie, he won't do this at all. Let me tell you, I've met Maxie before, he's a mature and steady person, he never rushes into anything he's not sure of, he's as cunning as a fox thief." "It seems you know a lot of information," Dong Xing said softly. Seeing this, Richard got anxious and said quickly, "How about you tell me the information about your Team Rocket HQ, I'll sell it to others, so I can make some money, and you won't lose out. If you think the price is not enough, we can also exchange information. I know a lot of information, such as a professor having an affair with a good young woman." As he said that, Richard blinked at Dong Xing, looking like he was well informed. Dong Xing was speechless and ignored Richard. "Good man. What's the use of this kind of gossip? I also know the secrets that Professor Oak can't tell. And all kinds of notebooks." Ahem. Dong Xing put away his thoughts and continued to watch the changes in the field. Lawrence 3 held his chin, looked at Maxie below with a playful look, and said lightly, "If we can't catch this Molters, you can't catch it either." As soon as the voice fell, Lawrence 3 jumped. An aerodactyl flew out of the air, caught Lawrence III's body, and slowly fell to the ground. Aerodactyl? Salam Ince. Just one look and you will know that Lawrence 3 knows how to collect. The Pokémon he holds are either rare Pokémon or quasi-gods. Everyone's face changed slightly. Although the Pokémon used by Lawrence 3 is very rare, everyone is not optimistic about him. What they didn't expect was that the small Victory Road could actually see the duel between two big guys from different regions. The fake Maxie didn't seem to know how strong Lawrence 3 was. You should know that Team Magma's signature Pokémon is Camerupt, and Blaziken is the Pokémon of Alola region. At this moment, Dong Xing had a little doubt in his heart. This scene in front of him was directed and acted by himself. But for people from other organizations, it is difficult for them to see all this clearly. Even if they know, they dare not speak out. Dong Xing's mouth corners slightly raised, as if he understood. "Flamethrower, use flamethrower," Maxie ordered. Blazes spurted out of Blazeman's mouth. The temperature around rose a lot. The flames went straight to Salam Ince. Salam Ince is a dragon type and a flying type, and has a certain resistance to fire type moves. The next second, dozens of Salam Ince figures appeared and avoided flamethrower. "Salam Ince, Dragon Claw!" Lawrence 3 commanded. 10 Salam Inces, purple light came out of their hands, forming a sharp dragon claw. In the air, the fluctuation of airflow is visible to the naked eye. Everyone was stunned. What kind of attack method is this? How come I have never seen it before? Even Maxie was shocked. He had never seen such a dazzling attack method. According to their understanding, double team should be an illusory state. But the double team displayed by Salam Ince, each one is like the real body, whether it is speed, strength, or movement. This technique of using double team is the first time I have seen it. Boom! Salamanki's arm touched the body of the exploding flame turtle beast, and a powerful flame broke out. As soon as the flame touched Salam Ince, there was a bang, and Salamins turned into a white smoke and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this attack method, Dongxing nodded slightly. It's worthy of being Team Skull. I thought of using this method to crack the trap shell. Dongxing commented. Richard said in surprise, handsome guy, do you know what he thinks? If it were me, I wouldn't do it this way, but I would think of a better way to deal with it. Dongxing said lightly. Now it seems that I underestimated Lawrence 3, but this fake Maxi also has some strength. Richard said lightly. Chapter 53 A Very Strange Battle. Under the dazzling shadow attack of Salamins, he used his clone to constantly touch the trap shell. The attack was swift and fierce, and all the attacks of the main body could touch the trap shell, and the angle was extremely tricky and sharp. This battle seemed to be extremely simple. You only need to avoid the shell behind to avoid all the attacks of the exploding flame turtle beast. However, although the exploding flame turtle beast is good at defense and passive beating, but facing the heavy attack of Salamanki's rain and wind, there is no room for fighting back. Even if his own tricks were stuck in the shell, none of them worked. Maxi instantly felt a huge pressure, frowned, and said, "It's Lawrence 3, I underestimated you." Bang! 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 The purple dragon claw accurately hit the body of the exploding flame turtle beast, leaving a faint claw mark on the turtle shell. The entire open space was filled with interlaced water vapor and exploding flames, and the heat wave rolled in, and the temperature was also rising little by little. People who were close had to step back a few steps to prevent being accidentally injured. Since you are aggressive, don't blame me for being rude. Maxi frowned and said coldly, use the flame vortex. The exploding flame turtle beast sprayed out a vortex of flames, centered on its body, surrounding itself, and the flames spread outward, standing like a wall of fire. The vortex continued to spread outward, the range became larger and larger, and the speed of the flame flowed faster and faster. For a moment, all the shadows dissipated the moment they touched the flames. It only took 1 second to break the move. After seeing Salamanki's true body, a flame followed the ground and surrounded Salamins. The flames rose, constantly roasting the moisture on Salamanki's body, making a sizzling sound. Lawrence 3 frowned slightly, with a disdainful smile on his lips, and said again, "Continue to use Dragon Claw to break this flame for me." Salamanki's hands once again had claws, his wings shook slightly, and a strong wind blew up. His claws suddenly slashed down, directly scattering the flames. The flames splashed everywhere, and all the trainers avoided them. Use sand attack. Mud shot. Water gun. Water pulse. The trainers of various organizations frowned and used Pokemon moves to put out the splashing flames. They were worried that the flames would cause a fire. Although Victory Road was remote, it was also the environment of Kanto region, where a large number of wild Pokemon lived. For these trainers, they were not worried about fires. What they were most worried about was the investigation of the Pokemon League. Team Rockets was their previous experience. Since the disappearance of Team Rockets, the Pokemon League has turned a blind eye to these small forces. As long as they don't do anything excessive, the Pokemon League won't ask. And this time they gathered together, it seems that the Pokemon League doesn't know, but in fact everyone knows it. Look, this Moltres doesn't run away at all. Dongxing looked at Moltres with interest, thinking that Moltres would take the opportunity to carry it away. At this moment, Moltres stood on the dry branches, looking at the battle below with interest. Even other trainers did not dare to act rashly, for fear of offending Maxi and Lawrence 3. This Moltres is really interesting. It didn't take the opportunity to slip away, but sat aside to watch the show. It's interesting, so interesting. Richard muttered. Dongxing looked at the state of Moltres and shook his head slightly. It is indeed the legendary Pokemon. Even at this point, it is still watching calmly. If someone suddenly attacks, wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? Not only can Maxi and Lawrence 3 be defeated, but Molters can also be conquered. Thinking of this, Dongxing looked around. Many leaders of organizations hold pokeballs in their hands, ready to launch an attack at any time. They all have hesitant expressions on their faces, as if they are struggling whether to go up or not, and once they go up, they will face some kind of blow. Sure enough, Dongxing said in his heart. It seems that many people are struggling, but no one dares to be the first to come forward, and they are waiting for an opportunity. But they also know clearly in their hearts that no matter what the opportunity is, it is not the time for them to take action. There is no other reason, just because of the level problem. One Team Magma is an organization in Hone region, and the other is a collector supported by the Chable group. Looking at the entire Kanto region organization, the status is incomparable, let alone intervening in the battle. Maxi, with anger in his eyes, said, "Exploding flame turtle beast, body slam." Boom! The exploding tortoise was launched into the air, and the spikes on its back were aimed at Salamenki. There was a faint fire on the spikes, and the purple flickering in the fire. If you don't look closely, you can't notice it at all. Buzz! Standing on the ground, Salamins folded its wings to form a protective shield with a green light above. Salamins did not take the initiative to attack, but stood there waiting. Lawrence Ii's mouth corners slightly raised, as if waiting for this moment. Outrage! Dongxing looked indifferent, and was indeed stunned for a moment. Can this move still be used like this? This time, Blast was in trouble. Outrage! It is a move of Dragon Pokemon. From the perspective of power alone, it can reach a terrifying value of 120, which is one of the most powerful moves of Dragon. Similarly, Dongxing at this time also saw that Blastoise's attack was also strange, and the ordinary body slam contained a mystery. There are toxins on the thorns of the exploding flame turtle beast's shell. When attacking, it can not only cause damage but also poison the opponent. Although Lawrence 3 has developed this outrage move, and combined with his own unique understanding, outrage can attack and defend, and its power is beyond imagination. Dongxing watched this battle with interest, not knowing who will win in the end. Bang! The exploding flame turtle beast fell heavily, and the poisonous thorns on its back burst into flames, forming a small shield. After hitting the green barrier, it made a sizzling sound and white smoke billowed. Salamins felt a sudden sinking, and cracks appeared on the ground under his feet, slowly spreading around. When Dongxing turned his head to look at Athena and Richard, he found that Richard had disappeared, and disappeared without a trace. Even the system gave a prompt. Dongxing frowned, he could feel that Richard's strength was not bad. It's a pity that all his attention just now was used to watch the excitement, and he didn't notice Richard's trace. Athena, like Molters, watched the fun and cheered for both sides. Chapter 54 Dongxing made a move. You two are really amazing. Dongxing was ashamed. This man and Pokemon looked like they were not afraid of making things worse. Molters did not feel the danger. If the people present could threaten Molters, it would definitely not dare to be so idle. If someone could really threaten Molters, I'm afraid Molters would have flown away long ago. Bang! Boom! Salamins pushed hard and sent the blazing turtle flying. In an instant, Salamenki's eyes turned red and his whole body glowed red. A violent aura spread around, and a buzzing sound came from the air. Boom! When Salamenki's body touched the blazing turtle, the violent aura burst out like waves. Dongxing raised his arm, and a blue barrier bulged on his body. The violent aura rushed directly from both sides of his body, and many trees were washed away. Some trainers did not react and were blown away by the violent aura. At this moment, Dongxing had an idea in his mind. If he took action, he would take down the two people and then subdue Molters. Would it create a good story and become the most shining boy in this group? But the problem is that these two people hesitated to take action, and the battle has not been completed yet. A large number of innocent trainers were affected. Of course, the trainers who were affected not only showed that they were not strong enough, but also had extremely bad luck. But if time is delayed like this, it will be disadvantageous to oneself. The most important thing is that once he took action, his true identity would be exposed in front of everyone, becoming an enemy in the eyes of everyone, and he would not be able to put molters into the poke ball. After thinking for a moment, Dongxing decided to wait a little longer. Avoid the sharp edge first, and then make plans. Fuck, these two people are not here to fight, they are here to fight us. Damn, what kind of sin did we do to watch the fight? You guys fight if you want, why do you want to affect us? Look, molters in the sky is still laughing. Hey, look, they are fine. Yeah, this guy has a blue barrier, what's going on? Many people focused their attention on Dongxing. Facing the violent energy that was as turbulent as the waves, everyone else was using Pokemon to resist. Only Dongxing and Athena were not affected. It was as if there was some kind of power in front of them, blocking it for him. Dongxing looked left and right, his face changed slightly, and everyone around him rushed to different impacts. Only he and Athena were not hurt, didn't it seem too deliberate? Dongxing suddenly felt a strong impact coming towards him. He looked up suddenly and found that no one was attacking him. He looked around carefully and found molters in the distance, staring at him with a vigilant look in his eyes. This puzzled Dongxing. Did he feel the power of Deoxys? Boom! Tackle's voice sounded. The sound of a sonic boom was particularly harsh in the air. Lawrence III's Salam Ints once again used double team to attack. Blastwaz can only defend, and its speed is not as fast as Salam Ints. Even if it uses flamethrower and other attacks, it cannot hurt Salam Ints. But trapped in the shell, Salamenki's offensive means become cautious. Although the two Pokemon are fighting, the number of trainers around is gradually decreasing. Ha ha ha, I thought Maxie would be so strong, but I didn't expect it to be a fake. Lawrence 3 laughed. Maxie was silent. Now he was suppressed and had no chance to fight back. You two, have you had enough? A voice came, and the two were stunned for a moment. The two slowly looked at the source of the voice. Only to see a young man walking slowly. Not hurried or slow, just like strolling in the garden. Dongxing said calmly, "This is Kanto and Johto region, not a place for you to run wild. Even if it is molters, it is not your turn to capture it." You? Who are you? Maxie and Lawrence 3 asked in unison. Originally, both of them were full of confidence and thought they could take down each other. They could also take molters. But now a person appeared and disrupted all their plans. Dongxing said calmly, "My name is Dongxing, I'm afraid you don't know me. I haven't heard of it. Do you also want to participate in this dispute?" Maxie widened his eyes. "I advise you not to get involved, otherwise it will be bad for you." Lawrence 3 persuaded. Dongxing shook his head and said softly, "I just said that this is not a place for you to run wild. Capturing molters, even if it is a legendary Pokemon, so what?" Dongxing took out a poke ball, slowly raised his hand, and his fingers touched the switch of the poke ball. The white light was highlighted, and a brightly colored Greninja appeared in front of everyone. Rock slide. The moment Greninja appeared, Dongxing gave the order. Groups of white light lingered around Greninja's body. As it continued to make seals with its hands, the number of them increased. After the light dissipated, earth cones fell like a rainstorm. Boom! Boom! Sharp stones fell on the exploding tortoise and Salam Ints. The speed was extremely fast. All of Salamenki's clones disappeared in an instant. This person is so strong. Is this Greninja? I've seen it for the first time. Look. Greninja's moves have a wide range. Both exploding tortoise and Salam Ints have not escaped the range of rock slide, this is too scary. Who is this person? Who knows? Look at the R on his chest, it looks like Team Rocket's. Impossible. What has Team Rocket's become now? There are people pretending to be Team Rocket's. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the onlookers were full of disbelief. Before this, they thought Maxi and Lawrence 3 were strong. Now it seems that there are always people who are better than you. Dong Xing said lightly, Greenangia, Giga Impact. Greenangia bowed slightly, and a white breath came out of his body, forming the shape of a giant dragon, opening his bloody mouth. With a bang, Greenangia rushed forward like an arrow, and the white dragon opened its huge mouth. In an instant, Greenangia's body split into two, and two white lights were so dazzling. Too greedy. He actually wanted to attack two people. How did he do it? He can use double team again after using a move. Too scary, this Greenangia is too strong. Chapter 55 I'm not Snatch. Who is this? Isn't he afraid of offending Team Magma? I don't know, but his Greenangia is really strong. Whose organization is this member? The newcomers who have emerged recently are very strong. When everyone saw this, they were suddenly shocked. This combination of moves was something they had not expected. To some extent, this way of attack would not succeed at all. But the facts had already happened in front of them, and they had to believe it. But the next second, the two white lights split into four, and finally formed 8, surrounding the two Salamances and Blastoise in the middle. Blast, use Flamethrower. Salamence, use Dragon Breath. Maxi and Lawrence 3, the two met and reached some kind of agreement. The two Pokémon instantly stood back to back, like close comrades, with vigilance in their eyes. A red flame spraying out from the mouth of the exploding flame turtle beast, Salamence was not to be outdone, the purple dragon breath directly hit a white light. Why didn't it disappear? Lawrence 3 and Maxi's faces were full of surprise. If it was a double team, it should have disappeared at the moment they attacked. But as Greenangia got closer and closer, the two were very panicked. Dong Xing saw this scene and felt a little curious. Can you block it? Bang! The white dragon crashed into the exploding flame turtle beast and Salamence, with a strong impact force. At the moment of collision, the air became chaotic. The exploding flame turtle beast let out a painful wail, fell on all fours, and kept retreating to the back. Even the dragon-type Salamence was not so good at the moment. As a quasi-god, it was oppressed by a powerful force. With a bang, smoke rose. The exploding flame turtle beast and Salamence kept wailing. Maxi and Lawrence 3 showed disbelief on their faces. The huge dragon-like figure seemed to have infinite power, constantly exerting force forward. How could it be possible to hit two Pokémon at the same time? Double team was just a move to confuse the opponent, and Lawrence 3 knew this very well. Could it be? Lawrence 3 narrowed his eyes slightly, and his intuition told him that the person in front of him was very strong. Hold on, Blastoise! Maxi shouted. Hearing Maxi's voice, Blastoise's eyes were full of determination. Roar! Blastoise roared, a red flame penetrated the black smoke, and the hot wind directly dissipated the black flame. Only 8 Greenangias were seen attacking Blastoise and Salamence. At this time, Blastoise used all 4 limbs to push forward. Although the expression on his face was painful, he knew that as long as he could hold on until the end of the attack, it would be their turn to fight back. Blast! Use Protect! Maxi commanded. After receiving the order, Tortoise's body glowed blue and formed a barrier. Salamence, use Protect! Lawrence 3 echoed. Facing Greenangia's attack, the two trainers felt the pressure, and all the attack rhythm was disrupted. Now they could only use defense. Different colored barriers formed on the two Pokémon. When the barriers were formed, the painful expressions on Salamence and Tortoise's faces disappeared a lot. Greenangia narrowed his eyes slightly, formed 2 shurikens with his hands, and slashed at the barriers with all his strength. Crack! A crack appeared on the two barriers. Crack! As the cracks spread, the entire barrier was densely packed everywhere. Like a broken mirror, which could be broken by just a slight touch. Boom! The blue shuriken in Greninjia's hand slashed fiercely on Tortoise's shell, and Salamence behind him did not escape. In a panic, a powerful flame broke out from Tortoise's back. The flames covered Salamence. Boom! Salamence wanted to use Dragon Rush to fight back, but under the frequent harassment of Greninja, the power he had just gathered disappeared without a trace. Tortoiseman and Salamence lost their ability to fight. The surroundings fell into silence. Maxie and Lawrence 3 were stunned. A large number of trainers were also stunned. This battle was over in just 10 seconds. 1 on 2. Completely crushed. What happened to those clones? Why can they still use different moves? For the trainers present, it was a painful experience. Many people who recovered their senses turned their eyes to Dong Xing. What kind of background did this trainer have to cultivate such a powerful Greninja? Maxie and Lawrence 3 were beaten without any chance to fight back. The most fatal thing was that Protect could not defend. Everyone had a question in their mind: could it be the new champion? Or maybe he is a descendant of the Yulong family. Dong Xing held his chin and looked at everything in front of him with interest. Looking around, most of the trainers have lost their desire to fight under the shock of Greninja. It is true that man proposes, God disposes. Maxie and Lawrence 3 wanted to capture Snatch Moltres, but no one had time to subdue it. They were killed instantly by the young man in front of them. Just look at the strength of this Greninja, even if there are more Pokémon, it is useless. Dong Xing looked around, and wherever his eyes went, everyone's faces were full of surprise, awe, and even worship. Finally, Dong Xing set his eyes on Maxie and Lawrence 3. If it is said that the only people who can be enemies with Dong Xing are these two. But now the problem is here. Do the two of them dare to fight again? In Lawrence I's eyes, there was nothing else except shock, especially after looking at Greninja. There was an inexplicable look in his eyes of passion and greed. Maxie's eyes looked full of fear, as if things had exceeded his expectations. However, Lawrence 3 and Maxie coincidentally set their sights on Dong Xing. At this moment, the eyes of the three people made contact. Looking at Dong Xing's gaze, Maxie spoke first: "Do you really want Snatch Moltres?" Dong Xing looked calm and responded calmly, "I'm not Snatch, I just tamed a wild Pokémon." Everyone looked at Greninja with fearful expressions, and a terrible thought even emerged in their hearts. Now they finally understand what Team Rockets does and why they can strengthen other people's Pokémon. But facing the strength that Dong Xing has shown, this is just a thought. In addition, Dong Xing had just shown his domineering attitude. If it were anyone else, they would have dismissed it. But facing Dong Xing, no one thought it was a joke. Chapter 56: Chasing Moltres. It's over, we have no hope. Damn it, it's not Moltres, why are there so many strong men here? Are we in Kanto region better at catching the legendary Pokémon than people in other regions? Damn it, if Boss Giovanni was here, this would never happen. Giovanni! Stop bragging! Even if Giovanni is here, he won't care about this. What should we do? How about we work together to stop him? Ha ha ha! Go ahead and I wish you success. Everyone was talking about it. There was a look of despair in everyone's eyes. If it weren't for the difference in strength, they would really want to capture Moltres. At this moment, Moltres, who was standing on the branch, saw the piece below and knew that there was no excitement. He stretched out his wings and flew towards the distance. "Athena, hurry up and follow!" Dong Xing shouted. "All right." After Athena reacted, she threw two pokeballs, grabbed Han Crow's ankles, and chased in the direction of Moltres. "Good boy, catch up with them," Athena said. Han Crow flapped its wings and kicked up dust on the ground, like a rocket being launched, speeding up a bit. Molters flew away. This is really great. They actually dare to chase after them. How terrifying! Does he really want to conquer Molters? No. I think we should take action and stop him. The moment everyone saw Athena chasing after her, their eyes were full of horror. These two people are really brave, even the legendary Molters dared to chase them. Are they really destined to win? Are you sure you can conquer Molters? The Pokémon that symbolizes Kanto region was conquered by people from other regions. Shameful. Shame. However, although they were unhappy, no one dared to catch up. But at this moment, there was a noise in the woods, a large number of wind-speed dogs rushed out, and many talon flames flew out of the sky. We are the investigators of the Kanto Region Pokémon Alliance, and you have been surrounded. Put down your Pokeball now and surrender, don't resist fearlessly. I repeat, you are surrounded. Surrender quickly. Many trainers panicked when they heard the siren. Although they are a small organization, once the things they do are investigated, it will take at least 3 years for everyone to start. Some people can even sit through the bottom of the prison. Ha ha ha, people from the Pokémon Alliance are coming, I'll leave first. Lawrence 3 put Salamence into the Pokeball, and a Flygon appeared behind him. He sat on the Flygon and flew towards the Flying Palace, leaving Maxie alone on the ground. Looks like it's time for us to show up. Maxie looked at the flames and Naruto behind him. The three of them took out Pokeballs and attacked the others. Damn it, Maxie, what the hell is going on? No. He's not Maxie. Broken, we fell into a trap. Well, Maxie, you actually joined forces with the Pokémon Alliance to attack us. After we escape today, we will definitely go to Hone region to greet you. Stop pretending and run away. Only then did everyone react. Seeing the investigators coming from all directions, they realized that they had become the turtle in the urn. No. We must not be caught. We will try our best to break out. As long as we can unite, no matter who runs out, it will be our victory. As soon as the words fell, everyone threw Pokeballs to fight back, as if they had been pumped. Suddenly, the entire Victory Road was ablaze with fire and lightning and thunder. Yes, Kanto region's trainers are very good. Lawrence 3 standing on the spaceship, looking at the battle below, with a sly smile on his face. You did a good job this time, the Alliance will consider your request. Just then, a voice came into his ears. Lawrence 3 turned his head and said lightly, Faulkner, you Pokémon League better be able to do it, otherwise, I will tell this secret. You won't. Faulkner walked to Lawrence 3 and said lightly, if they know that you are cooperating, do you think anyone will let you go? By then, you will not only offend the Pokémon League, but also offend the leaders of so many organizations, including Maxie of Team Magma. You. Lawrence 3 was furious and was about to curse, but he held back and changed the subject and said, Molters has already flown away, and the man just chased him. According to his strength, it is no problem to capture Molters. You don't need to ask about this matter. Faulkner looked up and looked into the distance, and said softly, want to be able to capture the legendary Pokémon? It's just wishful thinking. In the air, Dongxing looked at the scene of a large number of trainers being arrested below, touched Pidgeot's head and said, let's go, catch up. Sure enough, he couldn't stay there any longer. If he was 1 second later, he would have had a hard time escaping. However, the Pokémon League was really ruthless. If Dongxing hadn't appeared, the Pokémon League would have used Molters as bait to cause infighting among these people. First, someone would pretend to be Maxie, then cause a dispute, and finally consume all the Pokémon's stamina before encircling them. This strategy is powerful. It's a pity that the Pokémon League encountered Dongxing. If they caught Molters this time, they would lose both the lady and the army. Molters flew quickly in front, and Han Crow chased closely behind. Soon, they were far away from Victory Road. Only at the end, a few Pidgeots followed. Unfortunately, the Pidgeots couldn't keep up. If it wasn't too fast, Dongxing wouldn't even let go of these ice sculptures. I had a bad impression of the Pokemon League to begin with. Moreover, in order to eliminate the evil forces in Kanto region, Pokemon was used as a bet and forces from other regions were invited. If it weren't for Moltres, Dongxing would have gone straight to the Pokemon League to settle accounts. It's just a pity for these brainless trainers. Leader. The Pokemon League has launched a containment plan. Should we go back to rescue? So many trainers, if they join our Team Rockets, can improve their combat effectiveness a lot. Although Moltres is a legendary Pokemon, although it can improve the overall upper limit of Team Rockets, our lower limit is too low. Athena said her thoughts after seeing Dongxing catching up. Dongxing said lightly, "Don't worry about them, we just do our own things." "I understand." Athena nodded and said. P.S. Update time every day, the first chapter at midnight in the morning, the second chapter at 10 o'clock in the morning. Extra chapters are another matter. Give me some good reviews. Chapter 57, containing Moltres. The Pokemon League really spent a lot of money. So many police officers were dispatched, this is really a big scene. I don't know what they are doing wrong, it's just a siege, they would rather catch the wrong person than let him go. Leader, I feel that after we return, we can focus on breaking through the Pokemon League. After looking at the situation behind, Athena made an evaluation of the Pokemon League. After the fall of Team Rockets, the Pokemon League took a special look at Kanto and Johto region. Once these evil forces are discovered, they will be severely punished. Now these small forces have just shown their heads and suffered such a disaster. Rather than saying that they started out badly, it's better to say that they were born at the wrong time. Before the fall of Team Rockets was the only one in power, and they survived in the cracks. After the fall of Team Rockets, the Pokemon League began to crack down, with unprecedented force, and they still survived in the cracks. Dongxing is also thinking about this problem. The Pokemon League is now very different from his impression. In his impression, the Pokemon League was a timid existence, and when it encountered these evil forces, it was just pretending to be dead. Now, the Pokemon League has struck hard, which really makes people patiently ponder. But what Dongxing didn't know was that not long after they flew away, these leaders were very envious of Dongxing and his two people. Not only were they powerful, but they were also able to escape before the Pokemon League surrounded them. It was too surprising. On the black airship, Lawrence 3 shook his head slightly and sighed, "Poor, what are you going to do with these people?" "Lock them up." Faulkner, he responded coldly, "Accept the education of the new era. People like you will not have a good ending in the end. Return to normal life as soon as possible." Lawrence 3 did not refute, but just spread his hands slightly. If they had a choice, they would not do this business. It's just fate that they are not in harmony with the Pokemon League in terms of concept. "Will the Pokemon League agree to my request?" Lawrence 3 asked. "Agree." Faulkner was stunned for a moment and said disdainfully, "The Pokemon League has made the biggest concession to you for what you want, but if you want to capture the legendary Pokemon, you still need the consent of the Pokemon League. At least, the 3 sacred birds of Kanto region have agreed to let you capture them. Whether you can capture them depends on your own ability. In addition, Pokemon in other regions, no matter how many there are not something you can touch." Hearing this, Lawrence 3 was stunned for a moment. Although he was unhappy on his face, he still endured it. "That person is very strong, aren't you really worried?" Lawrence 3 asked softly. "Strong? Do you think ordinary trainers can catch a Pokemon that the 4 elites can't catch? It's just you fools who are worried," Faulkner said disapprovingly. This sentence made Lawrence 3 speechless. At this moment, behind a certain ancient tree. Richard poked his head out slightly. His mood was extremely complicated, and his expression was more rich than ever before. Looking at Dongxing and Athena, who were getting farther and farther away, Richard felt reluctant and muttered, "My goodness, are these two people so strong? A Greenangia can defeat Blastoise and Salam Ince." Richard touched his chin, and his expression was extremely tangled. "Should I chase them? Will I become their target if I catch them? But they are both very strong. If I am caught, I can still join Team Rockets. They seem to be catching molters. If I can catch them first, I can use them for exchange. Well, there is absolutely no problem doing this. Let them exchange information. It's not a big problem. It can be solved." After Richard made up his mind, he slowly raised his head. At this time, there was no trace of Dongxing and Athena. He didn't even know where to fly. Richard was confused and turned around. He was surrounded by the police officers of the Pokémon League. Fug! So fast! Pokémon, Moltres. Level, LV.100. Attributes, Fire, Flying. Features, Pressure. Features, Flame Body. Moves, Gust, Glare, Ember, Safeguard, Wing Attack, Agility, Ancient Power. Dual features. After all, it's a legendary Pokémon, it's different. Dongxing looked at the information of Moltres and muttered in his heart. Although the conditions for the dungeon were not opened, it would be a good condition to capture Moltres. "Deoxys, hold Moltres back and don't let it fly too high," Dongxing shouted loudly. In the sky, Deoxys switched to speed form. No matter how Moltres accelerated, he couldn't get rid of Deoxys. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. "Deoxys, use Psychic to suppress it," Dongxing commanded again. Deoxys flew directly above Moltres, and the tentacles on its head emitted blue light, like silk threads, connecting to the surroundings of Moltres. Soon, Moltres' body was tied up by blue silk threads. Although he struggled hard, his movements were not restricted. Moltres looked up at Deoxys, his eyes full of hatred, and opened his mouth to spit out a flame. A blue barrier appeared on Deoxys' body, offsetting the attack. "Very good, just drag him down like this," Dongxing praised softly. Moltres turned his head to look at Dongxing, his eyes full of rage. Moltres flapped his wings, and a series of fireballs came. The target was not Deoxys, but Dongxing, who was following behind. Air slash! Dongxing took out a pokeball, a white light flashed, Naganadel appeared in the air, flapped his wings, and a series of wind blades formed. The wind blades and flames collided with each other. Although the number of wind blades exceeded the fireballs, they failed to extinguish the fireballs, but only changed the direction. Dongxing looked at Moltres in the distance, and his sharp beak was rushing towards Deoxys, as if he was going to start a drill run. "Deoxys, don't let him succeed, control him!" Dongxing shouted. Deoxys looked at Moltres, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he sensed danger, his body flashed with yellow electricity, and along the mental link, it flowed into Moltres' body. After the electricity surged around Moltres' body, Moltres let out a painful growl. The action that was originally prepared was forcibly terminated by the electric current. "It's not a solution to go on like this. We have to find a way to force it to the ground." Dongxing frowned, looking at Moltres in the distance, and a plan emerged in his mind. Chapter 58. This is Moltres' lair. "Naganadel, you will rush up and harass Moltres later. Remember to launch attacks from a distance, don't fight in close combat, and dodge Moltres' attacks," Dongxing said softly. Naganadel nodded, as if he understood Dongxing's words, and flew directly in the direction of Moltres, hovering around Moltres' body. Dragon Pulse, Air Slash, Sludge Bomb, Dark Pulse, one move after another, as if it was free, poured on Moltres' body. Roar! Molters raised his head and roared, making a sad hissing sound, trying to struggle and fight back, but before he could launch a move, the effects of Deoxys's electrotherapy and paralysis appeared. Additionally, Naganadal kept changing positions, which made Molters tiresome. In the eyes of Molters at full level, Naganadal was like a fly, with low damage and full insult. For a while, Molters was annoyed. "Do you know where Ramda is now?" Dong Xing asked. "He is in a cave not far away, just ahead." Athena responded by looking at the map on her phone. "Okay, then lead Molters there." Dong Xing took Athena's phone and took a look. There was indeed a cave more than 3,000 meters ahead. He directly transmitted the distance to Deoxys through his mind. The mind can only transmit some non-command things, such as this map, which Deoxys can accept. "Deoxys, if Molters struggles too hard, you can use Thunderbolt to restrict Molters's movement," Dong Xing shouted. Deoxys narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he didn't understand Dong Xing's instructions, his eyes were fixed on Molters below. "Naganadal, you continue to harass and contain Molters. Remember, you must contain it from a distance and don't attack it at close range," Dong Xing said again. Facing the full-level Molters, Dong Xing had already made plans in his mind. Although Deoxys can beat Molters, they are both level 100, so it's a 50-50 match at most. And Naganadal's level is too low. If it weren't for the existence of Ultra Beast, he wouldn't dare to attack in front of Molters's majesty. However, at the moment of explaining the trainer's order, Naganadal showed his due strength, and the frequent harassment made Molters miserable. Soon, a lavender light appeared on Molters' body, and the next second, it disappeared in the body, only faintly appearing on the skin. "Is this a poisoned state?" Dong Xing was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect that Molters could enter a poisoned state under Naganadal's attack. In Team Rocket's base, Naganadal was given a lot of supplements, and 5 or 6 toxic orbs were used. Now the hard work paid off. Naganadal and Deoxys formed a double team, surrounding Molters in the middle. As long as Molters wanted to struggle, Deoxys would send out Thunderbolt to attack. If Molters could not fly, Dong Xing would have arranged all his Pokémon to fight in a group. Although one-on-one capture is important in Pokémon battles, they are already villains, and it is still a field battle, so there are not so many rules. As long as Molters can be successfully captured, it is a good way. "Leader, you are so awesome. At this speed, we will soon be able to see Ramda," Athena exclaimed. Dong Xing nodded and said, "I want to use this method to consume Molters's physical strength. Naganadal's attack power is not great, and it did not cause much damage to Molters. The key is that Molters in an abnormal state is already at the end of the road. Moreover, we are now too smooth, which is a bit unbelievable. Rather than saying that we put a huge pressure on Molters, it is better to say that Molters is leading us forward." "Leader. What you mean?" Athena showed an incredible look on her face, and she was silent at the end. "That's right. The cave in front is likely to be Molters' cave, and Ramda is likely not in it," Dong Xing deduced. This is just a guess by Dong Xing. Although it is something he just thought of, it is not impossible. Relying on Deoxys's containment, Molters can be pulled to the designated position, but it is definitely not so smooth. Naganadal can slowly consume Molters's physical strength and not give it a chance to breathe. But all this is too simple. Moltres is larger than Deoxys and Naganadal. Once it bursts out with powerful force, it is possible that both sides will be destroyed. But Molters was not in a hurry to escape. Although he entered an abnormal state, he could use Roost to restore his physical strength. Because of this, Dong Xing felt something was wrong. The idea of the Molters in front of him was probably to lead them into the cave. Only there was Molters's home court. However, this was exactly what Dong Xing wanted. Maybe it could trigger the dungeon conditions. As long as Athena went to find Ramda, he would complete the dungeon by himself, killing two birds with one stone. No matter how fast Moltres was, Deoxys always kept parallel with Moltres. And Dongxing and Athena behind him followed closely. Time passed bit by bit. Roar! The moment Moltres saw the cave, he let out a happy growl from his mouth, and the frequency and speed of flapping his wings increased a bit. Athena, don't follow me, look for Ramda around here. Dongxing jumped onto Naganadal's back, and Naganadal flapped his wings like a skateboard. Leader, is it okay for you to go alone? Athena said worriedly. It's okay. Dongxing turned his head and looked at Athena, saying, remember, if Ramda doesn't want to come back, just kill him. No need to leave him alive. Understood. Athena nodded. Let's go. Dongxing said lightly, and Naganadal sped up and followed Moltres into the cave. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, Dongxing was full of joy, expecting a prompt from the system copy. But the system did not give Dongxing a chance, and there was no prompt. The dark cave was illuminated by the fire on Moltres. It is worthy of being a legendary Pokémon, and the cave where it lives is clean. Dongxing held his chin and secretly looked at the surrounding environment. If it were an ordinary cave, Pokémon like Zubat would fly out once you enter. But there were no Pokémon in the cave where Moltres lived. Moltres flew in front, and although he was angry, he was already out of breath, and his flying speed was getting slower and slower. It seems that it is always tired. Chapter 59 The round battle officially begins. Roar! Moltres roared, and the flames on both sides of his wings rose, and Deoxys was directly forced back by the flames. Anxious. Dongxing looked at Moltres' painful expression, and the frequency of flapping his wings became slower and slower, and he was even out of breath. Come back, Deoxys, it's already in the cave, it can't escape even if it has wings. It seems to be effective, I'm afraid that Moltres' revenge will be more uncomfortable later. Dongxing murmured softly, he summoned Deoxys back to his side, and let Moltres flutter. At this moment, Moltres was suffering from great torture, and this mental torture was far greater than the reduction in physical strength. Whether it is for Pokémon or humans, there are two types of damage. One is physical pain. The other is mental torture. What scares people the most is not physical pain, but mental torture. In this world, Pokémon can be added with not only one state, but all states, such as paralysis, poisoning, burns, confusion, sleep, etc. But Moltres is a fire Pokémon, with a body of fire, and will not be burned at all. It's almost there. Dongxing saw a huge rock at the end of Moltres' cave, with obvious burn marks on the rock. And around there are red gems formed by flames burning crystals. As they go deeper and deeper, the temperature around them also increases a lot. Although it has only been a short time since he entered, Dongxing's head has already sweated. In this environment, I am afraid that it is a fire Pokémon, and using certain moves will be greatly enhanced. However, given the current state of Moltres, it is still hard to say whether it can withstand the next round of attacks. Roar, roar, roar! Moltres was in a frenzy, and the roar resounded throughout the cave. In the originally dark battle, countless eyes opened in an instant, and Magcargos were awakened by growl. After feeling the pressure of the legendary Pokémon, the Magcargos were so scared that they dared not breathe and fled. Even if they saw an invader like Dongxing, they did not dare to fight back. In the blink of an eye, there was no Magcargo in the whole cave, only Dongxing and Moltres. A red light burst out from Moltres' body, and a ball of fire surrounded himself, forming a bird egg. Hey! Want to be reborn from the ashes? Dongxing took a look, his eyes full of surprise. Although I don't know how Moltres learned such a move, I definitely can't let Moltres succeed. Boom! Before Dongxing could issue an attack command, balls of fire burst out from the Moltres' egg, forming a large flame and bombarding in all directions. The explosion created a powerful impact force, even those who kept their distance. Dongxing was affected. Dongxing felt a strong air wave coming towards him, and then a black energy shield formed around his body, and Mars Haddo appeared in front of him. Deoxys switched to defense mode directly and was not affected at all. But Naganadal almost lost his balance. If he hadn't controlled his body well, he would have almost hit Fire Blast. Rumble. The cave kept shaking, rocks fell madly, and Fire Blast formed magma in the cave along with the falling rocks. Roar. Moltres roared, woke up from the bird egg, looked at Dongxing with contempt, flapped his wings, and a hot gust of wind attacked. This is heat wave. Use protect. Dongxing was stunned for a moment, unable to understand Moltres' intention. The blue barrier rose, and all three Pokémon resisted Moltres' attack. Naganadal flapped his wings, his body swaying. Although Protect could resist the damage, there was a certain gap between him and Moltres. This level gap could not be made up by using moves. At this time, the cave was full of hot magma, and the temperature rose again. Moltres emitted a terrifying heat. Okay, listen, you guys, fight Moltres here, it's a legendary Pokémon. Dongxing looked at the three Pokémon in front of him and said, are you ready? I know you have the ability to defeat him, but I'm still going to fight one by one, one by one. No matter how serious your injuries are, I can save you. Hearing this, the three Pokémon nodded, and the look in their eyes became serious. Mars Haddo and Deoxys, stay and protect me. Dongxing said softly, looking at Naganadal and said, you may lose this battle, but the experience of this battle is enough for you to digest for a long time. Do you want to go? Naganadal nodded and turned to look at Moltres. Moltres narrowed his eyes slightly, and flapped his wings again. Strong winds and flames came, and countless pillars of fire fell, like the end of the world when a volcano erupted. Naganadal, use air slash! Dongxing shouted. Naganadal naturally understood what Dongxing meant, flapping his wings to control the chaotic airflow, and a series of sharp blades erupted, cutting off countless flying fireballs. My god, this is Moltres! Dongxing looked at the scene in front of him and was suddenly shocked. This kind of attack method was the first time he had seen it, and it fully utilized the terrain advantage. No, to be precise, Moltres opened up the terrain himself and directly turned the cave into a lava land. Hiss! White water vapor continued to emerge, and a strong pungent smell came. After seeing that his attack was blocked, Moltres flapped his wings and flew high, and a sharp growl came out of his mouth, like the joy of victory. Not good. Naganadal. Before Dongxing finished speaking, red flames rose from Moltres' body, and the whole body was wrapped in it. With a bang, it directly hit Naganadal. With just one hit, Naganadal lost his ability to fight. Is this burning out? The power is really terrifying. I didn't expect the speed to change suddenly. Naganadal, you are also working hard, I don't blame you. Dongxing took out the Pokeball and put Naganadal into the Pokeball. At this moment, he also understood that it was not just the difference in level. There was also a gap in combat experience and on-the-spot reaction. I didn't expect this Moltres to grasp the battle rhythm so well. Not only does it have terrifying abilities, but it is also so good at fighting. At this moment, Dongxing had an idea in his mind that he must capture this Moltres. Moltres hovered in the air, and the look he looked at Dongxing changed, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Sure enough, the rumors are true. Dongxing saw Moltres' appearance, shook his head slightly, took out another Pokeball from his waist, and the round-robin battle officially began. Chapter 60 Moltres Who Fought Back. Moltres is a legendary bird Pokémon that controls fire. It has been famous for the legend of the firebird since a long time ago. It is said that when the body is injured, it will enter the lava in the crater and burn the whole body to heal the wound. It uses its orange burning wings to surpass everything it sees, and sparks will flash immediately when it flaps its wings. As long as it flaps its wings, Moltres' feathers will burn brightly, and the flashing red flames have a beauty that makes everyone who sees it excited. Sure enough, it's the same as the legend. After the information about molters appeared in Dongxing's mind, he said, "Ziraora, it's your turn this time." Ziraora had just come out of the poke ball, and countless electric currents were circulating on the surface of its body, as if it was wearing a thunder and lightning armor. A crackling sound rang out. Ziraora's speed also increased suddenly, and with fake out, he rushed towards molters like a golden lightning. With a snap, molters only saw a flash of golden light, and his head was hit hard. Although the damage was not high, it was extremely insulting. It was really a Pokémon that could hit it in the face. As a legendary Pokémon, it still had to have dignity. Roar! Molters roared, opened his sharp mouth, and spewed out a flame, and the surrounding lava boiled again. Pillars of fire rose from the ground, and as Molters' ability to control fire increased, the pillars of fire attacked Ziraora. Ziraora quickly dodged the fire attack, but no matter how it dodged, the red flames seemed to have eyes and followed it all the time. Seeing this, Dongxing frowned. Things became more serious. This Molter's ability to control fire had reached its peak. Ziraora, use discharge, maximum power. Dongxing gave the order directly after seeing this scene. Ziraora nodded, and the spark around her body formed a circle, like a yellow barrier. The flames swept over instantly, surrounding Ziraora, and crackling sounds were heard in the air. Roar! Ziraora made a painful growl sound, and the red magma continued to penetrate into the current. The next second, Ziraora's body fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. Molters happily splashed, like a child. You tried your best, Ziraora, there is still a huge gap in level, it doesn't matter, you will become stronger in the future. Dongxing put Ziraora into the poke ball, looked at Deoxys and said, leave it to you. The moment Molters saw Deoxys, his eyes instantly became sharp, his wings flapped, and the wind swept the lava. Deoxys, use psychic to calm the magma. Dongxing shouted. The powerful mental thoughts, like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, calmed the churning magma and fell to the ground. Roar! Molters roared a little, as if his authority was being taunted. Deoxys, be careful, Molters is angry. Dongxing frowned slightly as he looked at Molters' state. But the next second, Molters flew into the air, and the magma on the ground formed a series of fire pillars, which were injected into Molters' body. Molters seemed to have obtained energy supply, and fire blast was 1 per second, and he didn't even mean to stop. Deoxys, pay attention to fire blast. Don't resist it. Dongxing gave the order directly. Deoxys was still in the speed form, the state of agility, dodging Molters' attack and approaching Molters little by little. Mars Haddo stayed beside Dongxing to defend. Deoxys took advantage of his speed and came behind Molters, but the next second, Molters turned around suddenly and a fire blast gushed out. With a bang, fire blast brushed past Deoxys and hit the rock wall behind, and the rock was instantly scorched. Dongxing noticed this scene, raised his eyebrows, and showed a joyful expression on his face. This is the legendary Molters. When Pokémon can reach a certain height, it can overcome the weakness of attributes. Judging from the strength of this Molters, even if Blastoise comes, it can press Blastoise to the ground. Take the current Molters for example, it is restrained by Rock-type Pokémon, with 4 times the restraint damage. But its flame can melt rocks, even a damaging move like Rock Slide may not have any effect. Dongxing's obsession with Molters is that he likes it more and more. Even if there is no system prompt, he must capture Molters. Cry! Molters is like a phoenix, constantly creating terrain that is beneficial to itself, using fire to enhance the power of moves while healing itself. The temperature in the entire cave continued to rise, and Mars Haddo and Dongxing felt very uncomfortable. Leave it to you, Greninja. Dongxing summoned Greninja and used water pulse to artificially cool down. The clothes that had just been wet by water were dried in a short while. For a moment, Dongxing felt much cooler, and each of the Pokémon in his hands had its own special skills to deal with high temperatures. At this time, Moltres was no longer lucky under the suppression of Deoxys' psychic. The fire column behind Moltres gradually returned to calm, and Moltres, who lost the energy amplification, gradually became irritable. Deoxys, zap cannon! Dongxing commanded. Deoxys changed into an attacking form. With its tentacles stretched out and wrapped in electric current, and the electric current gathered on its chest crackled. Moltres felt that something was wrong and flapped his wings to fly away, but Deoxys followed closely behind. Boom! Countless electric currents after hitting the wall, Moltres' body trembled continuously and wailed in pain. With a bang, Deoxys increased the force of his attack, and Moltres' body hit the stone wall directly. The wall, which was originally cracked by the electric current, could no longer hold up, and a large amount of rocks fell into the sea of fire below, with smoke and dust everywhere. Dongxing was surprised to find that the rocks that fell below did not melt into magma as before. Could it be extinguished by the rocks? Dongxing's heart was filled with murmurs. If it was really extinguished, how was the magma formed before? Li! Moltres roared, pulling Dongxing back from his thoughts. At this time, Moltres' eyes were full of rage, and his eyes were fixed on Deoxys in front of him. After losing the amplification of the fire column, Moltres was very angry. The flames on Moltres' body rose again, and the flames coiled around his entire body, and the temperature around him became hotter and hotter. This is Flare Blitz, Deoxys, switch to defensive form quickly. Chapter 61 Athena is injured. Boom! At the moment of the collision with Moltres, Deoxys instantly completed the transformation and faced Moltres head-on in a defensive posture. Although Moltres lost the flame amplification, the fire element became even hotter and more frantic after the energy of the origin burst out. At this moment, the flames on Moltres' wings continued to rotate, forming two huge fire snakes, which hissed and attacked Deoxys. The coiled fire snakes, before they touched Deoxys' body, a powerful ability formed Twister to fight against the fire snakes. The two forces collided with each other, and suddenly the sky was full of flames, and the entire cave was covered with wind and fire. The wind and the rage intertwined, and Dongxing's heart was full of shock. Once in the comics, Dongxing saw Mutuo using psychic to form Twister to fight, which was used in a one-to-many situation. Now I saw Deoxys use it with my own eyes. Although I couldn't transform the spoon, it was enough to prove how powerful Deoxys was. Deoxys, use Rock Slide. Dongxing gave the order. Deoxys' eyes lit up, and a huge rock fell from the sky and hit Moltres' body directly. Although Moltres wanted to use his powerful strength to hit the rock smash stone, the rock seemed to have eyes, avoiding Moltres' wings and hitting him directly. For a while, the battle fell into a scorching situation. Moltres was full of flames, which could bake the rocks into powder, but there were still many rocks that scratched Moltres' body, and blood kept dripping from the wounds. Tick-tock! The blood falling from Moltres ignited a raging flame. Bang! Moltres pushed hard and directly knocked Deoxys out. Tick-tock! Moltres roared, and there was a hint of timidity in his big eyes. Deoxys, keep an eye on Moltres, don't let it escape. Dongxing shouted again. Deoxys' body changed, turned into a white light, and rushed towards Moltres' body. An extreme speed? Hit Moltres against the wall. Before Moltres could react, Deoxys was already in attack form, and the zap cannon was fully charged. Boom! The thick electric current instantly hit Moltres. And after being attacked by the zap cannon, Moltres' entire body was sunken into the wall. This is the benefit of Deoxys' form switching. First, approach the opponent in speed form to dodge the opponent's attack, use the defense form to reduce damage, face the enemy head-on, and finally harvest in attack form. As long as the form conversion can be used properly before the enemy takes action, Deoxys is invincible to a certain extent. Cry. The pain made Moltres completely lose his mind, and a powerful flame broke out from the angry Moltres, and the flame on his body was more vigorous than before. This layer of flames was like a suit of armor, wrapping Moltres inside. The originally injured part was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moltres' heart was filled with nameless anger, and he wished he could burn the enemy in front of him to death. Although this Moltres is smart, it's not very smart. It obviously has flying moves, but it prefers to use fire moves. Deoxys, be careful, this Moltres is already very rage now. Dongxing watched Moltres' every move and gradually analyzed Moltres' mentality. Deoxys looked at Moltres, and his form changed again, still facing the enemy head-on in a defensive form. But for some unknown reason, Moltres' speed soared, and after coming out of the stone wall, it directly hit Deoxys. Bang! 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 A series of flare blitz. Moltres was like a red streamer. Although Moltres was very fast, every time it tackled Deoxys, it made a loud noise. After Deoxys used iron defense continuously while in defense, the damage caused by Moltres was minimal. Deoxys, use counter at the right time. Dongxing commanded again. Deoxys narrowed his eyes slightly, and at the moment of collision with Moltres, Deoxys' body burst into red light. Moltres was unable to dodge and directly tackled the stone wall. There was only a snap, and even Mars Haddo suddenly closed his eyes, as if he felt its pain. With a plop, Moltres fell to the ground and had lost his ability to fight. Go, weight ball! Dongxing threw the weight ball and hit Moltres' body directly. A red light covered Moltres' body, and a strong suction force was generated, sucking Moltres into the ball. Bang! The weight ball fell to the ground and shook violently. It still has power. Dongxing frowned, and his heart seemed to be in his throat. Now is the critical moment of capture. If it succeeds, Team Rockets will get the first 3 sacred birds. Looking at the violently shaking weight ball, Dongxing looked calm, as if he already knew the result. When the red light on the weight ball flashed, and Moltres was successfully captured. Successfully captured. Dongxing's heart was full of joy. The full-level Moltres was a huge fighting force. He glanced at the task status bar. Moltres had been captured, and now only Articuno and Zapdos were left. Not bad. This trip to Kanto region has gained a lot. Dongxing walked out of the cave and decided to meet up with Athena. Looking at the Pokeball of Moltres in his hand, the team is now fully equipped. In the Pokeball are Moltres, Greninja, Zeraora, and Naganadel. The Pokeballs of Deoxys and Mars Haddo are in Team Rocket HQ and are not counted in the team. There are still 2 Pokémon missing from the full team. Hey! What a strong smell! As soon as Dongxing arrived at the entrance of the cave, he smelled a bloody smell. Leader! A gentle voice came. Dongxing looked in the direction of the voice, frowned, and said, "How could this happen? Who attacked you?" What caught Dongxing's eyes was the pale Athena and the injured and unconscious Ramda. There was a very deep wound on Ramda's abdomen. Although it was simply bandaged, a lot of blood flowed out of the wound. "It's Richard." After seeing Dongxing, Athena lay on the ground and said weakly, "After he saw Ramda, he determined that I was a member of Team Rockets and attacked me. The 2 of us are no match. Don't move, you 2. Dongxing took out potion from the system space and applied it to the wounds of the 2 people. "Leader, you should leave quickly, Richard will catch up soon." Athena shouted weakly, took out the Pokeball, and released the Pidgeot. "If he comes, I will make sure he never returns." Chapter 62 The Massacre begins. After Athena groaned, she felt her wound itchy, and even the unconscious Ramda subconsciously reached out to scratch it. "Hold it! Don't scratch it!" Dongxing stopped her. "If you scratch it, it will affect the healing of the wound." "Got it." Athena lowered her head slightly, and a tear flowed from the corner of her eyes. Since joining Team Rockets, she has never received such care from others. Now seeing what Dongxing did, she felt a touch of bitterness in her heart. Is Richard the only one? Dongxing asked. No. Athena wiped the tears from her eyes and said, I don't know where Richard got to know some trainers. After they joined, Richard became very brave and dared to attack the two of us. There are about a dozen people, and the lowest of these people is also a high-level trainer. This situation is normal. The glory of Team Rockets is no longer the same as before. Dongxing said to Athena. According to the understanding of the Pokemon world, ordinary trainers are a group of people who forget their principles when they see profit. Only those who join the organization will be loyal. Let me check the status of your Pokemon for you. Dongxing looked at the status of Athena and Ramda's Pokemon. Arbok was a little tired and did not suffer much damage. Vileplume has a self-healing move and has now recovered. The remaining Pokemon have all lost their combat capabilities. Okay, they are all recovered. Dongxing took out the healing medicine from the system space and used it directly on the Pokemon. These medicines were also exchanged from the system wall. Originally, I thought I would go to pick up Ramda this time, but I didn't expect to really meet Moltres. While watching others fight, Dongxing exchanged some healing medicines in the mall. Someone is coming. Dongxing heard the footsteps, frowned slightly, and said to Pidgeot, protect them. After saying this, Dongxing walked outside, but saw the leader looking at him with a smile on his face. See you again, handsome brother. The person who spoke was Richard, whom he had met before. He wanted to use the head of Dongxing or Athena in exchange for the bounty. However, when Richard saw Dongxing, he could feel that Dongxing was powerful, so he suppressed his thoughts. Your companions have been injured by me. They should be behind you. If you hand over your companions, I can let you go and even pretend that I didn't see you. Richard showed a kind smile on his face, and his tone of voice was very light, as if he completely ignored Dongxing's existence. Dongxing heard this and said disdainfully. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. After that, Dongxing pointed at Richard and said, they can go, but you must stay. Dongxing spoke very softly, and no emotion could be heard, but his eyes were full of disdain. Ha ha ha, I laughed to death, he doesn't think he is so cool. He is alone, and he still wants to beat so many of us. His posture when he spoke is very familiar. I wonder how long he can hold out when he gets beaten later. Mr. Richard, let's go together. He can't make any waves by himself. You are really crazy. Who gave you such confidence? It really makes me laugh to death. But just when Dongxing finished speaking, everyone laughed at him. Only Richard's face changed, as if he was thinking about something. Okay. Dongxing took out a pokeball and said coldly, since you are not leaving, then all of you stay. You caught Moltres. Richard's pupils suddenly shrank. The moment he saw the weight ball, he felt that something was wrong. Whether you caught it or not, you will know it at a glance. Dongxing shouted coldly. After that, he threw the pokeball into the air. When the pokeball opened, a big bird with red and white flames appeared in front of everyone. It's really Moltres. Impossible, how can he catch Moltres? At this moment, many trainers panicked, as if they had seen a ghost. Quiet! Richard held the pokeball in his hand and shouted, don't panic, everyone disperse, be careful. Before everyone had time to release Pokemon, Dongxing had already ordered an attack. Moltres' scorching fireball directly burned the two trainers to ashes. All this happened before everyone could react. Ding! Eliminate the special trainer, reward 1000 points. Ding! Detected that the special trainer has 6 Pokemon, additional points reward 600. Ding! Detected that the special trainer has 4 badges, additional points reward 400. Ding! Eliminate the special trainer, reward 1000 points. Ding! Detected that the special trainer has 5 Pokémon, additional points reward 500. Ding! Detected that the special trainer has 5 badges, bonus points 500. Hearing the system's prompt, Dongxing's mouth slightly raised. In addition to Richard, there were about 20 people on the field. Trainers. If one trainer gets 1000 points, 20,000 points are already in hand. The next second, Mars Hato and Deoxys separated from Dongxing's body and attacked the special trainer. In a moment, 5 more trainers died, and blood splattered. Everyone present couldn't help swallowing their saliva. This was too scary. A large number of trainers ran to the back, without the courage to fight at all. One Moltres was enough to scare them, not to mention Deoxys and Mars Hato. Don't panic, everyone. He can't have so many legendary Pokémon. All this is illusion. Richard shouted loudly. But no one around was willing to listen to Richard. Seeing this, Richard shouted again, as long as we all unite, he will never be able to defeat us. Just imagine, he just fought with Moltres. Even if it is a legendary Pokémon, he has no physical strength at this moment. As long as we can fight together, we can definitely take him down. By that time, these legendary Pokémon will be ours. After the words fell, several trainers felt compassion. Yes. After fighting with Moltres just now, how could these Pokémon still have the energy? As long as they can fight back, they can defeat the man in front of them. The bounty of the Pokémon League and the legendary Pokémon are all theirs. Richard's words seemed to be full of magic, which made many people stop. But when these people were stunned, Moltres' sharp beak pierced through their bodies like kebabs. Chapter 63 Fire in the Backyard. This. Richard was stunned in place. When he came to his senses again, Moltres had come to him, and Deoxys and Mars Hato had returned to Dongxing. And those trainers who followed Richard all turned into corpses and fell to the ground, with extremely tragic deaths. If you don't take out your Pokémon, you won't even have a chance to fight back. Dongxing said indifferently. Said lightly. He immediately threw out all his Pokeballs, a Weezing, a Charizard, a Garchomp, a Scizor, an Empoleon, and a Ghost Cicada Pupa. Are these all your Pokémon? Dongxing took a look, and the information of Pokémon emerged in his mind. All Pokémon levels were around level 60, and the highest Garchomp was level 68. Richard's legs were trembling. At this moment, he no longer had any courage to face Dongxing. Aren't you going to make a move? Dongxing asked softly. With a plop, Richard knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real one, please let me go. As long as you can let me go, I am willing to join Team Rockets and become your strongest helper. I know a lot of information, whether it is the Pokémon League or Gym Leader. As he said, a pool of liquid flowed out from under Richard, and a fishy smell came. Richard looked at Dongxing walking towards him and said again, please believe me, as long as... Before he finished speaking, Dongxing raised his arm slightly, and a red tentacle directly pierced Richard's head. At the same time, Richard's Pokémon also lost its fighting ability at the same time. Leader. Athena heard the sound of fighting outside and walked out with difficulty, her face pale. I have avenged the person who hurt you. Dongxing said lightly. Thank you, leader. Athena looked at the corpses on the ground, smiled slightly, and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. At this time, a warm current surged into her heart, and an inexplicable emotion surged into her heart again. An idea of becoming stronger took root in her heart. As the secretary of the leader, she did not protect her companions well, causing Ramda to fall into a coma with serious injuries. Don't think too much, no one will dare to bully our Team Rockets again in the future. Dongxing said slowly. He picked up the Pokeball on the ground and put Richard's Pokémon into the Pokeball. As the saying goes, those who kill will be killed by others. This is a world dominated by strength. Let's go. Let's pack up and find the hotel in front to rest first. Dongxing saw the situation around him and issued an order. The strong smell of blood can attract powerful Pokémon. In addition, there was a roundup organized by the Pokémon League before, so this place should not be stayed for a long time. The sound of the battle is still likely to attract the Pokémon League's search officers. Leader, are these bodies not going to be dealt with? Athena asked softly. No need. Dongxing said to Athena, the bodies are left here. Even if they are investigated, it will be beneficial to us. If they know that Moltres was captured by our Team Rockets, what kind of expression will they have? After that, Dongxing took a flying Pokémon to the hotel in front, which was still the presidential suite. 2 days later, Dongxing asked Athena to take Moltres back to the 7th island, while he and Raticate stayed here. 7th island, island number 1. Athena found many Pokémon League investigators along the way. Although someone came forward to question her, Athena explained it in one sentence. Looking at the colorful barrier of island number 1, Athena already knew that the Pokémon League had launched an attack. Using a special device, Athena entered island number 1. As soon as she landed on the ground, she reported the situation of the island to Dongxing. I know what you are talking about. With the Aurora Veil barrier, it can isolate Pokémon attacks. There is no problem for the time being. Dongxing's voice came from the phone. Athena subconsciously asked, Leader, what should we do now? Let's improve our strength first. Only when our strength is improved can we better deal with these problems. I understand. After Athena hung up the phone, she looked in the direction of Kanto region, and there was a touch of pious prayer in her heart. I don't know when Athena felt a sense of belonging to Team Rockets. Athena, who had just arrived at the entrance of the base, saw Jinling running over in a panic. Before Athena could ask, Jinling hurriedly said, Where is the leader? Why didn't he come back with you? The leader stayed in Kanto region and had important things to do. What happened? Athena asked with a puzzled look. Although she didn't have much contact with Jinling, she also knew that Jinling was the most stable one among the 7 islands cotters and rarely saw him panic. Take a breath first, don't be anxious, talk slowly. Athena said disapprovingly. Hearing this, Jinling took a deep breath and said, Although you were only out for a few days, the Pokémon Alliance launched an attack not long after you left. I saw it when I came back. If there is no Aurora Veil barrier, there will be no problem. Athena responded. Athena recalled what she had seen along the way. Everyone praised the Aurora Veil barrier. Like a turtle shell, a turtle with a shrinking head, and other praises. In a word, the people of the Pokémon Alliance have no way to deal with the Aurora Veil barrier. During the conversation between the two people, have already walked into the elevator, outside is not a place to talk. As soon as the elevator door closed, Athena wondered, what happened? Didn't you stay in the laboratory? Now you are out, tell me. Jinling shook his head and said, the Pokémon League searchers launched the attack, basically all of them are special trainers, only a few professional trainers, but... As he said, Jinling sighed, with an expression of disappointment. Tell me? What happened? Athena urged. Looking at Jinling's expression, Athena was also extremely anxious. Before she could share the joy of catching legendary Pokémon, Jinling ruined her good mood. Ding! The elevator door opened. Athena walked out first, turned around and saw Jinling with a hesitant look on his face, and asked, Tell me, what's the matter? Jinling glanced at Athena, sighed and said, It was Jingbian and Qian Shao who did not obey the leader's order and went out to fight the enemy without authorization. They used my device to secretly break through the Aurora Veil barrier. And 2 people went to attack the camp of the Pokémon League investigator. If it weren't for the timely rescue, the 2 of them would have been unable to come back. Now they are all seriously injured. Chapter 64 Qian Shao and Jingbian were seriously injured. What? Athena's face turned pale in an instant, and she changed direction and walked quickly forward, saying coldly, "You are really good helpers to the leader." As she said that, Athena returned to the ground with a stern face and walked directly to the hospital. On the hospital bed, Qian Shao and Jingbian were lying on the bed, wrapped tightly with various bandages. The most terrible thing was that the two people were like mummies. Just lying quietly on the bed, it seemed that it was extremely difficult to move, and they looked like they had escaped death. If they were not strong, it would be difficult for them to return to the 7 islands. Athena came to the bed, sat down slowly, and her eyes swept over the two people. At this moment, Qian Shao and Jingbian also saw Athena's arrival, smiled slightly on their faces, and then there was a sound of taking a breath of cold air. Hiss! Yay! Athena! The leader didn't come. The two saw Athena next to them, and they didn't care about their image and injuries. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and they couldn't speak clearly. Now the two people are most afraid of Dongxing's arrival. If the leader sees them like this, it will be more uncomfortable than killing them. Jingbian wanted to get up, but as soon as he raised his arm, the pain made him stop moving. Jinling is also good at acting, and hurried forward to stop it. Athena, the two of us know that we are wrong and should not act rashly. There is no need to tell the leader about this matter. The leader has not come back yet. I guess they will both recover when the leader comes back. Jinling winked at the two people on the bed and told them the key information. As for whether Athena can be convinced, it depends on their acting skills. Sorry, Athena. It is the two of us who are useless and have failed the leader's trust. Please punish us. If it weren't for the two of us who insisted on our own way, we wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Please don't tell the leader about this matter, Athena. Jingbian and Qian Shao understood Jinling's meaning instantly. They first admitted their mistakes and then asked Athena not to tell anyone about it. Athena roared, "Shut up!" Jingbian and Qian Shao raised their heads, showing regret, and looked at Athena with some fear. He hasn't opened his mouth to explain yet. Athena said first, "Tell me, who gave you the courage to go to the Pokémon League investigator to cause trouble? What did the leader tell you before I went out with him?" Jingbian and Qian Shao looked at each other and were speechless. The two of them were just doing good things with bad intentions. As the number of members of Team Rockets increased, they were also worried that their status was challenged. If they just did their job well, there would be no chance of promotion. The only chance of promotion was to help Dongxing and repel the Pokémon League. If they only relied on the defense of Aurora Vale, even if Dongxing came back, they would not have made any achievements. It happened that Dongxing was not at Team Rocket HQ, and the two of them were drunk. In addition, the verbal ridicule of the Pokémon League investigator undoubtedly added fuel to the fire in the hearts of the two. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Qian Shao and Jingbian agreed to sneak attack the camp of the Pokémon League. In addition, their side had the defense of Aurora Vale, so even if they couldn't win, they could turn back quickly. So, after getting drunk and emboldened, Senju and Jingbian thought the plan was feasible, and without notifying anyone, they went out. But the two of them forgot one thing: they ignored the difference in strength and number. Although the Pokémon League's searchers are special trainers, there are also many 1-star and 2-star professional trainers, and there are 4-star professional trainers in the camp. The two of them didn't think too much, and rushed out directly. Until they were trapped in the enemy camp, they sobered up for a moment. Athen Ash said, "No Team Rocket's member was injured this time, only you two. Do you know what it means? You deserve it." The two lowered their heads when they heard this. They were like children who had done something wrong, waiting for Athena's verdict. Athena said lightly, "You acted on your own and got yourself injured. Do you know what you did wrong?" The two shuddered when they heard this, and hurriedly said, "We already know we were wrong, and we also want to share the leader's worries." Pa! Athena raised her hand and slapped the table, scaring the two people to tremble suddenly. Share the worries? I think you are just making trouble. Athena set her eyes on the two people, like a sharp sword, piercing through their hearts directly. After the baptism of life and death, Athena has changed too much. The more she stays with Dongxing, the more she feels Dongxing's strength. Qian Shao and Jingbian heard this and admitted their fear directly. We didn't think so much at the time, we just wanted to quickly repel them so that the Aurora Veil barrier would rest. We didn't want to hold the leader back, we just wanted to try, we didn't expect there were so many of them, we surrounded us, sorry. After listening to the explanation, Athena didn't speak. But she continued to wait for the two of them to confess. Qian Shao said, later we found out that we were fooled and fell into the tiger's den. You still know you were fooled? I thought you were fearless. Athena mocked. It turns out that two fists can't beat four hands. Jingbian responded. Athena shook her head helplessly. It wasn't until this time that Athena realized how difficult it was for Dongxing. Team Rockets of the Seven Islands was completely supported by Dongxing alone. Qian Shao and Jingbian also knew that Athena was very disappointed with them, but it didn't matter, as long as Athena didn't tell Dongxing about this. Don't think you can hide this from the leader. Even if I don't tell him, the leader knows it. Athena said lightly. What? The leader knows it. How is this possible? This is impossible. Qian Shao and Jingbian looked incredulous. Athena glanced at the two people and said softly, you should take good care of your injuries. Fortunately, I didn't go out without gaining anything this time. Molters has been captured. Although the leader has not returned, he already knows the situation of the Seven Islands. Do you think the leader doesn't know about your little thing? Hearing this, Qian Shao and Jingbian were happy, and then full of disappointment. Dongxing was able to capture Molters, one of the three sacred birds. This is too surprising. In the previous Team Rockets, under the leadership of Giovanni, Sabrina, Koga, and Lieutenant Serge each captured a sacred bird. Now Team Rockets, under the leadership of Dongxing, only captured one Molters. But all of this is the credit of Dongxing alone. As the cadres of Team Rockets, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 65 Start a new mission. Among the three cadres of Team Rockets, Sabrina, Koga, and Lieutenant Serge are the most capable. If it were Sabrina and others, they would probably do better than them. Jingbian said ashamedly, Athena, as the head of the intelligence department, I did not know the enemy's information and movements, which is the fundamental reason for our failure. I hope the leader can remove my cadre position and let me start as a small member. I believe I can train myself well. Leader, I think so too. Qian Shao said. Hearing this, Athena frowned, but these two people acted privately, fortunately they did not implicate other members. Although there is a punishment, it will not be a thorough investigation. Jingbian and Qian Shao looked at Athena and did not dare to breathe. In fact, they were also gambling, just hoping that Athena would not report this matter to the leader Dongxing. However, Athena did not report this to Dongxing, and said softly, you should take good care of your injuries first. As for the punishment, we will talk about it after you recover. After the voice fell, Athena got up and left the hospital. After watching Athena leave, the two people on the bed breathed a sigh of relief. Jinling looked at the two injured people and said contemptuously, looking at your two people's little achievements, I told you not to go, but you just didn't listen. Now it's good. Although the leader will not punish you severely, I'm afraid your promotion path is over. Qian Shao and Jingbian looked at each other and were speechless. By the way, I'll tell you another piece of news. Jinling said with a sly smile, I have 3 projects that have been successful, and they have all been recognized by the leader. Once the research is successful, I can get the leader's reward. Hearing this, Qian Shao and Jingbian looked unconvinced. It's just scientific research, I can do it. Let's just say, even though we're lying on the bed, you're still a little brother in terms of fighting. The two of them are serious combatants. Jinling is a researcher, and he is no match for them in terms of combat power. Really? Jinling narrowed his eyes and said lightly, I have Moltres in my hand now, that is the Pokémon that the leader temporarily gave me to keep. What? Senju's flash of surprise flashed across his face. The legendary Pokémon can be sent away at will, this is too. When the two reacted, Jinling had already left the medical room. In the huge medical room, only Qian Xiao and Jingbian were left, full of regret. Jingbian, you are the only one who has so many things to do every day, you fucking killed me. You still have the nerve to blame me, if you have enough information, can I get hurt? Let go of your mother's spiral. In the small ward, uproar continued, and the two people shirked responsibility from each other. Kanto region, Viridian City. Dongxing looked at the prosperous Viridian City and had his own plan in mind. Giovanni was the gym leader of Viridian City before. Since Giovanni was defeated, Blue has been the gym leader of Viridian City. Red, who was originally in charge, went to MT Silver because of his injuries and has not returned yet. Chief. I'm back. Ramda came behind Dongxing and said respectfully. How is the matter going? Dongxing asked softly. It has been done according to the chief's request. Ramda responded softly, half kneeling on the ground, slightly raised his head and looked at Dongxing. Dongxing happened to turn around and the two looked at each other. The moment Dongxing looked at Ramda, it was as if he was stared at by something terrible, and the terrifying pressure came down instantly. This pressure was far greater than Giovanni. Although it was only a moment of eye contact, this moment was extremely long for Ramda. Faced with such pressure, Ramda could only choose to surrender. When he lowered his head, Dongxing was satisfied to retract his momentum. Very good, you have made a lot of progress in the past few days. Dongxing looked at Ramda with a satisfied look on his face. Chief, Ramda raised his shaking arm and wiped the sweat from his face. He wanted to say something, but he lost his voice when the words came to his lips. Since things have been done, you should proceed according to the plan. Dongxing took out the bank card and said again, there are 3 billion funds here. According to our requirements, each city must have a corresponding club. Similarly, the books will be sent to you. As for how to train, you don't have to worry about it. Don't mess it up for me. Please rest assured, Chief. Ramda took the bank card on the table tremblingly, and a heavy responsibility was added to his shoulders. This is 3 billion funds. Ramda thanked a few words and left the room directly. Dongxing saw the door closed and cursed softly, how is it possible? The lottery is all money. Oh my god! Now there is no reward for conquering Moltres, system. Tell me, why is this? Just now, Dongxing conducted 100 lotteries. In addition to money, he also got some Pokémon carrying props. These props are the same as the settings of the game. For Dongxing, they are not what he wants. If they are props in the system mall, it will be different. Forget it. Now we only need Zapdos and Articuno. Dongxing forced himself to calm down. Now is the critical moment for the development of Team Rockets. Can they dominate Kanto region again? One of the 3 sacred birds has been obtained. Zapdos' habitat is in the power plant of Vermilion City, and Articuno's habitat is in Seafoam Islands. But after collecting the 3 sacred birds, what rewards will the mission give, and what new missions will be opened? Hey, this trip, I can travel directly throughout Kanto region. Dongxing muttered to himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission, collecting Kanto region gym badges, 1/8. Ding! Mission reward, badge slate. Badge slate? After Dongxing saw the reward, 3 question marks appeared on his head. How could they reward such a dangerous thing? If they don't do it right, Team Rockets will be wiped out. In the special episode, Team Rockets used the power contained in the badge to combine the 3 sacred birds and create a new Pokémon. If it weren't for the combined attack of red, blue and blue, the energy balance would have been broken, causing the 3 sacred birds to disintegrate and defeat Team Rockets. I wonder what they will create with the badge slate. Dong Xing murmured softly. At present, in addition to collecting badges and capturing Articuno and Zapdos, there is one more important thing, which is to resist the attack of the Pokémon League. According to the actions of the Pokémon League, it seems that they want to turn Johto and Kanto region into clean regions. Chapter 66 Challenge Pewter Gym. Not wanting any black power is simply wishful thinking. Dong Xing looked out the window with a disdainful expression on his face. There is no black and evil force, and any force and organization is better under the control of the Pokémon League. Dong Xing expressed disdain for such practices. You must know that there is no pure white or pure black in the world. The Pokémon Alliance originated in Kanto region and was established in Johto region. As an old official force, these 2 regions are crucial. Even without the obstruction of Team Rockets, the Pokémon League cannot constrain every trainer. But why do they keep an eye on these 2 regions? This question puzzled Dong Xing. Forget it, let's collect badges first. Staying here is just self-destruction. Dong Xing walked slowly outside. He now has the evergreen badge. As long as he collects the remaining 7 badges, he will complete the system task. As for Ramda, just follow Dong Xing's plan, there will be absolutely no problem. 2 days later. Greninja, use water shuriken. Greninja threw a blue shuriken, and his hands kept making seals. One shuriken instantly became multiple shuriken and flew towards Butterfree on the opposite side. Bang! As soon as the shuriken touched Butterfree, it exploded immediately with great power. Butterfree lost its combat ability before he figured out what was going on. You are very strong. You will definitely succeed in this challenge to Pewter Gym. The boy in shorts put Butterfree into the Pokeball in a depressed mood. After shaking hands with Dong Xing, he left in a depressed mood. In just 2 days, Dong Xing rushed from Viridian City to Pewter City in order to better trigger the characteristics of Greninja. This time, Dong Xing did not choose to fly, but walk step by step. As for the situation on the 7 islands, there is a system to respond to the points. As long as there are no powerful people or 4 elites, there will be no problem according to the barrier defense of the 7 islands. After entering the Pokémon Center, Greninja is briefly restored. The Pokémon Center is not free for trainers. There are charging requirements and standards. Dong Xing is now a special trainer and charges 100 yuan per time. Similarly, as a special trainer, Dong Xing also has certain discounts when buying props in the Pokémon League. Although every item related to Pokémon is worth more than 1 million. Sir, your Pokémon has fully recovered. Miss Joy smiled slightly and looked at Dong Xing for a second. Thank you. Dong Xing took the Pokeball and thanked her softly, leaving Miss Joy with a face full of love. Pewter Gym is very close to the Pokémon Center, just across the street. Is anyone there? Dong Xing came to the door of Pewter Gym and pushed open the door of the gym. As soon as he entered the gym, Dong Xing found that the facilities of the entire gym were made of stone, with strange shapes, and the entire venue was also very dark. It was completely different from the gym in the comics. I'm lucky today. Another challenger has arrived, kid, report your name. A rough voice sounded, and a middle-aged uncle crossed his arms and walked out, looking at Dong Xing with his eyes. 7 Islands, Dong Xing. Come to challenge. Dong Xing said softly, holding out a pokeball. Very good. You are more powerful than the previous ones. Flint smiled and said, the rule is 2 on 2. If 2 Pokémon on either side lose their ability to fight, they will lose. Do you understand? Then let's get started. Dong Xing said softly. Very good. Go. Kabutops. Flint threw a pokeball, and a Pokemon that looked like a trilobite with two sickles in both hands appeared on the rocky field. "Let me see what Pokemon you use to deal with it." While speaking, Flint narrowed his eyes and looked serious. "Go, Greninja. Pokemon from Kalos region, it seems that you have a lot of experience, but I won't show mercy." When Flint saw Greninja, he nodded slightly, as if he recognized Greninja's strength, and then said, "Giga Drain." Kabutops glowed with green light, waved his arms, and two beams of light like tentacles rushed towards Greninja. But just as the tentacles constricted Greninja's body, two thick vines appeared on the ground and constricted Kabutops' body first. The thick vines seemed to burst out with powerful force and lifted Kabutops' body directly. This move directly interrupted Kabutops' spell casting, and the light lingering around Greninja's body disappeared. This. Flint was confused. What kind of move was this? But the next second, the vines seemed to have vitality and drilled directly into Kabutops' body, constantly tightening. Have the properties changed? I underestimated you. Kabutops, struggle out quickly, use X-Scissor. Flint began to be serious. He knew that the opponent was not easy to deal with, so he had to deal with it seriously. Just being able to use the grass knot move, using it in this way has exceeded Flint's imagination. It's quite creative. Bang! Before Kabutops could move, the vine threw Kabutops to the ground. Greninja shook her head slightly, her face full of disdain. Her opponent had lost the ability to fight. Kabutops has lost the ability to fight. Greninja wins. The referee announced the result of the game. This time it's my fault, I underestimated the enemy. Flint put Kabutops into the Pokeball, his eyes full of praise, and praised, "Young man, you are very good, you must have put in a lot of effort to train Greninja so well. But the president of Pewter City is not so easy to get. Next, I will show you what real strength is. Go! Golem! Roar!" With a low roar, a huge monster appeared on the rocky field. Shiny Golem! Dong Xing frowned. The general Golem is a black and grey Pokemon, while the shiny Golem is bright yellow, giving people a golden feeling. "Ha ha ha, how about this Golem, isn't it domineering?" Flint said proudly, "This Golem took me a lot of effort." "Well, young man, don't you choose to change Pokemon?" "No need." Dongxing shook his head slightly and ordered, "Use Water Shuriken." Greninja threw a shuriken at the Golem, and the Golem quickly bombarded the ground with both hands and dived directly into it. "Ha ha ha, a rock-type Pokemon, it is two Pokemon underground and on the ground." Flint said proudly. Rumble. The ground continued to shake, and the Golem moved very fast underground. Chapter 67 Arrival at Cerulean City. Water Chaos. Dongxing gave the order again. Greninja jumped up, took a deep breath, and spit out a rapid stream of water from his mouth, aiming at the entrance of Golem Dig's hole. "No! Golem, hurry up and get out!" Boom! The Golem came out of the soil directly, and its huge body crashed into Greninja in the air. "Ha ha ha, young man, you are still too young. Although your idea is good, it is difficult to realize it." Flint looked at Greninja in the air, as if he had seen the ending. If he could get Golem close, the next thing would be easy to solve. But with a click, Golem penetrated Greninja's body directly, and a pool of water covered Golem's body directly. In an instant, Golem's limbs kept shaking, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. What kind of move is this? Flint was also confused, he had never seen such a move. Water Fang Bullet. Dongxing's voice sounded again, and Greninja's figure appeared on the ring again, and his hands quickly formed seals. "How did you do this?" Flint was shocked and looked at Golem in the air with some worry. The rocky site has turned into a pool of water, and Greninja stands on the pool of water, with water flowing around his body. With a loud bang, the rapid water flow hits the Golem's body many times, which is already fatal to the golem with 4 times weak water. Boom! The golem's huge body fell on the pool of water, causing a lot of splashes. The game is over, the challenger wins. The referee loudly announced the end of the game. Flint's face was a little ugly. Although he knew he would lose, he didn't expect that he would lose so thoroughly. And looking at the opponent's appearance, it seems that he still has some strength left. But no matter how uncomfortable he is in his heart, Flint, as the acting leader, still has to face the challenger with a smile. Ha ha ha! You are very good. Flint said with a smile, this is a grey badge, a symbol of your strength. Thank you. After Dongxing took the grey badge, he asked softly, excuse me, where is Brock? I remember that the leader of Pewter City is Brock. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, Kanto Region's Gym Badge, 2/8. You mean him? Flint scratched his head and laughed. He went to MT Moon. Recently, a large number of Pokemon have appeared in MT Moon, and it's not very peaceful, so I'll take over the gym for a few days. If you want to go to Cerulean City, it's best to go around. Thank you. Dongxing walked out of the gym without looking back. Asking this question more often can help Dongxing gain different information. You know, the Pokemon Alliance is attacking the 7 islands now. If there are gym trainers gathered, he still needs to go back. For nothing else, just to respect these gym leaders. Just after Dongxing left Pewter City, Ramda also came to Pewter City. At this moment, Ramda was wearing a black suit, a top hat on his head, and 2 mustaches on the corners of his mouth, looking like a gentleman. Chairman, we have arrived in Pewter City, the driver reminded softly. I know. Ramda glanced outside the car, and he got out of the car after the driver opened the door. Welcome the chairman of Mars Company to Pewter City. When Ramda got out of the car, a middle-aged man with a big belly came up to him, and a smile appeared on his face. You are the mayor of Pewter City, please come and greet me in person. This is what we should do. Investors like you, chairman, are very welcome in Pewter City. Have you chosen the address for my club? It has been chosen. Please follow me. I don't know when I can start the super evolution. Walking on the way to Cerulean City, Dongxing fell into thought. Now Greninja's level has increased a lot, but the system does not explain how to achieve super evolution. Although Greninja has his own physical training every day in addition to fighting, but even so, no specific information can be obtained. Along the way, in addition to Greninja, Naganadel and Zeraura's levels have also increased a lot. It's just that it will take some time to reach level 100, and it will not reach the full level, which is not safe enough. There is a long way to go. Dongxing smiled slightly, quickened his pace again, and with the help of Deoxys Psychic, he soon arrived at MT Moon. As Flint said, there are fewer trainers here, and there are collapses and traces of battles everywhere. Dongxing, who had just arrived at MT Moon, looked at the traces of battles around him, and his heart was filled with doubts. What kind of Pokemon can create such a big panic? Even if a group of wild Pokemon collided, it would not be so serious. Forget it, it's better to have less trouble than more. Dongxing looked around and found no one around. He used Deoxys Psychic to fly over MT Moon. When Dongxing arrived at Cerulean City, it was already night. He found a hotel and stayed there. Athena, what's the situation of the 7 islands now? Dongxing dialed Athena's mobile phone number and asked about the situation of the 7 islands. What happened after Athena came back was reported to Dongxing truthfully. Dongxing did not directly explain the treatment of Senju and Jingbian, but just asked the 2 to recover well. After that, Dongxing arranged a few more tasks and ended the call. Nothing to do now, daily 10 draws open. Dongxing lay on the bed, and with a thought, he turned on the daily draw mode. Anyway, the points in his hand can't be exchanged for high-level props in the mall, and he's too lazy to exchange for ordinary props, so it's better to draw. Ding! This draw consumes 50 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the exclusive Pokemon, Cosmog. Not bad. One shot hits the soul. Come again. Ding! This draw consumes 50 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the exclusive Pokemon, Cosmog. Another one. Dongxing was suddenly delighted. His luck was so good now. If he didn't go for it now, when would he? Ding! This draw consumes 50 points. Congratulations to the host, cash reward of 1 million. Ding! This draw consumes 50 points. Congratulations to the host, cash reward of 1 million. Ding! This draw consumes 50 points. Congratulations to the host, cash reward of 1 million. Ding! This draw consumes 50 points. Congratulations to the host, item, special EXP share. Ding! This draw consumes 50 points. Congratulations to the host, item, special learning item. Ding! This draw consumes 50 points. Congratulations to the host, item, mystic water. Ding! This draw consumes 50 points. Congratulations to the host, item, life orb. Why is it getting worse and worse? Seeing the end, Dongxing was ashamed. Chapter 68 The Traffic Password of the Three Cerulean Sisters. All the good luck is given to Xiaoxing Yun. Dongxing looked at the props in the system space. His face full of helplessness. However, fortunately, there are two more exclusive Pokemon, Cosmog. Check the Pokemon attributes. Pokemon, Cosmog. Level, 5. Attribute, Psychic. Feature, Simple. Exclusive feature, End-Day. Exclusive feature. Moves, Teleport, Splash. End-Day, Shiratsunan will absorb the energy of the sun and turn it into his own experience, gaining attribute growth. At noon, he will gain 5 times the effect, and the absorption effect will weaken during the day. Pokemon, Cosmog. Level, 5. Attribute, Psychic. Feature, Simple. Exclusive feature, Full Moon. Exclusive characteristics. Moves, Teleport, Splash. Full Moon, at night, it absorbs the energy of the moon and turns it into its own experience, gaining attribute growth. At midnight, it will gain 5 times the effect, and the absorption effect will weaken during the day. These two little nebulae have the same attributes. The only difference is the difference in exclusive characteristics. As a legendary Pokemon, Cosmog is also one of the few Pokemon that can evolve. Fortunately, it has the blessing of characteristics, which can automatically absorb experience, but I don't know if I can absorb it when wearing a Pokeball. Dongxing looked at the Cosmog floating in the room and fell into thought. Now his team is full, with the Pokemon, Greninja, Deoxys, Marshadow, Naganadel, and Zeraora, plus 2 Cosmogs, the team has exceeded the limit. However, no Pokemon has been teleported back to Team Rocket HQ in the 7 Islands, which makes Dongxing feel strange and unexpected. Could it be that Deoxys and Marshadow are not counted as Pokemon in the same Pokemon? Dongxing did not carry the Pokeballs of Deoxys and Marshadow this time because they were in the state of possession, so he did not need to carry them. It is true. Dongxing thought, if I can maintain this state, the limit of 6 Pokemon will not limit me at all. For trainers, carrying Pokeballs is to be able to take better care of Pokemon, especially during battles. Once a Pokemon loses its ability to fight, it is very dangerous. Generally, small Pokemon, such as Pikachu and Eevee, are easy to rescue even without Pokeballs. But if it is a large tonnage Pokemon such as Snorlax and Golem, if there is no Pokeball, it will be difficult to carry it to the Pokemon Center by relying on the trainer's own strength after losing its ability to fight. Forget it, since the bug has been discovered, then use this bug to capture Pokemon such as Darkrai, Giratina, and Zacian. Even if you can't enter the possessed state, it is still mighty and domineering as a mount. Dongxing imagined that after he captured all the legendary Pokemon, he would fight against the Pokemon League on his own and let Team Rocket stand on top of the world again. Soon, Dongxing fell asleep. The next morning, Dongxing got up early and came to Cerulean Gym. Why are there so many people? When he arrived at the gym door, Dongxing was surprised. There were many men standing outside Cerulean Gym, and everyone lined up with a yearning look on their faces. Today I can finally see water ballet. Ha ha ha, only if Misty is not here, her three sisters will perform like this. That's right. If Misty is here now, we can't watch it even if we want to. Most of the people in the line are middle-aged people, and everyone has a pig-like expression on their face. Wow! Water ballet! Dongxing had a playful expression on his face. Since he could watch it, he would watch it. After paying 1,000 yuan, Dongxing also entered the audience seats. The huge gym had been converted into a large swimming pool. As the audience gradually arrived, the performance began. The performance of the three sisters was not what Dongxing had imagined. He thought it was a literary feast, but it was a borderline behavior. The eldest sister Sakura's waves were surging and extremely Q-elastic. The second sister Icarus's delicate long legs were mature, sexy, and elegant. The third sister Peony's sweet and slightly plump figure was exquisite and varied. Dongxing was not very interested in these. After all, he had seen too many traffic passwords in his previous life, and the three sisters had no advantages at all. Sakura! I love you. Peony, marry me. You are still picking and choosing, I want them all. Except for Dongxing, the audience in the audience was in a state of blood boiling. Hearing these shouts, Dongxing was speechless. Hello, I am here to challenge the Flower Basket Gym. Dongxing said softly. After the performance, the audience had left. Dongxing came backstage and found the three Cerulean sisters. It's you. When Sakura saw Dongxing, she said angrily, we were just talking about you. Are you dissatisfied with our water ballet performance? Mutin asked. That's right. I also noticed the expression on your face, and there was no change at all. Icarus echoed. Me. Dongxing looked surprised, looking at the angry look of the three Cerulean sisters, and explained, your performance is very good, I have seen many performances of this type. There are many performances that are more exciting than yours. I feel that you should go out and learn from them. Look at Mr. Kang, Mr. Longs, etc. Everyone is very dedicated. You. Sakura bit her silver teeth and said angrily, very good, you are here to challenge Hanazawa Gym, then I accept your challenge. The three Cerulean sisters were furious. Not only was their performance belittled by others, but some names they didn't know were also mentioned. The three sisters are not the best in the industry, but they are well known. Every performance is always full, and there are audiences from other regions. Under the gaze of the three sisters, they came to the previous swimming pool venue. Don't say I'm bullying you, Cerulean Gym is the home of water-type Pokemon. Sakura responded. Just as she finished her words, the venue changed, from the swimming pool to a dozen round plates floated up below. Go! Love Disc! Sakura threw a Pokeball, and after a white light flashed, a heart-shaped fish appeared in the swimming pool, all pink. Greninja, leave it to you. Dongxing also sent out Greninja, but unlike Love Disc, Greninja stood on the water with both feet. Love Disc, use Sweet Kiss and teach him a lesson. Sakura gave the order. Plop! Love Disc burst out of the water at a very fast speed. But just when it was about to approach Greninja, a crisp snap sounded throughout the gym. Love Disc, my baby! Sakura made a sharp and miserable growl. Chapter 69 The Four Elites of Kalos Region. Why are you crying like this? It's just a loss. Dongxing looked at Karen crying and Sakura with rain on her face, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Although the water ballet of the three sisters in Cerulean City relies on traffic passwords, many people like them and they are very popular with the audience. But except Misty, none of the three sisters can fight. No wonder Cerulean Gym is the weakest gym. Now it seems to be the case. The most important thing is that Sakura's love disc is only level 35, while Greninja is almost level 70. In addition, there are various nutritional supplements as supplements, so the gap between the two is huge. Killing love disc in seconds is not a problem at all. You don't be too proud. A delicate and angry voice came, and the person who spoke was the youngest of the three sisters, Peony. I'm not proud. Dongxing explained, it's not that I'm proud, it's that you're too weak. Humph. Mutin snorted coldly and said, let me teach you what strength is today. Go. Seeking. As she said that, Mutin threw out the poke ball, and a huge koi appeared in the pool. It was mainly orange, with black spots on its body and a sharp little horn on its head. This. In Dongxing's mind, the information of seeking emerged, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Pokemon, seeking. Level, LV.39. Attribute, water type. Feature, water curtain. Moves, peck, tail whip, water pulse, horn attack, waterfall, mega horn. Water curtain, Pokemon with this feature will not fall into the burning state. When a Pokemon in the burning state obtains this feature, the burning state will be cured. When Dongxing saw the level, his heart was full of helplessness. It is indeed stronger than Sakura, but not much stronger. Seeking, use water pulse. Mutin commanded. With the experience of Sakura, Mutin decided to take the method of long-range attack. 2 minutes later. Okay. Where is the badge? Dongxing looked at the three Cerulean sisters calmly. At this moment, Dongxing was too weak to complain in his heart. The level of Pokemon was very different, and there was no experience bonus at all. Of course, Cosmog was upgraded a lot because of the special experience device, and Greninja was upgraded by the system reward. Although the three of them have great figures, their strength is indeed too different. If they used the time of flirting to train Pokemon, Dongxing would not have killed 3 in a row. How could he be killed instantly? This person is so powerful. Sister, I just looked at his trainer information, he is a special trainer. I see, we underestimated the enemy, if we knew earlier, it would not be like this. The three Cerulean sisters looked at the tablet and talked. They have all lost now, and there is no Pokemon to fight. Sakura took out the blue badge and prepared to give it to Dongxing. Wait a minute. At this moment, a delicate shout came, and Dongxing looked at the sound and showed a playful smile on his face. The real boss is finally here. Cerulean City Gym Leader, Misty. Misty is not as weak as the three sisters. Whether in the comics or in the animation, she is responsible for both appearance and strength. And Misty's trump card is Gyarados, but I don't know if it has super evolution. Misty, you are finally back. The three sisters showed joy on their faces, as if they saw a savior. I am the Cerulean City Gym Leader. I am out on a mission assigned by the Pokemon League. Misty walked up to Dongxing and explained with a smile, the 3 of them are my sisters, acting gym leaders. Although you just won and can get the blue badge. But I believe that you will not refuse the challenge of a real gym leader. Right. Dongxing was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and said directly, no. I refuse. After saying this, Dongxing walked towards Sakura Go, took the blue badge from Sakura, turned around and walked outside. You, stop! Misty shouted. Dongxing ignored her and walked towards the door. After arriving at the door, Dongxing went directly to the station of Cerulean City and took the nearest train to Vermilion City. For Dongxing, there is no need to waste time here. After all, the badge has been obtained. The most important thing is to complete the system task as quickly as possible. What's more, after going to Vermilion City, it is also very close to the power plant. As long as Zapdos is captured, only Articuno on Seafoam Islands is left. The system task can also be completed in the shortest time. 3 hours later, Dongxing walked out of the Vermilion City station. The time is just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's go eat first. Dongxing's stomach protested growl, and he found a restaurant at random. After eating, he went directly to the Dead Leaf Gym in Vermilion City. You said the gym leader is not here. Dongxing looked at the young man in front of him with a helpless look on his face. This gym leader from Kanto region is a bit wild. After challenging 3 gym leaders in a row, none of them were in their own gyms, and all of them went out. Brock went to MT Moon, and Misty went to perform the Alliance mission. Even Lieutenant Surge, one of the 3 cadres of the original Team Rockets, although he was a Vermilion City gym leader, unfortunately went to MT Silver and was not in the gym. If he was there, Lieutenant Surge would definitely recognize Dongxing, and this gym challenge would probably become a life and death game. After dealing with the acting leader of the Dead Leaf Gym, Dongxing also won the 3rd gym badge. It's so fast. Next is to go to the power plant. Dongxing walked on the road and began to plan tomorrow's itinerary. Team Flare. Dongxing frowned, looking at a tall woman wearing dark red pants, long purple hair and orange glasses. 4 young men in fiery red clothes followed behind her. What are they doing in Kanto region? Dongxing murmured in his heart, his eyes narrowed slightly. The tall woman's name is Pakura, one of the 4 elites in Kalos region, and also one of the cadres of Team Flare, proficient in fire Pokémon. She serves as a news anchor in the Alliance of Kalos region and controls the entire news industry. If we talk about layout, the layout of Team Flare leader Freecate is the most perfect in the entire Pokémon world. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, Freecate could be said to be the most successful villain leader. Whatever their purpose is, let's follow them and see. Dongxing touched his nose, followed Pakura while using Psychic to hide his breath. Chapter 70 Serena enters the power plant. At this time, Dongxing quietly followed behind Team Flare. Although Pamela was a 4th level elite, she had no idea of the hidden moves. Dongxing had Deoxys and Mars Hado, so it was easy for him to hide his body or use Psychic to make the opponent produce illusion. So, Dongxing didn't worry too much along the way and quietly followed behind. When he saw that Pakila and others were heading towards the power plant, he frowned. Just then, a beautiful figure in the wild appeared in front of Dongxing, which made Dongxing's heart move. Serena? Before Dongxing could make any move, Pakura and others had already surrounded Serena. Pakura said coldly, "This is not a place for a trainer like you." "Ah. I'm sorry." Serena took off her hat and said, "I got lost here. How do I get to the nearby city?" "Lost?" Pakura saw Serena, his eyes turned, and he said with a smile, "I know how to get there. It just so happens that we are going to the nearby city too. How about you come with us?" "Really? That's great." Serena smiled sweetly and continued, "I came here from Kalos region and am not familiar with Kanto region. My name is Serena. Please give me more advice." Pakura just nodded slightly and ignored Serena. The 5 spirited guys behind Pakura showed obscene smiles on their faces and surrounded her. "Good guy. This is a chance for me to be a hero and save the beauty." Dongxing saw this scene and had a guess in his mind. Pakura came here, and it seems that he was also heading for Zapdos, the unmanned power station. Moreover, Serena showed up by accident, and he didn't drive Serena away at the first time, but invited Serena to go with him. This shows that Pakura can't take over the unmanned power station safely. "Follow first, I will show up when Serena is in danger." Dongxing has made up his mind. Soon, everyone came to the edge of the unmanned power station. Dongxing looked at the desolate environment around him with a surprised look on his face. This unmanned power station is much larger than expected. According to common sense, such a large power station should not be abandoned. The power it can provide is absolutely sufficient, and it can even make 4 or 5 cities in Kanto region have no shortage of power. However, this large power station was abandoned, which made Dongxing think of wasting natural resources. Sister Pakila, I think this place is desolate, not like what a city should look like. Serena asked cautiously. You are wrong. This place used to be very prosperous, and the largest source of electricity in the entire Kanto region is here. Pakila explained, it's just that there have been many accidents here, which led to the current situation. As long as we can pass through here, we can reach the city. So that's it. Serena nodded thoughtfully. After hearing the explanation, Dongxing showed a disdainful expression on his face. Such words can only deceive the simple Serena. There are various accidents in the power plant, which must be closely related to Zapdos. Otherwise, even if there are more electric Pokémon gathered here, the Pokémon League will not give up the power plant. After all, the cost of building a power plant is extremely huge, and the site selection is also very sophisticated. If it weren't for the legendary Pokémon, the League would not give up such a large power plant. Let's go quickly. Pakila urged. Yet. Serena nodded, with a sweet smile on her face. As long as we pass this place, we can go to the next city. Miss Serena, when are you going to return to Kalos region? If Miss Serena doesn't mind, you can go back with us after we finish our business. The 5 spirited guys of Team Flare have been completely convinced by Serena's innocence. Serena has good looks and a good figure. Most importantly, she is a beautiful girl with great potential for growth. Serena is the type that makes people salivate for her forever. The more you look at her, the more you like her. 2 groups of people walked into the unmanned power station one after the other. As soon as he entered, Dongxing frowned slightly. This unmanned power station was just like the one in the game. There was no one all year round, but some machines were still running, and there were many electric Pokémon. Hey, is this Pikachu? So cute. Electivire? It looks so fierce. Magnemite. So many Magnemites, and there are machines running here. Serena was like a curious child, constantly looking around, and found many electric Pokémon, and walked in front of Pakura and others unknowingly. It's over, this silly girl has fallen into the trap. Dongxing shook his head helplessly. If Serena was there, it would save Pakura and others a lot of time. Once the wild Pokémon attacks Serena, Pakura and others can go directly to the depths. And this silly girl Serena doesn't know how dangerous her situation is. Fortunately you met me, if you met someone else, you might have died here. Dongxing narrowed his eyes slightly. In this case, the only way to ensure safety is to let Marzhatto sneak into Serena's shadow. Once there is danger, Marzhatto can rescue. There are many wild Pokémon here, which are full of hostility towards trainers, and they look at Serena with hatred. But none of the wild Pokémon dared to stop them. This is the deterrent power of the legendary Pokémon. Strange. These wild Pokémon didn't take the initiative to attack. Pakura walked behind Serena, watching curiously. After not finding any abnormalities on the periphery, he coaxed Serena to go deeper. Power plant is said to be the habitat of Zapdos. Looking at the entire Pokémon world, the power plant is the only place where legendary Pokémon are known to exist. As you go deeper into the power plant, you can see more electric Pokémon, and even Pokémon from other regions appear here. Such as the electric dog, Togodmer, Galvantula, and the theoretically invincible Electrike. Hey? Something's going on. Suddenly, Dongxing sensed that there was a group of people deep in the power plant. Dongxing's body was suspended in the air, and he took the lead in moving towards the depths. He wanted to ensure Serena's safety. Team Flare's people can be ignored, but Serena must be arranged properly. Chapter 71 Power Plants Team Galactic. Team Galactic. Kanto region is so lively. Dongxing's body was suspended in the air, and he looked down. He immediately saw several young men in white clothes and green watermelon heads sitting together, with extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Jinxing, now can you tell us why we came here? A female member looked at the tall and thin man beside her. She was puzzled by the leader's arrangement to eat Cyrus. You know, this is Kanto region, the territory of Team Rockets, although they came to catch Zapdos. That is the legendary Pokémon, the only one in the world. They have been squatting here for almost a week, and have not seen any trace of Zapdos. Yes, Venus, you can really tell us now. If it's just for Zapdos, I think we're taking too much risk this time. Yes. Our Team Galactic has a say in Sinnoh region, but we don't even have a branch in Kanto region. At present, we are safe. Once we are discovered by the Pokémon League, it will be different. Yes, I think the leader has gone too far this time. Even if we want to capture Zapdos, we can't do it in Kanto region. Several people talked about it. These people all had puzzled expressions on their faces, and their words were full of meaning. Their subtext was simple. If they were discovered by the Pokémon League, they would probably do a big cleansing in Sinnoh region. Team Rockets in Kanto region was a naked example. Shut up! Jin Xing looked at his subordinates, revealing an unhappy look between his eyebrows, and scolded, our action this time is absolutely confidential, only the leader and we know. Come to Kanto region to capture Zapdos, it's just the decision of Boss Cyrus. Team Rockets has captured it once before, but the plan was destroyed. As far as I know, there are Zapdos in other regions, but they are different from those in Kanto region. The 3 sacred birds in Kanto region are special. Jin Xing's face was righteous, and in just a few words, he drew a grand blueprint, which sounded like it was true. But they didn't know that there were 2 more teams behind them who wanted to capture Zapdos. Dongxing looked at the people below, and an idea came to his mind. It's time to arrange some manpower to enter the top of these organizations. Otherwise, even if they make a move, Team Rockets won't know. For example, when they came to Kanto region this time, no one noticed it. If it wasn't a coincidence, Zapdos might have been captured by them. You know, the one sent by Kalos region was one of the 4 elites. The only thing Dongxing couldn't figure out was why Kalos region and Sinnoh region captured Zapdos. If they only captured one Zapdos, they couldn't make up the 3 sacred birds. As the 3 sacred birds of Kanto region, they couldn't play a key role without any one of them. More importantly, they lacked badges. Okay. Don't complain. Jin Xing comforted him gently, as long as we can do it well this time, we will definitely get a promotion and a raise after returning to Sinnoh region. This mission is a secret mission, so we have to finish it quickly. We must subdue Zapdos before Pokémon Liming discovers our actions. After that, Jin Xing looked at everyone with a serious face and said, how is it? Everything is fine. No problem. The remaining few people said in unison. Then wait until it comes and follow our previous tactics. Jin Xing nodded and took out the electric gem, electric seed, and light ball from the backpack behind him. These 3 items can attract electric Pokémon. If electric Pokémon carry them, they can enhance the power of electric moves. Similarly, if electric Pokémon use these items, they can also grow. This light ball looks so unique. After looking at the dazzling array of items, Dongxing couldn't move his eyes away from the light ball. A light ball contains 1,000,000 volts of power, which is enough for electric Pokémon to absorb for a year. In Jin Xing, they took out at least 10 light balls, each of which has a power of tens of millions of volts. Now put on insulating clothes, and prepare the Pokémon of lightning rods. Ginseng said again, and everyone put on green insulators, looking like they were well prepared. Even the shoes, gloves, and masks under their feet are all insulating measures. Electric magneton. At once, a large number of electric Pokémon growls were heard. Just as the moment they took out the props, all the electric Pokémon in the power plant were attracted. Every Pokémon looked greedy as they looked at the electric props on the ground. Crackling. As the number of electric Pokémon increased, arcs flickered in the air, appearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then disappeared. If an ordinary trainer saw so many electric Pokémon, he would probably feel that the end of the world was coming. Even if Dongxing was floating in the air, he was using Deoxys Psychic to form an insulating barrier. The whole room was full of arcs flickering, and there were crackling sounds on the ground. For electric Pokémon, these props were simply a great tonic. Every electric Pokémon moved forward like a moth to a flame, and even faced a companion who blocked them, they would choose to fight. Too crazy. Dongxing, who was hiding above, was shocked. It was the first time he saw such a crazy Pokémon. Zeraora, what's wrong with you? Dongxing took out the Volt Ball and watched Zeraora inside become irritable. The Volt Ball kept shaking. The current on Zeraora inside the Volt Ball surged as if out of control. This situation is really bad. Dongxing showed a helpless look on his face. Zeraora is different from ordinary electric attribute Pokémon. It does not have organs that can generate electricity in its body. But Zeraora can store the electricity absorbed from the outside world into its body and use it as its own electricity. When it uses a lot of electricity, the hair on its body will stand up. The Volt Ball is a special ball exchanged from the System Mall. It is suitable for the survival of electric Pokémon and can improve the attributes and power of moves. Zapdos didn't come, but Zeraora did. Dongxing looked at the Volt Ball in his hand and said with a smile, "The rest is up to you. Whether you can defeat so many Pokémon depends on your own ability." After that, Dongxing pressed the button of the Poke Ball, and a yellow figure fell into the group of electric Pokémon. For a moment, all the electric Pokémon avoided it. What's going on? Jinxing and others noticed the abnormality and were shocked. Chapter 72 Zeraora is killing like crazy. This is too fast. Jinxing and others were terrified. Just now, Zeraora passed by them like a gust of wind. What kind of Pokémon is this? Everyone raised their heads and looked at Zeraora, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Jinxing was also terrified when he saw Zeraora put the electric ball into his mouth and swallowed it directly. Face. Is this Zeraora? Venus took out the Pokeball and immediately shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Take out the Pokeball quickly. Reperier, use Scary Face. If this Pokémon destroys it, we won't be able to attract Zapdos, but catching Zeraora is also a gain." All the members of Team Galactic immediately launched an attack. One by one, the ground-type or rock-type Pokémon were released. Rock Slide Tactics. Venus commanded. The passage to the other dimension in the power plant opened, and basketball-sized rocks fell down. But this was not to attack Zeraora. The people of Team Galactic were very smart. They knew that Zeraora was very fast, so they used rocks to build a rock barrier in front of Zeraora. Boom! Rock Slide. The heavy rain divided the battlefield. And all the electric-type Pokémon restrained by the rock attribute fled in all directions. Facing the Captivate with electric gadgets, they dared not take a step forward. If they dared to enter the heavy rain of Rock Slide, they might be killed instantly. This way of fighting gave Zeraora a fair battlefield. It seems that they are really well prepared. Dongxing saw Team Galactic's actions and made an evaluation in his heart. Using the barrier formed by Rock Slide to block Zapdos' escape route, I am afraid that the Pokémon carried by Team Galactic this time are all rock and ground types. Perfectly restrain Zapdos. And Zeraora became a big grudge. 1 against 7. It seems that they seem to have Zeraora. Dongxing held his chin and looked at the people of Team Galactic below. A playful smile appeared on his face. With a thought, he gave an order with the help of Deoxys psychic. From the front, Zeraora punched Rhyperior in the front. This Rhyperior is a Pokémon from Venus, and its level has reached 60, one level higher than Zeraora. With a bang, Zeraora was stunned, with a surprised expression on his face. This punch did not knock Rhyperior away. But at this moment, 6 Lux Ray rushed over from the side. Fortunately, the attack direction was not from the back. Spark flashed on Zeraora's body, and she slipped and leaned forward, passing under the 6 flying Lux Rays, with red light wrapped on her fist. Boom! A punch hit Lux Ray, directly knocking back the level 50 Lux Ray. Then, Zeraora's body lit up with red light. Power-up punch! Venus frowned when she saw this, with a puzzled look on her face, and first looked around. Directly siege! Venus issued an attack order again. The members of Team Galactic immediately commanded Luxray to surround and kill Zeraora, and released Magneton to carry out a roundabout tactic. Good tactical arrangement. Dongxing saw this scene and showed a praiseful expression on his face. He said again, first, use Luxray with the intimidation characteristic to reduce Zeraora's attack power. Use rock and ground Pokémon to resist in the front, and the agile Luxray to harass, and the periphery is a power grid formed by Magneton. But you have found the wrong opponent. I only saw Zeraora turned into a yellow shiny, and with the cooperation of quick attack and power-up punch, punched Luxray, and the attack power was gradually recovering. The 6 Luxrays were no match for Zeraora, although Zeraora did not have the intimidation characteristic. But under the pressure of the legendary Pokémon, Luxray hesitated every time he moved. Zeraora seized the opportunity of hesitation, and his attack power not only returned to normal, but also showed a trend of improvement. Fire kick! Fire punch! Zeraora's legs and fists ignited red flames and smashed at Luxray. Boom! A punch hit the level 50 Luxray, who had just rushed up and had not yet had time to exert his strength. Luxray's head was pressed into the rock pile, and his life or death was unknown. Looking back again, Zeraora seemed to be on fire, mixed with spark surging, and his eyes full of fighting spirit looked at the other Luxrays. For a moment, Luxray stepped back a few steps, his heart full of comfort. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the huge smoke and dust rose from the ground. The whole empty hall was shaking constantly in the explosion. When the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, only 7 or 8 Luxrays were left on the ground with white eyes and foaming at the mouth. Rhyperior and other Pokémon standing in front did not dare to step forward. The Magneton on the periphery expanded the range of the power grid a lot. What a pity, there is no system task. Dongxing looked at Zeraora with a regretful expression on his face. If there were a mission, the rewards would be very rich, but as long as Team Galactic was dealt with, Team Flare would be waiting for him outside. This time, he could make a lot of money. Venus and others showed solemn expressions on their faces, and even some timid members had fear in their eyes. Captain, what should we do? This Zeraora is too strong, and its level is far higher than ours. Its combat awareness is too strong, and we can't touch it at all. The members of Team Galactic were full of despair. While they were talking, Zeraora started to move again, and this time even the armor-piercing rhino lost its combat ability. Retreat! Take back the Pokémon! Venus gritted his teeth and made a decision immediately. The most important thing now was to retreat immediately. If they didn't retreat, they wouldn't be able to leave. So many electrical props could attract Zeraora, which meant that Zapdos was on the way. They couldn't handle one Zeraora, and if they added another Zapdos, they would be even less of a match. Zeraora! Kill them! Dongxing made up his mind and issued another order to kill them. After Zeraora used Fire Punch to kill the last Magneton, his eyes changed when he looked at the people of Team Galactic. With a bang, Zeraora attacked again, quick attack was launched, and fire punch hit Venus' chest unexpectedly. Flames rose all over Venus' body, and the insulating suit she was wearing was torn by the flames. Sparks flowed into her body, and the whole person was burned by electricity. Frightened the 6 people around him, and before they turned around and ran away, Zeraora had already appeared in front of them. Chapter 73 Zapdos showed its power for the first time. These people are so weak. Dongxing looked at the members of Team Galactic lying on the ground, with a blank expression on his face. These people have good ideas, but their levels are too low. Even Zeraora can't beat them. It is conceivable that facing Zapdos, a full-level beast, the result will be the same. At the very least, they didn't even have the most basic respect for the mythical beasts, and Team Flare sent out 4 elites. Zeraora dragged Team Galactic and others to an inconspicuous place. Although it could not ensure their safety, it would not affect the next things. After doing this, Zeraora picked up the electric bead on the ground and stuffed it into her mouth, and came to Dongxing with a happy smile on her face. "You, so greedy, didn't you get enough food at home?" Dongxing shook his head helplessly, wondering why Team Flare and others had not arrived yet. After a long time, Team Flare and Serena came here. "Hey? There are traces of fighting here." Pakara frowned and looked at the surrounding environment carefully. After discovering a large number of electrical props on the ground, she immediately asked everyone to stop. Her men surrounded Serena with a wretched smile on their faces. "Thank you for protecting me just now." Serena smiled apologetically. Just now, a large number of electric Pokémon rushed out, causing unnecessary commotion. And Pakara and others clashed with the electric Pokémon. That's why they didn't come here in the fastest time. Is there anyone nearby? Climbing up and looking up, he looked at the sky above his head. It was overcast and thunderclouds were gathering. "Be on guard, there's something going on." Pakila held the Pokeball in her hand and shouted at her men to get ready for battle. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Serena looked at the tense expressions of the crowd and showed an embarrassed look on her face. Crack! Lightning streaked across the sky, as if tearing the sky apart. Thunder rumbled, and countless lightning bolts frequently appeared in the sky. "Here it comes!" Dongxing narrowed his eyes slightly and could feel a great force in the sky. This is the legendary place where Pokémon is powerful. A powerful aura can change the surrounding environment, weather, etc. This Zapdos has already shown its powerful strength before it even appeared. Even though Dongxing regretted not bringing Moltres with him. Relying on Deoxys and Moltres, it is definitely not a problem to take down Zapdos. Cry! A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and the next second, the faces of everyone present changed. A saffron-colored bird Pokémon broke through the skylight and slowly fell from above. Zapdos has a very strange appearance, with yellow feathers all over its body, black ring-shaped feathers around its eyes, and a long orange sharp beak. There are a lot of spike-like feathers on its wings and tail, and black feathers on the back of the wings and the inside of the tail feathers. The crown is made up entirely of a large bunch of sharp feathers, the legs are cocky, there are no feathers on the thighs, and there are 4 toes on the feet, and the tail is very short. As soon as Zapdos appeared, it gave everyone a great pressure, and its sharp eyes looked around, making everyone panic. "Does it feel my presence?" Dongxing touched his nose, and when he came into contact with Zapdos' eyes, he was suddenly shocked. As a legendary Pokémon, there are still some outstanding features. And Zeraora next to Dongxing showed a rage on his face. If it weren't for Dongxing pulling him, Zeraora would have rushed over long ago. As both are electric Pokémon, the electric energy between them can generate a certain amount of communication. "How do we fight this?" The little minions behind Pakara asked tremblingly, their voices trembling. "Show your strength." Pakara shouted coldly, "Houndoom, use flamethrower. Diggersby, use rock tomb. Pyroar, use flamethrower. Talon Flame, use Brave Bird. Helioptile, use Rock Slide. Helioptile. One by one, the Pokémon in Kalos region were released, and the powerful attacks rushed directly to Zapdos. Under strong pressure, Team Flare still chose to attack first. Yes, Team Flare's people are much more reliable than Team Galactic. Dongxing looked at the levels of these Pokémon and commented, the lowest level is Avalage at level 69. Rock and ground Pokémon are in the front, and other Pokémon hide in the back to output. Even Light Screen and Reflect are ready, you have to work hard. At this moment, Zapdos flapped his wings, and a strong electric current was suspended in the air. The current surged, and the magnetic field seemed to have changed. A stream of electric current gathered around Zapdos' body, and as Zapdos let out a roar, thick electric currents burst out in all directions. Boom! The thick electric arc seemed to be able to tear the space, and the electric current surged around the entire power plant. Is this discharge? A blue barrier immediately rose around Dongxing's body to resist the electric arc. There was a loud bang. When Dongxing came to his senses, he was stunned. The Pokémon like Houndoom, which had been so aggressive just now, were now lying on the ground like dead dogs. The Rock-type and Ground-type Pokémon were struck by electric arcs. There were burn marks and a painful expression on his face. If Pakura and the others were not protected by Guadud, they would have been attacked. The discharge move is not just a special attack. The penetrating power of the thick arc is also very terrifying. Once touched, even if you protect your whole body, it will be useless. This is the legendary Pokémon's ordinary attack, too scary. Zapdos narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Pakura and the others standing. In his peripheral vision, it was the remaining Pokémon. Quick! Get out of here! Pakura shouted immediately. Team Flare turned and left. Serena stood there in a daze. Everything that happened just now was too fast for her to react. But Zapdos waved his wings and a strong electric current appeared in the air. Thunderbolt is ready. Boom! The huge lightning fell again, like an electric snake, drawing an incredible arc in the air and heading straight for the person who got up. Ah! Serena let out a miserable growl, and an arc of electricity came straight at her, scaring her so much that she closed her eyes. But in the next second, a red tentacle, constrict, was around Serena's waist, and the strong pulling force prompted Serena to dodge the attack. Be careful! Dongxing hugged Serena's waist, and a fragrance came to her nose. Serena was like a frightened bird, at a loss. The ordinary members of Team Flare did not have such good luck. They were pierced through the body by thunder. Pakura borrowed the teleport of psychic Pokémon and escaped from the power plant. Now it's our turn. Chapter 74 Plasma Fists. Deoxys, Marshedo. Dongxing directly summoned two Pokémon, hugged Serena in his arms, and comforted her softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here, nothing will happen." Dongxing, who lost the protection of Deoxys, has Marshedo as a guardian. Zapdos fired a thunder shock wave, which was perfectly absorbed by Zeraora. Deoxys switched to attack mode, Rock Slide fell, and huge rocks hit Zapdos. Boom! Golden lightning burst out from Zapdos, and the lightning turned into whips, smashing the rocks dropped by Rock Slide. Good guy! Relying on Rock Slide is no longer enough. Dongxing was stunned, looking at the rock turned into powder, his heart was full of amazement. This is too strong. Can you defeat it? Serena asked softly, her face pale. It's okay, just leave it to me. Dongxing smiled slightly, now there is no one in the way, the wild electric Pokémon has run away, Team Flare's Pakura has also escaped, and there are only two of them left. There is no hope of escaping, the only hope is to break through from the front and capture Zapdos. Don't be afraid, I'm here to capture Zapdos, and those people are from the evil organization. Dongxing said lightly, and then looked at Serena, with a touch of tenderness in his eyes. Ah! Thank you, but I really didn't know they were bad guys. Serena explained softly. And facing the affectionate and handsome Dongxing, her face was flushed. So cute. Dongxing smiled, now he can be sure that he is not dreaming, and finally saw his dream lover Serena. Shouldn't you, let me go first. Serena spoke in a low voice, and after she said it, she could basically no longer hear her voice, and her face became more and more coaxing. Sorry. I was nervous for a while, I forgot. Dongxing smiled, scratched his head, and suddenly recalled the feeling just now, which felt pretty good. Are these all your Pokémon? Serena looked at Deoxys, Marshadow, and Zeraora with a surprised expression on her face. After taking out the Pokémon Pokédex, she found that there was no information about Pokémon on it. Seeing this, Dongxing explained, that is Deoxys, a Pokémon in the universe, and this black guy is called Marshadow, and the yellow Pokémon is Zeraora. Do you really want to capture Zapdos? Serena asked innocently. She had heard some rumors about Zapdos. Although she didn't know the Pokémon that Dongxing mentioned, she had heard of Zapdos's reputation a long time ago. Yes. Dongxing nodded and said, now all regional organizations have set their sights on Zapdos. I do this to protect Zapdos. But, I heard that there is only this Zapdos in Kanto region. If. Serena's face showed hesitation. Don't worry. Dongxing said softly, after this period of time, we will release it back into the wild. This is the Pokemon League. Commonly used techniques. After the words fell, Dongxing also added in his heart that it was absolutely impossible to release it back into the wild. With a bang, the explosion of the battle attracted the two people from their communication. Deoxys has switched to defensive form, and his hard body resists Zapdos's aerial ace. Deoxys, use Psychic. Zeraora, use Fire Kick. The two Pokémon gradually cooperated tacitly. Every time Zapdos launched an electric agent move, Zeraora would stand in front and absorb the electric energy. When Zapdos used physical moves to attack, Deoxys would switch forms and resist in front of Deoxys. Slow down the rhythm of Zapdos's attack, and the two sides were deadlocked. This is power plant, perfectly fits the electrical field. Zapdos is like a fish in water in it, fighting two enemies at once without losing. It seemed easy to capture Moltres before, but Moltres failed to create a favorable terrain, so he could capture it quickly. Zeraora looked serious, turned into a shiny and rushed towards Zapdos. Zapdos' eyes were full of disdain, using his wings to resist, and his huge beak pecked at Zeraora. Bang! Deoxys appeared in front of Zeraora, his body glowing red, and counter burst out with powerful force, impacting Zapdos. Bang! 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 Zapdos flapped his wings and flew high, making an excited growl, as if he was getting more and more satisfied. Fuck, this is still a tough bone to chew. Dongxing frowned, looking at Zapdos as if he saw a pervert. Bang! The three Pokémon collided again, and Zeraora's body was knocked away. Even Deoxys, who was in defensive form, floated back. Crackling! Spark flashed on Deoxys' body, and Dongxing's face was full of surprise. Paralysis. He was actually paralyzed. Deoxys, come here. Dongxing called Deoxys back and took out the paralysis-removing item from the system backpack. Only Zeraora was left on the front battlefield. Roar! Zeraora roared, venting her pressure. As if she was betting on the dignity of an electric Pokémon. Zapdos narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes full of disdain. The spark on his wings flashed, and a strong electric current filled the entire space. Dongxing protected Serena in front of her, and the black barrier resisted the spark. Hoo-hoo! Serena hid behind Dongxing, holding the corner of Dongxing's clothes tightly with both hands, breathing heavily. Don't be afraid, I'm here, it can't hurt us. Dongxing took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The more at this time, the more he had to calm down. Roar! Ziraura roared again. Immediately afterwards, a blue electric current lit up on Ziraura's body, and her body gradually floated in the air. This is plasma current. Which trick did you learn? Dongxing was overjoyed when he saw Ziraura's state, and he shouted decisively, Ziraura, burst out all your strength, plasma fists. Roar! Ziraura roared. The blue electric current gathered in his fists, and he punched Zapdos with one punch, and the light that burst out illuminated the sky. Is there someone else inside? Pakara left in a panic, looking at everything in front of her with strange eyes. According to her understanding of Serena, she is dead now. Roar! Ziraura gasped and looked ahead, where smoke filled the air. Gradually, the corners of Ziraura's mouth rose, and a smug expression appeared on his face. Is it really plasma fists? Dongxing looked at the smoke in the sky with a puzzled expression on his face. Chapter 75 Conquering Zapdos. This should be the end. Dongxing took out the electric pokeball and waved his hands, trying to drive away the smoke. As soon as you see Zapdos lose the ability to fight, just throw the ball. Screech! When Dongxing turned around, a fierce roar sounded, followed by a strong wind, and the smoke was driven away. Hiss! Under the strong wind, the smoke dissipated, and Dongxing took a breath of cold air when he saw this. At this moment, the feathers on Zapdos' wings became brighter, and sparks flashed on his body, and his momentum was more fierce than before. How is this possible? Dongxing shouted in astonishment, his face turned pale. The electricity generated by plasma fists is different from ordinary electricity, and it is a current of tens of millions of volts. Even if Zapdos can withstand it, it will not be unscathed. But now it seems that Zapdos has not suffered any damage, and it is even more powerful than before. What went wrong? Dongxing narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Zapdos with a hint of doubt. In theory, a Pokémon has one characteristic, and Zapdos's characteristic is oppression. In theory, the characteristic of oppression should not be able to be absorbed. Electric current, like Ziraura's characteristic, is to store electricity to absorb electrical energy. Is it the same as Moltres? Absorbing flame heat is a basic operation. Dongxing frowned, always feeling that this kind of thing is unlikely. However, facing the legendary Pokémon, it doesn't seem strange to have some special things. Ziraura, you take a rest first. Dongxing said softly, and Ziraura shook his head slightly, indicating that he still has the ability to fight. Zapdos uses electricity to enhance its strength and regenerate, which makes Ziraura very angry. As the dignity of an electric Pokémon, it is absolutely impossible to retreat. Marshadow, you go. Dongxing took out a Pokeball and said, I have Greninja to protect me, you also go to the battle. Bang! The moment your rotor was about to touch Deoxys, a black Pokémon fell from the sky. Bang! Zapdos's body trembled suddenly, as if it had suffered a fatal blow. This figure was Marshadow. Zapdos wanted to flap his wings and fly to throw Marshadow away, but his body was controlled by Deoxys' tentacles. Crackling! Zapdos wanted to release lightning to make up for it. With a loud bang, Deoxys, in attack mode, slammed his head into Zapdos. Zapdos only felt dizzy, and the electricity he had just accumulated disappeared in an instant. Deoxys did not stop his actions and launched another fierce attack with Zen Headbutt. At the same time, Marshadow and Ziraura launched. The next second, layers of shining ice crystals appeared on Zapdos' body, and the ice crystals continued to spread all over Zapdos' body. Freezing effect. Dongxing saw this, his eyes lit up, and his heart was full of surprise. After entering the frozen state, Zapdos could not move, which was an opportunity for Dongxing to capture. Leave it to you, Pokeball. Dongxing threw the electric Pokeball in his hand, and a red light flashed, dragging Moltres' body into it. The electric pokeball fell to the ground and shook violently. Dongxing's heart was already in his throat. If the capture failed, Zapdos would be unfrozen. It must succeed. Dongxing's heart was full of prayers. With a bang, the electric pokeball made a crisp sound. Success! Dongxing shouted happily, and the thunderclouds in the sky began to slowly dissipate, and the gentle sun shone in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing Zapdos, only one Articuno is left, please cheer for the host. Ding! Too many Pokémon participating in the battle are detected, and the experience is evenly distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Marshadow's level has increased by 5 levels. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Zeraora's level has increased by 10 levels. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Cosmog's level has increased by 20 levels. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Cosmog's level has increased by 20 levels. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing the legendary Pokémon, points reward, 50,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Team Galactic, Team Galactic's hatred value has increased to 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Team Flare, Team Flare's hatred value has increased to 100%. Ding! The news of the 7 islands will be known to people from both organizations, please prepare early. Dongxing heard the mechanical sound in his mind and stood there for a long time. My goodness, I just captured a Zapdos, but I got so many things. My Team Rockets, a long-established organization in Kanto region, was almost robbed by organizations from other regions. It's okay to be robbed, but now they are hating me. However, Dongxing is not worried. The 7 islands are now as solid as a rock, so there is no need to worry at all. The Pokémon Alliance arranged so many people but failed to attack. The Aurora Veil defense barrier is enough to block any attack. Of course, if the 4 elites come, it will be different. Did you succeed? Serena asked cautiously. Yes. Dongxing walked forward and picked up the Pokeball on the ground, and all his Pokémon collapsed on the ground. After this fierce battle, except for Deoxys and Zapdos, who were at the same level, the remaining 2 fought against each other at a higher level. Among them, Zeraora relied on its own characteristics to continuously absorb electric current, and with the protection of Deoxys, it could continue to fight. Let's go, let's leave here first. Dongxing put the Pokémon into the Pokeball and walked towards the outside of the power plant. Hey! I just heard someone say that this power plant can pass through it. Serena said seriously. That's a lie. Dongxing looked at the Pokémon. Serena, who loves him, whispered, you are not from Kanto region, this is just a power plant. If you want to go somewhere else, you can only go through other places. Ah! They lied to me. Serena looked disappointed. Thinking back to the people from Kalos region she met on the road, she felt a sense of familiarity, but she didn't expect it was based on lies. Let's go to the next city first. Those people lied to you. Dongxing said helplessly, they are from Team Flare. They want to use you as a shield. What they did just now has been confirmed. As they said that, the 2 came to the rock tunnel, which is a passage leading to Lavender Town. The passage is connected in all directions and has many forks, like a small maze. However, the Pokémon League is also very considerate. It made signs with fluorescent powder on the stone wall to guide trainers on the journey. What? You said you are not from this world. Dongxing looked at Serena in surprise. Chapter 76 Tyranitar. I am from Kalos region. When I was about to travel, I was sucked here by dark void. When I woke up, I fell on the wasteland by myself. There was nothing around me. Later, I met Pakara and the others, and I knew that this was Kanto region. Serena explained softly, with tears in her eyes. It's okay. When you get to Vermilion City, you can take a boat back. Dong Xing responded. Although Serena's arrival was full of doubts, it is also possible that some Pokemon burst out with powerful power and teleport Serena here. Vermilion City. Serena asked softly, what about you? Are you traveling? Yes. I'm doing the gym challenge. Dong Xing said softly, now I have collected 3 badges. After collecting the badges, I will participate in Indigo Plateau. You are so powerful, you will definitely be able to get champion. Serena smiled sweetly. As the two talked, Serena's eyes showed a touch of admiration. A trainer who is strong enough to capture Zapdos as a target is a symbol of strength. It is only a matter of time to get all the badges. There was a loud bang. There was a violent shaking in the tunnel, just like an earthquake. What's going on? Dong Xing frowned, but saw a group of Tyranitar's, one of which was larger than the ordinary Tyranitar's, and was 3 meters tall. So many Tyranitar's. Serena showed a surprised expression on her face. This was the first time she saw a large group of Tyranitar's. It seems that we have encountered block. Dong Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw a large group of Tyranitar's, and the information about Tyranitar's emerged in his mind. Pokemon, Tyranitar, Overlord. Attributes, Rock, Dark. Level 60. Features, Tension. Moves, Thunder Fang, Ice Fang, Fire Fang, Tackle, Rock Throw, Bite, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Dark Pulse, Stone Edge, Hyper Beam. How about we take a detour? Serena spoke in a low voice and did not dare to take out the Pokédex record, for fear that the sound would disturb the Tyranitar in front. Facing a group of Tyranitars, anyone would be afraid, especially when there are Overlord Pokemon. No need. Leave it to me. Dong Xing smiled slightly. This time he was lucky. The Quasi-Gods learned to come to him. Greninja. Use Water Wave. Greninja came out of the Pokeball and spit out water from his mouth to form a small pool of water to hit the Tyranitar. A large number of Tyranitars screamed in pain, and dozens of Larvitars and Pupitars lost their ability to fight. Ordinary Tyranitars could not resist Greninja's moves at all, and fell to the ground one after another, splashing a lot of water. Awesome! Serena was surprised. Greninja's moves and power were beyond her cognition. In just a moment, only the Tyranitar's of the Overlord level were left. They found that their families were annihilated one by one, their eyes turned red, and in anger, they attacked Greninja. Bang! 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 The Tyranitar's who attacked with all their strength were like a steamroller, breaking through the restraints of the water flow and bombarding straight. Water Whip! Dong Xing said lightly. The water flow gathered in Greninja's hands formed a whip and swung it at the Tyranitar's. Bang! Greninja had no roots under his feet, and was knocked head-on by the Tyranitar, and even hit against the wall. Directly sunken into the wall. But before being knocked away, Greninja's water whip still hit the Tyranitar of the Overlord level, without much force. But after the water whip touched Tyranitar, it formed a water tornado and wrapped Tyranitar inside. What a gorgeous tactic! Serena looked at Dong Xing in astonishment, and there was even more admiration in her eyes. She didn't expect that Dong Xing was not only a powerful trainer, but also a master of gorgeous coordination trainer. Roar, roar, roar! The water tornado kept washing Tyranitar's body, and Tyranitar made a painful growl sound and began to tremble. Although he still persisted, it was obviously still at the end of his strength. Water Prison! Dong Xing commanded calmly. Greninja came down from the wall and began to form seals with both hands. The water on the ground seemed to be sucked up by the water tornado, and the water formed a huge circle, wrapping Tyranitar inside. Lost the ability to fight instantly. Tyranitars were in the water ball, without any resistance, and lost their ability to fight directly. Dongxing took out the Ultra Ball and began to conquer the entire group of Tyranitar. These ordinary Tyranitar are all Pokémon that can be cultivated, and Larvitar and Pupitar also have potential. Dongxing has long wanted to capture a group of quasi-gods, but he has never encountered one. Now that he has encountered a group of Tyranitars, of course he will not let them go. Do you want to capture them all? Serena asked in a low voice. That's right. Dongxing explained, these Tyranitars are very strong and cause serious damage to the ecology, so they must be captured and specially protected. Dongxing could hardly hide the excitement on his face. Before he came to the Pokémon world, he liked Bangiles very much, mainly because Tyranitars are the quasi-gods of Johto region and are very popular. The absolute core star of the Sandstorm team, especially the ability to perform Mega Evolution. In addition, Tyranitar has strong attributes and a wide range of attacks. Even if it has attribute disadvantages, it can pull it back with its own strong attributes. It has the dominance of a physical attacker and has many special moves. The most terrifying thing is that Tyranitar can Dragon Dance. Just ask, who among the Dragon-type Pokémon can't Dragon Dance? Soon, the entire Tyranitar tribe was put into the Pokeball, a total of 50, including 28 Larvitar and 19 Pupitar. A large number of Pokeballs were transmitted to the 7 islands. Suarian has not told Athena and others about this matter yet, so let them accept it first. As for the Overlord level Tyranitar, it can be handed over to Athena as the main Pokémon for cultivation. For Dongxing, if it could be Tyranitar earlier, it would not be so dangerous when dealing with Zapdos. Soon, the two left the rock tunnel. Although they encountered many Pokémon along the way, Dongxing did not have much desire to capture them. Dongxing and Serena came to Lavender Town and found a hotel to stay. Chief, you finally contacted me. Athena looked at Dongxing in front of her through the video call, and her expression was a little excited. What is the situation of the 7 islands now? Dongxing asked softly. Since the last incident with Senju and Jingbian, Dongxing has not asked about them. It has been several days now, and the Pokémon Alliance should also take action. Chapter 77 Cultivating Tyranitar Groups. Now the 7 islands are stable, Jingbian and Senju's injuries have recovered, and the frequency of Pokémon Alliance's attacks has decreased. Athena said truthfully. Then follow the original plan. Dongxing did not expect that the Pokémon Alliance would actually reduce the frequency of attacks. Now overall, the luck is still good. Chief, you just teleport back so many Pokémon, what are your plans? Athena asked again. Dongxing admonished Athena. Pick a place on the 7 islands and raise these Tyranitars. This is a population that can be cultivated. Raise? Athena asked doubtfully, do you have any plans, Chief? I definitely have a plan. Dongxing said with a smile, choose a breeder for the Tyranitar and reward them with a Larvitar. Be sure to choose someone who is honest and reliable to take care of them. Also, set up a points system. To exchange a Larvitar, you need 50,000 points to exchange a Larvitar, 100,000 points to exchange a Pupitar, and 200,000 points to exchange a Tyranitar. Do you understand? Yes. Athena silently memorized Dongxing's order. Just think of it as establishing a breeding center. It will not only be used by our internal personnel, but when the number reaches a certain level, we can also sell it, and let our Team Rockets has certain Pokémon property rights. Dongxing said softly. I understand, leader, please rest assured, I will definitely do it. Athena responded sincerely. Dongxing looked at the Pokeball on the table and said again, you have never had a suitable Pokémon. I am going to give you a Tyranitar. This Tyranitar is a dominant Pokémon and the leader of that group of Tyranitars. You should cultivate it well. Thank you, leader. Athena shouted excitedly. Dongxing used the transmission device to transmit the Pokeball of the dominant Tyranitar to Athena. Leader, are you not going to come back? Athena asked softly. Dongxing thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. I don't plan to go back at the moment. I have captured 2 of the 3 sacred birds. I plan to capture the last one and then return to the 7 islands. And traveling in Kanto region can also improve the strength of Pokemon and complete some things. You mean, you caught another legendary Pokemon? Athena's face was full of surprise, and her heart trembled suddenly. Yes, I captured Zapdos. As he said, Dongxing took out the electric Pokeball and said again, don't transfer this Zapdos back for the time being. I still have this use. You arrange the matter of the Tyranitar tribe. Remember, it must be fast, I hope. After hanging up the phone, Athena immediately walked out of the room, looking at the Tyranitar Pokeball in her hand. Her heart was full of strength. Dongxing and Athena did not return to the base immediately, but went to island number 5 and came to a breeding base. Lady Athena, why are you here? The Gligar in the Ruins Valley has not hatched so quickly now, and it will take at least next month. When Ming Yan saw Athena coming, his face was full of panic. Athena smiled slightly, took out a large number of Pokeballs from the backpack behind her, and said, Ming Yan, you are the best breeder in the 7 islands. Are you interested in raising Tyranitars? Tyranitars? Ming Yan was stunned for a moment, then asked, Lady Athena, where did you get so many Tyranitars? Ming Yan took a quick look and saw at least more than 40 Pokeballs in the backpack. This is equivalent to a large group of Tyranitars. You must know that Tyranitars have the strength of quasi-gods and have great potential. They can destroy the world and change the terrain of the continent. After our leader went out a few days ago, he has been in Kanto region. He may have encountered a group of Tyranitars somewhere and subdued them all. Athena looked at Minjian and said again, these Tyranitar tribes, like the previous Gligar King tribes, are used to improve the strength of people in the organization. Now Team Rockets is losing talent, and you are the only one who knows how to raise them, so. Minjian was silent after hearing this. As a native of the 7 islands, he knew the reputation of Tyranitar. But he also had his own difficulties. Lady Athena, I have only raised King Gligar, not Tyranitar. Minjian said softly. It doesn't matter. Athena said softly, you can train them temporarily and keep in touch with them. After a while, I will send a detailed information. As a quasi-god level Pokemon, its terrifying strength and potential cannot be ignored. Before, Dongxing had already exchanged for the training guide of Tyranitar, but it was placed in the library of Team Rockets, but the points for exchange in the library were 10,000 points. Looking at the entire Team Rockets, there are almost no trainers who have Tyranitar as Pokemon, and the training guide has been gathering dust in the library. Now it seems that if you want Team Rockets members to come back to Splash, you have to publicize the matter of Tyranitar and let every member know. Ming Yan wanted to refuse, and Athena whispered, don't worry, the salary and benefits paid to you will be doubled. In addition, you can choose a Larvitar from them as your own Pokemon. Ming Yan was a little moved and asked again, then after training Tyranitar, do you still want these Gligar Kings? Yes. Of course. Athena did not hesitate. This was King Gligar that was trained according to Dongxing's order. As a configuration Pokemon for Team Rocket's members in the future, a stable breeding center for King Gligar is inevitable, and even more important than Tyranitar. Of course, Dongxing has discovered many suitable Pokemon, but they just haven't encountered them. Athena and others are all codders of Team Rockets. After they find them, they will also capture them and breed them in large quantities. Then I'm afraid the Ruins Valley is not enough for Tyranitar to make a fuss. Tang! Ming Yan said in a deep voice, I'm afraid we have to build a separate island. If we cultivate Tyranitars with other Pokemon, then in the end we will only cultivate Tyranitars. As a quasi-god, Tyranitars is one of the creatures at the top of the pyramid, and its only natural enemy is Durayudin. If other Pokemon are cultivated together with Tyranitar's, it is estimated that they will be used as food for Tyranitar's. Don't worry, you don't need to worry about this matter. Athena said, I know more about how to handle it than you. These Pokeballs are temporarily handed over to you for safekeeping, and there will be new news soon. Chapter 78, 7 Islands Civil War. The next day. Kanto Region, Lavender Town. Dongxing and Serena met up in the morning and had a simple breakfast. However, when the two of them just walked out of the hotel, they saw various engineering vehicles driving in. Strange, why are there so many engineering teams in Lavender Town? Serena looked at the engineering team curiously. She knew that Lavender Town was a small town on the edge of the city, with a bay to the south. Although there is a famous attraction called Pokemon Tower, few people come here as a Pokemon cemetery. The direction they are heading is so strange. It doesn't look like they are repairing the Pokemon Tower. Serena said again. The Pokemon Tower is a very tall tower, stacked up layer by layer. The corridor is like a huge spiral. Except for the first floor, it is all a Pokemon cemetery. This is because their trainers buried them here in memory of them, and they would come here to mourn from time to time. Dongxing nodded and said with a smile, maybe someone wants to create something in Lavender Town. Do you want to go to the Pokemon Tower to take a look? No. I'm not going. Serena shook her head repeatedly. She was too scared of the Pokemon Tower. Although it was a place to mourn the dead Pokemon, there were a large number of wild ghost-type Pokemon in the Pokemon Tower. As time went by, the Pokemon Tower had become a paradise for ghost-type Pokemon. Many trainers who heard the news wanted to catch a ghost-type Pokemon in the Pokemon Tower. But ghost-type Pokemon appeared and disappeared mysteriously, often causing a lot of trouble to trainers without them realizing it. Don't be afraid. You see, Lavender Town is so peaceful. There is a calming fragrance in the air. It won't be as scary as you imagine. Dongxing said softly. But Serena shook her head slightly, indicating that she still didn't want to go. Many ghost-type Pokemon are very naughty and like to play pranks. As the saying goes, it's easy to dodge an arrow, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. No matter what Dongxing said, Athena said she just wouldn't go, and finally Dongxing decided to visit Lavender Town. Although it is a small town on the edge, Lavender Town has a very large flow of people. The Pokemon Center, commercial buildings, etc. are well established, which is far from the scope of horror. After a morning of shopping, Serena bought a lot of things, such as Pokemon props, clothing, etc., at Dongxing's big expense. At this time, the two came to a restaurant, and while eating, they heard the person next to them say, "Have you heard? Recently, there will be a Pokemon Club in our Lavender Town." "I know this. The Pokemon Club is developing very rapidly, and it is very generous. Yes, many professional trainers have become mentors in the club. I want to go, but I don't have the qualifications. It is said that they have strict assessments. If you want to become a member, you must have certain strength. If you don't have the strength, you have to pay a lot of money." "No way, who lets them be professional? Whether it is professional knowledge or mentors, they have surpassed other peers. More than that, I heard that the Mars Club has passed the assessment of the Pokemon League and became a designated club of the Pokemon League. Who do you think is the boss behind this? He actually has such great power. Who knows, anyway, I am ready to become their member." Dongxing listened to the conversation thoughtfully after hearing this. The Pokemon Club was the club he asked Ram to organize, and the approach was different from the previous Team Rockets. Giovanni had previously attempted to manipulate the Pokemon League through Gym Leader, but this approach was not advisable at all. The approach of using high-end talents would only stop the organization from moving forward. However, Dongxing's plan was not as simple as just establishing a club. After lunch, Dongxing did not plan to contact Ram, but let it develop, and only gave Ram a sum of money. Serena went back to her hotel room because she bought a lot of things and did not come out. After Dongxing returned to his room, he began to understand the situation in other regions. Kanto region, the 7th island. Athena came to the base of the number 3 island. The base hall was still quite busy. People were all members of Team Rockets. When they saw Athena, they all shouted "Ahoo!" Athena nodded and went directly to the training room. Just as she was about to start the simulated battle training, she suddenly remembered something. "You notify Qian Xiao and Jingbian to come here to find me." Athena snorted coldly. "Yes." The members of Team Rockets went to do it immediately. Entering the training room, Athena released the Pokémon she had just obtained for training. This time, Athena listened to Dongxing's advice and reorganized the Pokémon team. In addition to the newly obtained Tyranitar, there was also the Overlord Gligar King captured on the number 4 island. Soon, Qian Xiao and Jingbian came to the training room together. "Athena, what do you want to talk to us about?" Qian Xiao pushed the door open tirelessly, and saw the Tyranitar of the Overlord level at a glance, and said in surprise, "Fuck, where did you get this Pokémon?" As he said that, he looked at Tyranitar with excitement and said, "It is 3 meters long and has a majestic aura. It is worth at least 300 million. This is the Pokémon given to me by the leader." Athena looked at the two people and said again, "It's been a long time since I sparred with you. Do you want to fight?" "Okay." Jingbian shouted impatiently. As a famous battle maniac in Team Rockets, he wanted to become the sword of Dongxing urgently, but there was a huge gap in strength. "You two come together," Athena suggested. "Okay." As long as it is a battle, Jingbian will never refuse, especially this time facing 2 Overlord Pokémon. Qian Xiao has not reacted yet. Jingbian pointed and hugged his neck, and pulled Qian Xiao to the opposite side of Athena. "I am these 2 Pokémon." Athena smiled and pointed at the dominant Gligar King and Tyranitar. "Okay." Jingbian had already taken out the Pokeball, looking eager to try. Qian Xiao hadn't figured out the situation yet, but he was still very clear about the battle at the moment, so he quickly took out the Pokeball. "Go! Magmortar! Go! Super Bad Star!" Qian Xiao and Jingbian threw the Pokeball at the same time. Soon, 2 brightly colored Pokémon fell to the ground. Qian Xiao used Super Bad Star and Jingbian used Magmortar. "Magmor Evolution," Athena said in surprise. "Yes." Jingbian nodded and said, "It's thanks to the leader's reminder that I can let Magmortar evolution. Then, let me see how you perform recently. Can you beat these 2 Pokémon?" Athena shouted loudly. The 2 dominant Pokémon roared, and the sound was deafening. Chapter 79 Exploring the Pokémon Tower. Magmortar, use Mach Punch. Jingbian took the lead. Super Bad Star, use Scald. Qian Xiao followed closely. Magmortar quickly sucker punched on the battlefield, his hands burst into white light, and his body was like a rocket, bursting out with a speed that ordinary Pokémon could not match. Super Bad Star raised his head slightly, and burst out a hot water gun, but judging from the thickness and impact of the water gun, the power of this Scald is more like hydro pump. King Gligar, use Protect. Tyranitar, use Stone Edge. Athena was fighting 1 against 2, so it was naturally a 2-line operation. King Gligar stood in front of Tyranitar, with a green barrier on his body, directly blocking all the damage of the 2 moves. It is worth mentioning that the move Scald, in particular, is a fatal blow to both King Gligar and Tyranitar. As for Mach Punch, King Gligar could easily resist it even without using any moves, but Tyranitar was different. Under the protection of King Gligar, Tyranitar's eyes lit up slightly, and suddenly, a large amount of white energy floated on the ring and turned into a huge rock. Tyranitar attacked Super Bad Star and Magmortar. The range of Stone Edge was very wide, and neither Pokémon could escape the attack. Rock attribute moves have twice the damage for Magmartar. Although Super Bad Star only has 1 times the damage, Super Bad Star's movement speed is very slow, and it is too late to dodge. Senju and Jingbian looked at each other and instantly understood Athena's strategy. They had seen greedy play, but not such a greedy play. Magmartar, use kick down! Jingbian shouted. Since Athena wants to kill both Pokémon, Magmartar has the advantage of speed in close combat, and Tyranitar, who is so huge, can't dodge at all. Super Bad Star, use Freezing Wind! Kyunju cooperated said. You two are still cooperating. Athena smiled slightly when she saw this. Since the last time Senju and Dongxing entered the Pokémon Alliance camp, the cooperation between the two has also improved a lot. Pupitar, use Earthquake! Tyranitar narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his foot and kicked the ground suddenly. With himself as the center. A white shock wave spread forward, and the ground continued to crack under the force of the shock wave. This move is not only aimed at Magmartar, but also at Super Bad Star. Because King Gligar has the flying attribute, this move has no effect on King Gligar. As the ground continued to shake, Super Bad Star and Magmartar's movements were interrupted, and the two Pokémon just stabilized their bodies. Magmartar, jump up and use Cross Chop! Jingbian commanded again. Magmartar suddenly exerted force on his feet, his body flew into the air, and escaped from the fluctuations of earthquake. But when Magmartar just came into the air, before he could exert any strength, King Gligar had already arrived in front of it. King Gligar, use Aqua Tail! The tail of King Gligar was wrapped in the water flow, and it chopped down head-on, hitting Magmartar head-on, and directly blasting Magmartar to the ground. And Tyranitar's Freezing Wind was also launched after it stabilized its body, but the power seemed insufficient, hitting Tyranitar's body like a tickle. Tyranitar, another one, Earthquake! Tyranitar's second earthquake, Magmartar at the well had no way to avoid it, and directly lost the ability to fight. At this moment, only Tyranitar was left to use the recovery move. Tyranitar, who was famous for his defensive power, had to face two enemies at once. Even if it was just one King Gligar, although Tyranitar had an advantage in attributes, it had no chance of winning against the flexible and changeable King Gligar. Now with the addition of a Tyranitar, there is even less hope. However, Senju is not someone who gives up so easily. After struggling, Super Bad Star only lasted for 2 minutes before falling down. The Overlord level Pokémon is so strong. I am really envious. Senju looked at Tyranitar and King Gligar, with greed in his eyes. Even with the attribute advantage, it was reversed in this battle. I really envy you. With the Pokémon given to you by the leader, the two of us are no match for you. Jingbian said helplessly, with a sour tone in his voice. You two cooperate very well. Athena put Tyranitar and King Gligar into the Pokeball and walked in front of the two people. Qiansha rolled his eyes at Athena and said disdainfully, wait, I will definitely ask the leader to get me a dominant Pokémon. Then we'll see how arrogant you are. I'm waiting. If you two still want to challenge me, I'll be there anytime. Athena smiled slightly, not caring at all. Pokémon battles can improve the level of Pokémon. If Qianshao and Jingbian are the two sparring partners, he would be more than happy. By the way, Athena, what do you want to do with us? It's not just for the battle. Jingbian asked softly. Athena nodded and said softly, I contacted the leader yesterday. He plans to collect badges and capture the 3 sacred birds in Kanto region, and then participate in the Quartz Conference. 3 sacred birds. Qianshao and Jingbian's eyes lit up. That's right. Athena nodded and said, so, the leader now hopes that you can clearly understand your own strength and responsibility. If you make trouble recklessly, your status as a cadre will be lost sooner or later. If you improve your strength, the leader will not treat anyone unfairly. But, Why did the leader do this? Senju and Jingbian were puzzled. There are 4 elites in any region. The leader wants to create 4 elites belonging to Team Rockets. You have to work hard. Athena walked out of the room, leaving only Senju and Jingbian with an unbelievable look. It's too hard to imagine creating 4 elites belonging to Team Rockets. Kanto region, Lavender Town. Night fell, and the sky was full of stars. Dongxing walked slowly on the street, looked up at the hazy moonlight in the sky, and said softly, I don't know if there are copies or something like that in the Pokémon Tower. If there are, it will be a big profit. Outside the Pokémon Tower, there are many search officers patrolling, and the door of the Pokémon Tower is tightly closed. Every night, the Pokémon Tower is locked to prevent trainers from going there at night. Once at night, the ghost Pokémon in the Pokémon Tower will appear, and it is full of danger. Someone once went there at night and never appeared again. But this kind of blockade is not a problem for Dongxing. Chapter 80, The Battle for Territory in the Pokémon Tower. Since he had Deoxys, Dongxing realized that it was a great pleasure to have Psychic. Use Psychic to hide yourself, pass through the wall, and enter the Pokémon Tower directly. Ding! The host has been detected to have entered the Pokémon Tower, and the Pokémon Tower copy is open. Note, this copy is only open once. Whether the challenge succeeds or fails, the copy will be permanently closed. There is a legendary Pokémon at the top of the Pokémon Tower. Please defeat or capture it by yourself. A large number of Pokémon will appear every time, as well as Pokémon guarding the floor. Please prepare for the battle. The first floor is a safe area. Once you enter the second floor, the system mall will be closed. Please buy medicine in advance. Follow the rules of the jungle and the rules of survival of the fittest. The higher you go, the stronger the Pokémon will be and the higher the level will be. Please prepare for the battle. Fuck. A dungeon appears right now. Dongxing just arrived at the first floor of the tower, and the gloomy atmosphere hit him, and his body shuddered involuntarily. It seems that this dungeon is a challenge to walk up layer by layer. Fortunately, he brought Zapdos and Deoxys this time. 2 full-level beasts, plus a bunch of high-tech Pokémon. The task of breaking through the tower is too simple for Dongxing. Come out, Cosmoem! Dongxing released the 2 COSMOEMs, and both COSMOEMs reached level 49, just enough to be put to use. The second floor of the Pokémon Tower. Walking on the gloomy road, Dongxing had some doubts. The system said so much before, saying that it was particularly dangerous, but now it doesn't seem to be fierce at all. 2 COSMOEMs lingered around Dongxing's body, and there were Deoxys and Marshadow escorting him, so there was no need to worry about danger at all. Is it the pressure of the legendary beast? Dongxing's eyes were filled with doubt. It was already midnight, the time when ghost Pokémon were most active. But there was no sign of a wild Pokémon now. Cosmoem, be careful. Dongxing felt that something was wrong. This Pokémon Tower was more dangerous than he thought. But as soon as he finished speaking, a roar came from the depths of the second floor, followed by a terrible growl. Fuck! This is haunted! Dongxing was suddenly shocked. The 2 COSMOEMs were frightened and hid behind Dongxing. You 2 little guys, I asked you to protect me, not to be a shield. Dongxing turned and shouted. Cosmoem showed an apologetic expression on his face. He knew that he had just lost his composure. He lingered around Dongxing's body again, as if nothing had happened. You guys! Dongxing wanted to say something, but before he could finish his words, a layer of light mist floated over. He. One by one, Sabai crawled out of the cemetery, looking extremely tragic, just like a car accident scene. Dongxing was suddenly shocked, and then the information about Sabai appeared in his mind. Pokémon, Sabai. Level, LV.45 LV.49. Attributes, Dark, Ghost. Features: sharp eyes, slow out, mischievous heart. Moves: glare, astonish, shadow sneak, fake out, shadow claw, mean look. Wow, there are so many. Dongxing looked at the Sabai all over the ground, and instantly felt scared. The combination of evil and ghost attributes makes Sabai's attributes perfect and almost perfect. If there were no fairy Pokemon, it would be a little difficult to control Sabai. Bang! A Sabai took the lead in launching an attack, clapping his hands hard, and a white shock wave burst out. Cosmo-M directly blocked the attack for Dongxing, but after blocking the attack, Cosmo-M looked a little dazed and just stood there. Fake out. Dongxing frowned and said softly, "It's right to use Cosmo-M for defense. Leave it to you, Greninja, Zeraora." Throwing two Pokeballs, Greninja and Zeraora came out of the Pokeballs, and the two Pokemon rushed directly into the Sabai group. There were constant bangs, and one Sabai lost its ability to fight, and the Sabai lying on the ground disappeared without a trace. It's really a copy Pokemon. Dongxing was surprised. The Pokemon in the copy would disappear without a trace after being defeated. Soon, the Pokemon on the second floor were cleared, and even the one guarding the floor was Sabai, but the level was one level higher, reaching level 50. After finishing all this, Dongxing walked towards the second floor. With the help of special equipment, Cosmo-M has reached level 50. 5 levels away from evolution. Once the plan is completed, Cosmo-M will be able to perform other moves. Currently, Cosmo-M can only perform Cosmic Power. This move can improve Cosmo-M's double defense. Cosmo-M's defense itself is amazing. If it is not a ghost-type Pokemon, Dongxing will definitely let Cosmo-M smash the opponent. This attack is 999 kilograms. Crack! There was lightning and thunder outside. Dongxing just came to the entrance of the second floor and saw someone inside. With the help of the faint light, Dongxing's body pressed against the wall. After seeing the situation inside, his face was full of confusion. Pokemon. 2 waves of Pokemon gathered here. One wave is Lampent and Litwick led by Chandelure. The other wave is a small wood spirit led by Trevenant. It seems that they are confronting each other, as if they are fighting for something. Is there still a turf dispute in this place? Dongxing held his chin with an incredible look on his face. He looked around the environment slightly. There was nothing else here except a pile of graves. According to the system copy, shouldn't he be the one to clear the level? Why did such a change happen on the second floor? What are they talking about? Dongxing's curiosity was instantly ignited. If he could master the Pokemon language, he would know what the 2 waves of Pokemon were communicating. What is Chandelure from the 3rd floor doing on our 2nd floor? A cold voice came, and Dongxing's body trembled suddenly. I can actually understand the Pokemon language? Deoxys. Dongxing's heart sensed Deoxys' psychic, and he was able to hear the Pokemon language. Chandelure laughed strangely and said disdainfully, "The territory above is too small, I want to expand the territory." "Don't even think about it!" Trevenant roared. Are you qualified to stop me? I'll fight you." Trevenant and Chandelure looked at each other, an ember flashed in their eyes. Good. A fight is about to start. Dongxing rubbed his hands secretly, his face full of excitement. Chapter 81, the 9th floor of the Pokemon Tower, the meeting room of the Pokemon League headquarters. How do you investigators do things? Damalankai looked at his subordinates and angrily said, "Such a big thing, you are only reporting it now." President, we. The middle-aged man who was being scolded below wanted to explain something, but he swallowed the words back when they reached his lips. Call Misty, the leader of Cerulean Gym, and Erica, the leader of Celadon City Gym. Damalankai's face was livid. Upon hearing this, his subordinates went out immediately, and no one dared to delay. Just now, they lost the Tyranitar tribe. These Tyranitar were deliberately migrated from Johto region to Kanto region. They wanted to go to the nature reserve, but they didn't expect to disappear halfway. Everyone, demote 3 levels. Damalankai's eyes were full of anger. Too many things happened in the past few days. The disappearance of Tyranitar became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Let Will and Karen attack Team Rockets of the 7 islands. If they can't succeed, transfer 4 elites from other regions. Damalankai gritted his teeth and said, "If the disappearance of Tyranitar cannot be investigated, then vent your anger on Team Rockets. These 2 Pokémon are too weak. If they are Overlord-level Pokémon, they must be captured." While Dongxing was thinking, the 2 Pokémons in confrontation had already started fighting. Travant stretched out sharp branches with both hands and stabbed at Chandelure. Before reaching in front of Chandelure, a flamethrower burned all the branches clean. The 2 big guys have already started fighting, and the rest of the brothers will naturally not sit still. Soldiers versus soldiers, generals versus generals, the scene was very lively. Various moves flew around, and the originally quiet Pokémon Tower was in chaos in an instant. The 2 COSMOEMs saw this passionate scene, their eyes were full of yearning, and they also wanted to participate in the battle. But their strength was too weak, and apart from knowing defensive moves, they could only act as group pets. "Don't worry, although you can't fight now, you can learn other people's fighting skills," Dongxing comforted softly. Facing the fierce battle in front of him, Dongxing didn't plan to leave. In Dongxing's eyes, these Pokémon's fierce battles are experience, and he can completely reap the benefits. Of course, Dongxing occasionally commented on this fierce battle and gave Cosmoem a make-up lesson. But there was a hint of doubt in Cosmoem's eyes. Is it really okay for us to do this? After all, we are both divine beasts. Although we can't destroy everything in a second, we can rely on our own weight to crush the opponent. Good opportunity. Dongxing smiled slightly, took out the Pokeball, and a white light emerging, 2 Pokémon appeared on the field. Before Chandelure and Trevenant could react, flames and water burst out. Greninja, Zeraora, you did a great job. After a while, the Pokémon of both sides were wiped out by Dongxing, and then they moved towards the 5th floor. The Pokémon Tower has a total of 10 floors, and the Pokémon on each floor are different, with a level difference of about 10 levels. In other words, by the 10th time, they will face a Pokémon of level 100. What a pity, these Pokémon are not Overlord level. Dongxing connected to the 3-story Pokémon Tower, and just cleared the Pokémon on the 8th floor, and felt helpless. The Ghost-type Pokémon on the Pokémon Tower is much stronger than the ones outside, but even if they evolve to the final form, they don't have much potential. If a Pokémon group is not led by an Overlord-level Pokémon, the potential of this group will not be very great. Because of this, Dongxing climbed a little faster. This is already the 9th floor, the Pokémon level is almost over 90. Let Deoxys and Zapdos prepare for the battle. Dongxing thought and slowly walked up the stairs. Little guy, you are finally here. Suddenly, at this moment, a strange voice sounded behind Dongxing. In an instant, Dongxing's hair stood up, it was impossible to say that he was not afraid and private, and his figure flashed and took a few steps back. 2 COSMOEMs blocked behind Dongxing and instantly entered the state of fighting. Soon, COSMOEMs radiated light, and Dongxing saw the appearance of the person coming with the help of the light. The person who spoke was the white-haired old man, who looked very kind, with white hair fluttering, and a fairy-like appearance. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and showed a kind smile on his face. Dongxing felt a trace of danger, just because he could appear in front of the old man quietly, even Deoxys and Marshadow did not notice it, it was simply terrible. Who are you? Dongxing looked at the old man with a vigilant face. Ha ha ha, don't be afraid, young man, I am the master of this floor. The old man said with a smile, although I don't know what power resurrected me, this feeling is really good. Dong Xing was silent, and he was too tired to complain. In such a weird place, there are still humans. You should know that all the Pokemon you dealt with in the previous floors were ghost-type Pokemon. Young man, I think you are very powerful and a potential trainer. The old man said with a smile, I advise you to leave the Pokemon Tower. Neither me nor the one upstairs can you deal with. I know you will be unwilling, but this is my advice to you. The old man spoke in a very calm tone, so calm that Dong Xing was a little surprised. Is this someone arranged by the system? Let him give up the challenge of the Pokemon Tower? No need. Dong Xing looked at him with a caring look for the mentally retarded old man, and then said, being able to come here also proves my strength, you make a move. Don't listen to advice. You really don't listen to advice. The old man shook his head slightly, his face suddenly changed, and said coldly, Old man, it's your turn. As soon as the voice fell, a purple Pokemon floated in the air, opened its mouth, gathered energy balls in both hands, and a shadow sneak was ready to go. Bang! When the shadow sneak came, Cosmo M blocked Dong Xing and burst into a huge smoke. Bang! 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 Another round of knocking sound rang out. Dong Xing narrowed his eyes slightly and saw a black shadow in the smoke, which kept attacking and then merged into the big shadow. Sneak attack! Dong Xing was instantly embarrassed and looked up at the old man. The old man disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. But the battle continued. The two COSMOEMs had no chance to fight back and were beaten wildly by the black figure. If it weren't for their amazing defense, they would have died here. Chapter 82, Koichi's Sneak Attack. The smoke dissipated. Dong Xing took a look at Gengar and his attributes came to mind. Pokemon, Gengar. Level, LV.75. Attributes, Ghost, Poison. Features, Curse Body. Features, Ancient Spirit. Moves, Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Shadow Punch, Nightshade, Dark Pulse, Shadow Sneak, Dream Eater, Thunderbolt, Freezing Wind, Giga Drain, Substitute, Toxic. Ancient Spirit, a ghost-type Pokemon that died a long time ago. It is very powerful and proficient in various moves. It is like a ghost, looming. What a dirty Pokemon! Dong Xing was shocked when he saw Gengar's attributes. Seeing that the attributes added by the system to Gengar were very cheating, and the moves were also very numerous. However, for the dead for a ghost-type Pokemon, being able to have so many moves shows that its trainer is also very powerful. I don't know who you are, but I will definitely go to the upper level. Dong Xing took out the Pokeball and responded. As soon as the voice fell, the two Cosmo M lost their ability to fight, and Dong Xing looked at them in surprise. Abnormal state. Hypnosis. Toxic. Dream Eater. It is indeed a very dirty routine. He, little guy, your Pokemon looks extraordinary, but its strength is not very good. The old man suddenly appeared in front of Dong Xing and taunted, you should listen to others' advice and leave directly. Then take a look at this Pokemon. Dong Xing threw out the Pokeball and said again, leave it to you, Greninja. Swish! The white blade cut through the darkness, and Greninja had two more white kunai in his hands, and rushed directly towards Gengar. Ha ha ha, kid, can you fight? The old man looked at the kunai in Greninja's hand and taunted, does I/let you use it like this? Don't you know that ordinary moves don't work on ghost type? Seeing the smile on the old man's face, Dong Xing shook his head helplessly. As a player of his own battle, he certainly knew this, but ordinary moves can't work on ghost type. Similarly, ghost type moves don't work on ordinary Pokemon. Gengar's 9-shot Shadow Sneak directly penetrated Greninja's body. Bang! What's going on? The old man asked in surprise. Dong Xing didn't answer, and Greninja continued to move, slashing the kunai in his hand at Gengar. Quick, use Shadow Claw. At this moment, the old man was completely panicked. I don't know when he said this, his eyebrows kept jumping, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. The old man shook his head suddenly, his eyes became firm, it must be an illusion. Then, a smile appeared on the old man's face. But the next second, what happened made the old man doubt his life, and even doubt his career as a trainer. Greenangia's IAI/hit Jengar's body firmly. This. The expression on the old man's face froze, and his eyes suddenly widened. With an incredible expression on his face. Bang! Jengar made a shrill growl, and his body flew out directly, and the color on his body instantly dimmed a lot. Greenangia, use extrasensory. Dong Xing said softly. Greenangia made a seal with both hands, and a strange force turned into a huge palm, pinching Jengar. Jengar had a painful expression on his face. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the huge palm. Shadow Sneak poured on his arm as if it was free. Bang! The huge palm pressed Jengar to the ground, raising a huge dust. Jengar's body disappeared without a trace, leaving only a huge palm print on the ground. What's going on? The old man looked at Dong Xing and Greenangia in disbelief. Isn't Greenangia a water-type Pokemon? Isn't IAI/ a normal move? Is this guy cheating? Dong Xing looked at the old man's incredible look and couldn't complain. Grandpa, times have changed. Normal moves have no effect on ghost types. This is knowledge that trainers must know. For Pokemon like Greenangia that can change attributes, it is very simple to use moves to change attributes. In addition, although Greenangia uses IAI/, it is not difficult for Greenangia, who has mastered attributes, to cover the Kunao with a layer of water. It is precisely because of this that Greenangia can avoid Jengar's attack while also being able to counterattack. My Greenangia's characteristic is changeable. When using a move, it can change its attributes. Dong Xing looked at the confused old man and explained again, my Greenangia is very special. When using a move, it can add other attributes. According to the old man's cognition, in his era, the ghost-type Pokemon belonged to the high and invincible existence. The status is very high. Take Agatha, who is a 4th elite, for example, she has already occupied the ceiling of the ghost type. It seems that I am always old, but just a Jengar does not mean that you can win. Tauros, horn attack. The old man put away his astonished expression and gave the order again. The black mist condensed into the shape of Tauros, and Dong Xing showed a surprised expression on his face. Isn't Pokeball needed anymore? The black bullhorn attacked on Greenangia, and only heard a bang, and Greenangia's body turned into smoke. Double team? Young man, you have a lot of ideas. The old man looked at Greenangia and couldn't help but praise him, there are so many talented people in the alliance. At such a young age, you can train Greenangia to be so strong. If it were our in the era, you are definitely the best, at least you can save your own champion throne. Dong Xing heard this and said softly, I am not interested in being a champion. You should disappear too. Haha, young man, I praise you a few words, but you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Can you? The old man's words have not been finished, and his body gradually disappeared. But behind Dong Xing, a shadow appeared silently, and a huge fist was wrapped in black light. It aimed at Dong Xing's back and slammed it. Dong Xing was not in a hurry, very calm, a black shadow rose from the ground, opened his palm, and wrapped his fist inside. How is it possible? You have been prepared for a long time. The old man's disappeared body reappeared, and this time his face looked a little ugly. While the old man was shocked, Mars Haddo raised his other arm and a dark fist burst out. Bang! Boom! The tremendous energy exploded on Dusk Noir. Dusk Noir's body, as if it had been hit by an absolute impact, disappeared without a trace again. Similarly, Dongxing received a hint of victory in the battle in his mind. Chapter 83 finally reached the 10th floor. How is it possible that you would have been prepared? This is impossible. Did you notice my existence? The old man muttered to himself, looking like he had lost his soul. He couldn't understand why the man in front of him had such a high combat awareness, even as if every step he took was read in advance. Dongxing looked calm on the surface, but he was panicking inside. If it weren't for the protection of Deoxys and Mars Haddo, that blow would have been enough to kill him. Sure enough. Trainers who like to use ghost type are all old perverts. And this Dusk Noir is the 6th of the 6th. Everything is within my expectations. Dongxing responded lightly. At this time, Dongxing remembered that the best way to win the battle is to attack the trainer. As the leader of Team Rockets, he actually ignored this point. He was still foolishly fighting with others. The other party treated him as a fool, and he treated the other party as experience points. Compared to these, I am more worried about your situation. Dongxing watched the battle ahead with interest. Greninja condensed a water ball in his hand and pushed it out suddenly. The water ball turned into a wave and hit Toro's body. Then, Greninja formed a seal with his hands again, and the wave was like being controlled, forming a twister, wrapping Toro's inside. You can't, ah! The old man made a miserable growl, but it was too late to disappear again. He was directly caught in the water tornado. Although he did not suffer any damage, he still felt dizzy. This should allow us to pass. Dongxing looked at the old man's looming body and the completely disappeared Toros. Seeing all this, there was no emotional fluctuation. Perhaps, this old man was a powerful trainer when he was alive, but now, everything about him is outdated. What Pokemon battle 6 on 6, it's just a false rule. Of course, the rules will only be enforced under the watchful eyes of the public. In a battle in the wild, there are no rules to talk about, all actions are for the purpose of victory. Dongxing put Greninja into the Pokeball, took out the healing potion from the system space, and treated Cosmo M, who lost his combat ability. It's strange to say that since the evolution of these two Pokemon, the experience points gained have increased, but the levels of the two Pokemon have not changed much. You two have tried your best, I don't blame you. Dongxing gently stroked Cosmo M, shaking his body, as if responding to Dongxing's words. The two Pokemon also fought like Greninja, and even used their bodies to tackle each other. Unfortunately, they were facing Ghost-type Pokemon. Instead of attacking the opponent, they directly penetrated through the opponent's body and were beaten up by others. When facing Gengar, the two Cosmo M were directly sucked dry by Gengar, without any resistance. Okay, let's go to the last one. Dongxing touched his nose and headed towards the 10th floor. Vermilion City, Mars Club. Dear Superiors, Mars Club has achieved its current success since its establishment thanks to you. It's just that the Mars Club needs high-end talents. We can give you generous rewards and even first-hand resources, provided that you are worthy. Ramda looked at the people in front of him with a condescending attitude, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. There were more than 20 young people standing below, each of whom was no older than 30 years old. If we only talk about age, we can't tell anything. But if we talk about the level of trainers, everyone present is a professional trainer, and everyone is a master in their respective fields. However, these professional trainers did not go to the Pokemon League for appointment, but came to the Mars Club founded by Ramde. The reason is simple: more money, less work. In this Pokemon world, it is very difficult to hold a civilian position in the Alliance. Without any connections, it is impossible to obtain a position in the Pokemon League, but once you choose to accept it, it means accompanying death. Positions such as Pokemon League Investigator, Wilderness Protector, etc. are all career-level trainers shuddering. If there is no danger, it will be fine. Once something happens, it will be a big deal. Similarly, the salary and subsidies given by the Pokemon League are very high. When you reach the professional level of trainers, you will receive a certain amount of funds and points every month. These are the guarantees given by the Pokémon League to trainers above the special level. Of course, the higher the level of the trainer, the higher the subsidy. Even if you do not hold a position in the Pokémon League, there will be a certain subsidy. Now, as a member of the Mars Club, you should have your own pride, facing. Ramda chattered endlessly, and the 20 people standing below raised their heads, chests, and eyes like torches. I believe everyone has their own potential, born in adversity or die in comfort, a person's excellence. But life is short, we want to change our destiny, we can't rely on one person's strength, we have to stick together. Although I give you wages, I treat you as family, each of you. Ramda gave a passionate speech. These words have been practiced many times, and they are already familiar to the heart. Every word is full of emotion, and every sentence quietly enters the hearts of everyone. This is the traditional brainwashing method of Team Rockets. Ramda also went through this step, but he enjoyed it. Every city has 20 to 30 professional trainers sitting in it. As long as they are successfully brainwashed, it will be a huge improvement for Team Rockets. Especially Team Rockets, which has suffered fragmentation. Similarly, this is also one of the purposes of Dongxing letting Ramda establish a club, not only to attract talents, but also to contact the top of the Pokémon League. Arranging spies is out of date. Giovanni used his own actions to illustrate the failure of this method. Dongxing's plan is even longer term. Lavender Town, inside the Pokémon Tower. Tick. Tick. Dongxing walked on the stairs, his ears moved suddenly, as if he heard something, and his brows frowned slightly. He subconsciously looked around, looking at the situation in front of him, but he didn't find anything, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Is it an illusion? Dongxing looked up at the end of the corridor. He only needed to walk a few more steps to enter the 10th floor, and then he would have another legendary Pokémon. No. Dongxing slowly stepped forward. His face gradually became solemn, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. Chapter 84 cleared the level. This is. Dongxing quietly came to the entrance of the 10th floor, slightly poked his head, and his face changed slightly. The Pokémon on the 10th floor of the Pokémon Tower turned out to be Hoopa. This is a big joke. Among the ghost Pokémon, there are many legendary Pokémon, such as Linjima and Giratina, which are representative Pokémon. Dongxing is not picky about these Pokémon, anyone will do, especially Linjima. A big black horse, how cool it would be to ride it. With Dongxing's appearance, it can definitely attract girls. But it happened to be a Hoopa, who can resist it if it fights? Hoopa is a small, pink, and grey Pokémon. It has a braid on the top of its head, and 2 upward curved horns on the sides of its head, each with a golden ring hanging on it. There is also a ring pattern on its forehead, and it often keeps a smirk. Although the appearance of Hoopa is designed based on Neza, it does not mean that Hoopa is not powerful. Everyone knows that Hoopa has a nickname called the Demon God, which can summon a mythical beast. Especially in the previous theatrical version, Hoopa used his own dimension to transmit a large number of mythical beasts. These are all legendary Pokémon. If the Hoopa in front of him could have such connections, this battle would not have to be fought at all. In addition, after the form is released and it becomes a real demon god, there is basically no suspense. Although Dongxing was a little uneasy, he still took a look at Hoopa's attributes. Pokémon, Hoopa. Level, LV.100. Attributes, Psychic, Ghost. Features, Magician. Exclusive features. Exclusive features. Exclusive features. Moves, Dimensional Hole, Trick, Destiny Bond, Magic Coat, Light Screen, Psybeam, Toxic, Taunt, Reflect, Shadow Sneak. Magician, when a Pokémon with this feature attacks, it can steal the items carried by the opponent. Hiss. After seeing Hoopa's attributes, Dongxing took a deep breath. 3 exclusive characteristics. The moves he mastered are also very rich. Overall, this is the most difficult one Dongxing has ever seen. Entangled Pokemon. What surprised him was that the current Hoopa was staring at something on the ground, with a curious expression on his face. If we attack now, will it be killed in one blow? Dongxing had a bold idea in his mind. The combination of psychic and ghost can avoid most attribute damage, but it also has fatal weaknesses. That is 4 times weaker ghost and 2 times weaker dark. The Pokemon in Dongxing's hands know a lot of ghost and dark moves. Dongxing thought about it, and 2 more Pokeballs appeared in his hand, one is Luxury Ball and the other is Quick Ball. Luxury Ball is a comfortable living ball that can make the captured Pokemon very intimate. Quick Ball is a Pokeball that is a bit different. If used before the battle begins, it can easily capture Pokemon. Compared with fighting, Dongxing wants to try to capture and see if he can put Hoopa directly into the Pokeball. It was just a problem in choosing a Pokeball. After all, without a Master Ball, points could not be exchanged in the mall. Forget it, let's just give it a try. Dongxing took out the Luxury Ball and threw it out. Only to see the Luxury Ball hit Hoopa's back. The Luxury Ball opened, a red light covered Hoopa. And the powerful suction absorbed Hoopa, and the red light on the Pokeball flashed. Once. 2 times. 3 times. The Luxury Ball kept shaking. Dongxing's heart was almost in his throat. Must win. This is a Luxury Ball exchanged for 50,000 points. Although it is not a disposable item, if you miss it once, you will suffer from Hoopa's revenge. The light of the Luxury Ball went out and stopped shaking. Dongxing was stunned the whole time, looking at his thin arms, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Just 1 Luxury Ball can capture Hoopa? I can't be the legendary 1-ball Superman. Dongxing picked up the Luxury Ball on the ground. This is a full-level Pokemon with many moves. But when Dongxing picked up the Pokeball, he felt a pulling sensation under his body. He lowered his head suddenly and was shocked. Hoopa was looking at Dongxing curiously with a smile on his face. Fuck! Dongxing was suddenly shocked. The Luxury Ball aimed at Hoopa, and a red light shot out, sucking Hoopa into the Luxury Ball again. My goodness, did you capture it? Dongxing was surprised. He didn't hear the system prompt at all. In addition, he just saw that Hoopa was captured, so why could Hoopa still come out of the Luxury Ball? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Just after Dongxing stood up, he lowered his head again, and Hoopa appeared in front of him again. However, this time, Hoopa clapped his hands and smiled happily, as if he was playing something fun. This. Dongxing was embarrassed, but what was certain was that Hoopa did not attack him at all. How did you get out? Dongxing asked curiously. Hoopa took out the golden ring hanging on the corner, stretched his palm into it, and began to tear Dongxing's cheek the next second. Is this an alternate dimension channel? Dongxing was surprised, but the pain on his face made him accept the reality. This means that he has to fight with Hoopa and use the battle to decide the outcome. Only in this way can the system determine the outcome. Otherwise, the system will not prompt the end, and this copy will not end. After seeing Dongxing's surprised expression, Hoopa laughed out loud, as if he saw something particularly happy. Hoopa, do you know how to get out of here? Dongxing asked softly. Hoopa nodded, the ring in his hand became bigger, and the extra-dimensional passage opened again. Then Hoopa pointed at the extra-dimensional passage, indicating that Dongxing could leave from here and walk out. Is it really possible? Dongxing hesitated. Seeing that Dongxing didn't believe it, Hoopa pulled Dongxing into the extra-dimensional passage. Although Hoopa was only 50 centimeters tall, his strength was very huge. Before Dongxing could react, he had already entered the extra-dimensional passage. The 2 COSMOEMs followed immediately after seeing it. The next second, Dongxing appeared at the door of the Pokemon Tower. Hoopa stood carefully at Dongxing's feet, and the two COSMOEMs also lingered around Dongxing. Fuck, it came out so soon. Dongxing was surprised. This extra-dimensional passage was too cool. The next second, the system prompt sounded in Dongxing's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining Hoopa's recognition. Hoopa is willing to grow with the host, and the level is reset to 0. Chapter 85 Will and Karen's Distress. Ding! Congratulations, the host cleared the dungeon Pokemon Tower and was rewarded with the Pokemon item. Indefinite Flying Ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for clearing the dungeon Pokemon Tower. Due to illegal battles on the 10th and 9th floors, the Pokemon level reward was cancelled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for clearing the dungeon Pokemon Tower and being rewarded with points, 100,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing the legendary Pokemon Hoopa and getting a points reward, 50,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening a new trait for Hoopa, Fluctuating Body. Ding! Hearing the various rewards from the system, Dongxing was stunned. Good man, let's not talk about anything else, just the level of Hoopa was reset to 0, this system is really a dog. However, Dongxing was moved by the points reward and the newly acquired items. Unfixed Flying Ring, a prop exclusively for Hoopa, which can improve Hoopa's attributes and the power of his moves, and at the same time make Hoopa's interdimensional channel more stable. Wave Body, Pokemon can sense the wave power of the host's body, which the host cannot use actively, and can attract Pokemon with wave consciousness. After seeing the system's explanation, Dongxing exclaimed in his heart, "Wow, I actually have the physique to absorb Pokemon, and the Pokemon I absorb is still a legendary Pokemon." No wonder Hoopa did not take the initiative to attack, but was very intimate. Thinking of this, Dongxing looked at Hoopa at his feet, and the more he looked at it, the cuter Hoopa felt. This Pokemon has a huge influence on Team Rocket's. Although the level is reset to 0, it has no effect at all. Ah! Hoopa stretched, called yawn, looked at the luxury ball in Dongxing's hand, and went straight in. Before Dongxing could react, the Pokeball in his hand was absorbed by a huge force and disappeared. It should have been teleported back to Team Rocket's. Dongxing said to himself. He had more than 6 Pokemon in his hand, and the newly captured Hoopa was directly teleported to Team Rocket HQ on the 7 islands. Dongxing subconsciously checked Hoopa's attributes. Pokemon, Hoopa. Level, LV.5. Attributes, Psychic, Ghost. Features, Great Magician. Exclusive features, Greedy Heart. Exclusive features, Space Power. Exclusive features, Dazzling Bond. Carried items, Unfixed Flying Ring. Moves, Dimensional Hole, Trick, Destiny Bond, Ally Switch, Confusion. Great Magician, as long as he touches a Pokemon, he will take the items carried by the other party. There is no upper limit to the use of items in battle. Greedy Heart, likes to collect different items and wealth. The more items and wealth he collects, the stronger his ability will be, with no upper limit. Space Power, the power to manipulate space. As the level increases, the power becomes stronger. Strong. Really too strong. After seeing Hoopa's attributes, Dongxing had an evaluation in his heart, but now he has too many Pokemon, so he can only send Hoopa back. It seems that I have to send Zapdos back and pick up Hoopa tomorrow. Dongxing used Deoxys Psychic to pass through the periphery of the Pokemon Tower and came to the street. If a mischievous Pokemon like Hoopa is placed in Team Rocket HQ, Dongxing is not at ease at all, for fear that Hoopa will do something wrong and open the extra-dimensional channel to let the Pokemon League in. Thinking of this, Dongxing walked towards the hotel. At the same time, outside the 7 islands, there is an unnamed island 200 kilometers away. What's wrong with you? You've been walking back and forth for a long time, and you're so annoyed. Karen shouted impatiently. Will said with a worried look on his face, "What do you mean by the Pokémon Alliance arranging us here? Now the entire 7th island is shrouded in a layer of strange energy. Even if we use Dragonite and Salamence to launch an attack, we can't break through the defense." Charles Goodshow knew that it was impossible to conquer it, but he still asked us to come. What on earth was he thinking? In Will's opinion, this kind of thing is not suitable for the two of them. Although they are 4 elites, they are not good at frontal breakthroughs because of the different Pokémon and combat styles. Will is proficient in psychic Pokémon, and Karen is proficient in dark Pokémon. The former likes to use light screen reflect to consume the opponent, and with the defense of Bronzong and Slowbro, he will give the opponent a fatal blow after consuming the opponent's physical strength. The latter likes to add some abnormal states to the enemy and torture the opponent through abnormal states. The Moon Pokémon and Spiritomb he owns are responsible for resisting damage. Because of this style, such things as Siege are not suitable for the two of them at all. Even if we send Koga, he is better than the two of them. What is Damalanchi thinking? He knows that we were members of Team Rockets before, and he has always been holding a grudge. Karen mocked. We have come to the vicinity of the 7 islands, what should we do? If we really launch an attack, we will have no way out. Will asked. You. Why do you start to worry about the future after becoming a 4 elite? Karen said unhappily, now we are in control of the initiative. Even if we launch an attack, as long as we give Team Rockets some confidence at the critical moment, we are also Team Rockets members. After receiving the order, the two of them came to the vicinity of the 7 islands as soon as possible, but Will became hesitant when he got here. You don't understand, if Team Rockets sees that it was us who launched the attack, they will hold a grudge. Although Dongxing is in control of Team Rockets, you also know Dongxing's style of doing things. Will sighed. Hey? What about Dongxing? It is because of him that we can rest assured. Karen looked curious. She had never paid much attention to Dongxing. He was a taciturn person before. Now, judging from the changes in the 7 islands, we were all deceived by his appearance. He is not as honest as we thought. Will said worriedly. Karen chuckled and said, you are afraid of Team Rockets. We can all leave Team Rockets and join the Pokémon League. Similarly, we can also leave the Pokémon League and join Team Rockets. What are you worried about? Will recalled the pain he had experienced in Team Rockets and sighed, maybe I think too much, but if we do this, will they really not bear a grudge? Karen said affirmatively, with Dongxing's character, of course not, but if it was Giovanni, my wishful thinking would not be so smooth. Although Team Rockets is now presided over by Dongxing, its strength is still too weak. In addition, the arrangements of the Pokémon League are pressing step by step. This is a great thing for us. The more the Pokémon League presses, the better it is for us. Once we annoy the members of Team Rockets, a group of rage people will do something that we cannot control. Chapter 86 Training Serena. In the eyes of the two of them, none of the Team Rockets members on the 7 islands can fight, so there is no need to worry at all. The only person to be careful of is Dongxing, he is a huge variable. Especially Dongxing, who can serve as the deputy leader of Team Rockets. Although he is taciturn and is used by Giovanni to check and balance the 3 cadres, he must have extraordinary qualities to be able to sit in a high position. In addition to Dongxing, Karen does not have to worry about other things. Except for this barrier, the 7 islands are probably rotten. We can stay in the rear and don't need to show up. When we work hard, let the Pokémon go. Once the situation is not right, we can turn sides. Do I need to teach you this kind of thing? Karen said with a smile. Will's mouth curled up slightly when he heard this, and a big stone in his heart fell. As long as Team Rockets shows signs of stabilization, the Pokémon League will fight. It was like this before, and it will be no exception this time. What's more, all the codders of Team Rockets gathered here. As long as they are completely destroyed, no one will dare to threaten the Pokemon League, and no one will be able to threaten the status of the two of them. According to the news we got before, Dongxing has the legendary Pokemon. Will didn't finish his words, and only heard Karen say disdainfully, "News? Would you believe this kind of groundless news? I also said that I have Ray Cow, Suicune, and Entei, but no one would believe it. Everyone can brag. If there really is a legendary Pokemon, why are they still hiding in the 7 islands? Here we go." A subordinate came up to the two people. "Elite, the 10 Dragonites we arranged to launch an attack could not shake the barrier of the 7 islands. Charles Goodshow just issued an order requiring the two of you to conquer the 7 islands within a week." Will and Karen's face changed, and they asked quickly, "1 week? Have you arranged for other people to support us? Haven't we reported the situation here to Charles Goodshow?" "Yes, we have reported it to the president. He just gave the 2 elite adults 1 week. As for other things, Charles Goodshow didn't say." The subordinate responded truthfully. 1 week. Will and Karen looked at each other. Isn't this pushing them into the fire pit? No matter what, they are both at the level of Elite Four and are well-known figures in the Pokemon League. But as the president, Damalankai can't force them like this. "I know, you go down first." Karen waved her hand, signaling subordinates go out. "Is Charles Goodshow testing us?" Will analyzed. "More than testing us, this is pushing us to a dead end. This barrier has been reported, and professional personnel should be arranged to analyze it. What can we rely on?" Karen looked worried. "What should we do now?" Will's expression tightened, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. "Let's take it one step at a time. Even if we can launch an attack, we must leave ourselves a way out," Karen said. "What about Team Rockets on the 7 islands?" Will asked. Karen thought for a moment and then said, "Don't worry about this. Although we have launched an attack, as long as we give enough information at the right time, we can also protect ourselves. But what about the Pokemon League? Let alone a week. Even if we are given a month, we can't take it." Will looked worried. Karen chuckled and said, "What does this have to do with us? We are here to pretend. Even if we don't go, Damalankai can't do anything to us. Besides, the Pokemon League will definitely send people here. As for who will be arranged, we don't need to worry about it. It will also be good for us to let them know the strength of Team Rockets." "That's right, no matter what. The two of us will continue to be elites," Will said with a smirk. Karen smiled and said, "Don't worry, things are still under our control." Will heard this and had an idea in his mind. He said softly, "Then I'll leave this to you. I'll go back to Johto region first. I remember that there are still many Team Rockets remnants in Johto region. Be safe," Karen said softly. The next morning, Kanto region, Lavender Town. At Serena's invitation, Dongxing became Serena's Pokemon sparring partner. After a morning of training, Serena's Pokemon has grown a lot. Especially after the battle, Serena not only recognized Dongxing's strength, but also admired him more, although she didn't know how Dongxing got so many legendary Pokemon. But Serena knew that only a strong trainer could get the recognition of legendary Pokemon, and the strength shown by Dongxing was enough to get the favor of legendary Pokemon. In addition to Dongxing's suggestions, Serena had a new understanding of Pokemon battles and training, which was like opening the door to a new world. Your Delphox has mastered 3 mystical fires. There is no upper limit to the growth of this move, but the damage caused by each one is the same. Toxic, Substitute, Will-O-Wisp, and Protect still need practice. The Fairy Pokemon performed very well. Whether using Reflect or Light Screen for defensive conversion, it can also rely on the advantage of attributes to reverse the disadvantage of attributes. Punchaim's understanding of inch power is still a little lacking. A little burst is enough to shake Pokemon stronger than it. More skills. After a morning of training, Dongxing made a final vote on Serena's Pokemon. Although he said it was simple, the cost of the moves was basically the same. I have to say that rich people are good. If Pokemon wants to learn new moves, they can buy videos to practice. If it were an ordinary trainer, it would take a long time for him to learn it by himself. Serena heard this and said, I didn't expect you to be so powerful and know so many tactics. Ha ha ha, a trainer who knows how to use his brain is a real trainer. A trainer who doesn't know how to use his brain can't make it. Dongxing said lightly. Humph. Serena snorted coldly, without rebutting, rolled her eyes at Dongxing, and asked, Do you want to go to Kalos region? There are more powerful trainers there. I believe in your strength. I'll think about it. I will go to Kalos region. It's just a matter of time. The most important thing at the moment is to collect all the gym badges in Kanto region. Dongxing said lightly. Dongxing is not in a hurry about the things in Kalos region. Evolutionary stone/ite, Gigantamax soup, and other things are also sold in the system mall. Chapter 87 The Spirited Young Man in Lavender Town. Although Dongxing is not short of points now, having money does not mean that he can be willful. Bang! At this moment, 4 or 5 trainers dressed in strange costumes came to Serena and Dongxing. The leader looked at Serena, smiled and said, Boy, you are quite rich, I just saw it, why don't you lend some money to us guys? Dongxing looked at everyone, and their information emerged in his mind. They are basically all high-level trainers, and there is not even a superior level. At this level, let alone dealing with Dongxing, even dealing with Serena is a piece of cake disc. Serena, now it's time to test the results of your training. Dongxing said lightly. Now. Serena was startled, then secretly looked at the group of trainers and whispered again, Can I? Although Dongxing was very patient in teaching Serena, training still depends on fighting to be effective. Just now, she was completely beaten by Dongxing, and her inner confidence has been completely defeated. But at this moment, Delphox, Punchame, and Fairy Pokemon are different. They were beaten to death by a Greninja, and they were full of anger in their hearts. They all have auras in Kalos region. Although their trainers are not good at fighting, they have never suffered such grievances. After arriving in Kanto region, they have a small battle, but they also won, but they were just devalued by Dongxing. No matter who it is, they will feel unbalanced. In addition, they have just learned new moves. And it happened that a group of troublesome guys came in front of them. Why not give it a try? Go ahead, Nidorino. Leave it to you, Steryu. Stop them, Tangela. Lick it for me, Lickitung. More than a dozen people showed their Pokemon one after another. Dongxing glanced at them calmly and his heart moved. These are all Pokemon of level 30 or 40. If his Pokemon were to show up, at least they could be upgraded by 2 or 3 levels, and maybe Cosmoem could complete the evolution. It's a pity that it's left to Delphox, Punchame and Fairy Pokemon. It would be a miracle if these 3 Pokemon could upgrade if they shared the experience. Before Serena gave the order to attack, Delphox, Punchame and Fairy Pokemon were already thirsty. The 3 Pokemon jumped into the enemy camp, like wolves into a flock of sheep, with moves one after another, and their figures were like ghosts, and the power of their moves was more powerful than before. Bang! Boom! Just look at sparks flashing, the pink glory in the flames, a small figure put on black glasses and shuttles back and forth. All out Steryu, open the distance, use water gun. Serena's 3 Pokemon has no power to fight back. Serena is also a special trainer. These are insurmountable for trainers. Are you so useless? Having more people doesn't mean anything. Dongxing looked at the defeated trainer, turned his head and said to Serena, in the battle just now, you hesitated when giving orders. Remember, trainers should give orders quickly, accurately, and steadily. Ah? Is that true? Serena recalled, the command just now was okay, no big problem. Dongxing shook his head helplessly, speechless in his heart. Serena is just like this. However, judging from the battle just now, Serena's command has certain problems. If she faces a special trainer of the same level, too many mistakes will be fatal. Just facing a group of high-level trainers, and fighting for such a long time, that is the problem of the trainer. It must be said that this group of people actively gave experience, which made Dongxing envious. Delphox, Punchame, and Fairy Pokemon each upgraded one level. And Naughty is still 2 levels away from evolution. Although Punchame was the lowest level, he was the most aggressive and fought the hardest in the battle. If it weren't for the protection of the Fairy Pokemon and Delphox, Punchame might be the first Pokemon to lose its combat power. The leader was terrified of Dongxing and Serena, and asked hurriedly, Do you know who I am? You are breaking the rules of Lavender Town. Dongxing said lightly, we are the 3 good young people who are brave and righteous. From the way you dress, I know you are not good people, and you are breaking the rules of Lavender Town. Do you want to find Miss Jenny to talk to you? Humph. You wait, if you offend our people in Lavender Town, you will definitely not have a good result. The leader said viciously. Really? Dongxing glanced at Serena and said, let Punchame teach them what is politeness. How to teach? Serena asked with a puzzled look. Listen, you will be offended. Did you mention double slap? Dongxing said with a smirk. No. I know the Pokemon's move is double slap, Serena said with a puzzled look. Dongxing glanced at everyone. Delphox and the fairy Pokemon intercepted everyone and directly blocked the way back for many trainers. What do you want to do? We are all trainers recognized by the Pokemon League. That's right, you let Pokemon attack trainers, which is against the rules. If the Pokemon League knows about this today, you will be in trouble. This is Lavender Town. If you dare to do anything out of line, don't blame us for being ruthless. We are not ordinary people. This is Lavender Town. If you offend us, you will be cursed. The people who were surrounded felt that something was not going well. But now that things had come to this, they could only use the rules of the alliance to explain the matter. But the more they said this, the more panicked they felt. At the beginning, they were attracted by Dongxing's money and Serena's appearance, and deliberately came to find fault. They were used to being domineering in Lavender Town on weekdays, and now there was a tough guy, they couldn't accept it. You said the Pokemon Alliance. If they could manage you, would you still have such a temper now? Dongxing glanced at them lightly, and then said, Serena, teach them to talk properly. Serena smiled and looked at Punchame, only to see Punchame slowly walking towards the crowd, shaking his arms and walking out of the steps of not recognizing relatives. How about we rush out? Chapter 88 Giovanni's Task. Yes. She only has 3 Pokemon, and she can't stop so many of us at once. As long as everyone rushes out together, there will be no problem at all. I think this proposal is okay. When you run out, don't give me away. Okay. It's a deal. A group of people discussed and looked at Punchame, who was staring at them. They were unwilling to sit and wait for death. But just when they wanted to take action, they saw flowers formed by flames around Delphox's body, as if warning them. Then, Delphox's arm sparkled, and a thunder shock wave fell into the crowd. Instantly, the spark spread, and everyone made a miserable growl. Boom! Everyone fell down. We were wrong. Please give us a chance. The leader suppressed his trembling body and looked at Serena and Dongxing. The others fell to the ground, twitching all over. They wanted to beg for mercy. But they couldn't speak and their whole body was numb. Sure enough, the leader of this group of people has a different physique. Dongxing commented. At this moment, Punchame walked up to him, grabbed the man's collar, and raised his palm high. Don't! Don't. Don't. The man waved his hands and begged for mercy. Sorry, don't hit me. I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to make a new beginning. Your desire to survive is really strong. Dong Xing smiled. Serena glanced at Pun Chame, who immediately understood, and the huge arm loosened, and the captain sat on the ground. You suddenly came to us, there must be something wrong, who sent you here? Dong Xing asked coldly. This. The man hesitated, looking at Dong Xing's face. He was very scared. He really had no one to instruct him, but the other party had already asked this question. If he couldn't say it, he would be beaten to death. For a moment, he couldn't think of anyone who could say it. Still dishonest? Serena, let him taste Dark's double slap. Dong Xing said again. Okay. Serena agreed. Snap. 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 Pasham opened fire with full force, and the small slap burst out with powerful force. Hearing this crisp sound, Dong Xing turned his head away, unable to bear to watch. After a few screams, Pun Chame seemed to have triggered some kind of switch, and the rhythm of his hands became faster and faster. After a few minutes, when he looked at the man again, his nose and face were already bruised and swollen. Pasham on the side looked at his slap curiously, as if to say, Am I so powerful? My name is Away, and I am a native of Lavender Town. Please let me go. Away cried, I usually bully outsiders, and I haven't made any big mistakes. Then you are a street urchin? Dong Xing asked. But before Away could speak, Dong Xing said to Pun Chame, This person is just like you, a street urchin, but don't be too gentle. Pun Chame looked at Dong Xing with disdain, but still stared at Away seriously. Away suddenly felt oppressed. Good fellow. If I lied, how could you tell? Why do I feel like you are playing with me? I have no evidence. The whole training ground was unusually quiet, and no one dared to wail. Stop fighting, I am also fighting for a living. If I were like you, I would not bully others. Away said. Street scoundrel, do you have a backer behind you? Dong Xing asked again. No. I originally wanted to join Team Rockets, but Team Rockets has now disappeared. Lost. Away sniffed and continued, We are of low level. Although we are high-level trainers, we are not favored by the Pokemon League. Team Rockets. Dong Xing frowned and thought of something. I see that you are also rich trainers, so I want to blackmail you. Away said truthfully. Blackmail? It seems that you often do this kind of thing. How many times have you succeeded? Dong Xing said softly. Away waved his hands and said in panic, It has never succeeded once. The trainers who come to Lavender Town are either very strong or they just stay for one day and leave. Hey? Keep talking. Away glanced at Dong Xing and continued, What else are you talking about? I have told you everything I know. Can you let me go? Let you go. Dong Xing glanced at him and continued, Let you go and let you continue to do evil? But... Facing Dong Xing's words, Away was speechless. Forget it, I'll give you a job, you go find him, he will arrange your things. Dong Xing borrowed paper and pen from Serena, wrote down Ram's contact information, and arranged for these people to work in the Mars Club. Thank you. Thank you so much. Away and others hurriedly thanked. Although they found no results, they also felt a sense of belonging, especially for Dong Xing, who was powerful and rich. In the Pokemon League, only powerful trainers will be taken care of and favored, and there are too many trainers like Away who are not strong and can only survive. Thank you so much. Away took the note in his hand and his whole body trembled. Mars Club is a club that has recently emerged. As long as you are an employee of the club, you can not only enjoy the treatment of the league, but also have a certain salary. This is a great opportunity for ordinary trainers like them. Okay, I hope you won't regret it. Dongxing said lightly. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Dongxing felt infinite emotion in his heart, not knowing whether it was a good thing or a bad thing for him to do this. What are your plans next? Serena put away all her Pokémon. Next challenge the gym, what about you? Dongxing responded. I plan to return to Kalos region and also want to challenge the gym competition. Serena said with a smile. Dongxing was shocked at first, and then said in surprise, don't you want to participate in the gorgeous competition? Now I want to surpass you. Serena looked at Dongxing and said seriously, I know you are very strong, but I want to surpass you. Ha ha ha. Dongxing laughed and said, this is also a good choice. I look forward to the day we meet. The two chatted and returned to the hotel. After packing up, Serena took a cruise ship in Lavender Town and left, while Dongxing continued to move towards the next city. But just as Dongxing left Lavender Town, a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Temporary task. Issuer, Giovanni, Executor, Dongxing. Frog fun. Giovanni can still issue tasks to me? Dongxing looked at the prompt in his mind and was suddenly shocked. Chapter 89 The Remnants of Team Rockets in Celadon City. Kanto Region, Celadon City, a 5-star hotel. Night fell. Dongxing had just finished a phone call with Jinling. After understanding some of the situation, Dongxing also began to pack up. There was Team Rockets in Celadon City before. Although the Rockets' underground base was sealed by the Pokémon League, there are still many clues left. In addition to the tasks assigned by the system during the day, even if Dongxing wants to play the gym competition, he has to stop and complete this task. The tasks assigned to the 7 islands are now full. If we continue like this, we will not lack points for the time being. While Dongxing was thinking, Athena called. Before Dongxing could speak, Athena hurriedly said, Leader, something bad has happened. Don't panic. What can make you so panic? Dongxing said disapprovingly. Our warehouse was stolen, and many gem props disappeared. Now the 1,000 hands is about to fail. Athena shouted loudly. Steal. Gem. Dongxing heard this, and his brows were full of black lines. He immediately counted, can you find the luxury ball I teleported back yesterday? Yes. What's wrong? Athena asked. Now hurry up and get it, and then transfer it to me, I will exchange it with you using the Zapdos in my hand. Dongxing said in a deep voice. Zapdos? Leader. Before Athena finished her words, Dongxing urged. Hurry up, don't waste time. Okay. Athena responded and hung up the phone. 5 minutes later, Dongxing used the Zapdos in his hand to exchange with Hoopa. When Dongxing touched the Pokeball, his information also changed, and Hoopa was in the team. However, when the Pokeball arrived, a small episode occurred. Mars Haddo sensed Hoopa's after the existence of Hoopa, it immediately appeared. The two Pokémon met and greeted each other in a friendly manner. I thought it would be a scene of jealousy, but I didn't expect it to be a friendly star chef. Seeing this scene, Dongxing was heartbroken. These two Pokémon look harmless and obedient, but they are actually rebellious. Compared with Deoxys, these two Pokémon are completely unacceptable. Mars Haddo can absorb Dongxing's spirit, and the new Hoopa is good at slack off, and directly emptied the warehouse of Team Rockets. There are also many kinds of props that were stolen, such as Light Ball, Toxic Orb, Flame Orb, Deep Sea Tooth, Scallion, Thick Bone, etc. Although I don't know what Hoopa stole these props for, it did it using the space channel. Hoopa, learn from Mars Haddo and don't run around. Dongxing looked at Hoopa in front of him and taught him, but Hoopa ignored Dongxing and went directly into the Pokeball. Then, Mars Haddo also merged into the shadow, and Dongxing had a headache. But this is his own Pokémon, and it is also a legendary beast. What can he do? Just bear it. After sorting out his mood, Dongxing slowly walked out of the hotel, looked up at the starry sky and moonlight, and shook his head helplessly. I can't find Giovanni now. He is hiding and leaving the problem to me. Dongxing frowned slightly, and couldn't help but think about Giovanni's thoughts. Logically speaking, the task is very simple, but he is now the leader of Team Rockets. No matter what, it is not Giovanni's turn to assign him tasks. Unless Giovanni's enthusiasm for Team Rockets is not completely eliminated. After all, Team Rockets is Giovanni's life's work. It took 4 or 5 years to lay the foundation in Kanto and Johto region, which can hardly be shaken. If it weren't for Red's existence, Team Rockets would have formed a perfect organization. It can only be blamed on Giovanni's strategic mistakes. He did not solve the hidden dangers of Kanto region and Johto region at all, and reached out to other regions. The financial and material resources consumed between the two are self-evident. No matter what, as long as we find Giovanni's trace, we will eliminate Giovanni first. Dongxing gradually had the intention to kill. Giovanni's sudden appearance made him very unhappy. For his own safety and for his own plan, Giovanni must disappear. According to the instructions of the task, Dongxing came to the outskirts of Celadon City. There was a Team Rockets game hall in Celadon City, but it has now been closed. Originally, Dongxing wanted to go to the underground base to find information about Mutuo, but in the chat with Jinling, he learned that the experimental base on Cinnabar Island was of information value. Therefore, Dongxing came to the suburbs alone to see what the task arranged by Giovanni was about. Suddenly, Dongxing stopped and a Golbat appeared in front of him. Golbat opened its mouth and showed its sharp fangs, as if it could attack at any time. Dongxing shook his head slightly and sighed secretly. The Team Rockets left in Celadon City are of too low quality. This Zubat is only level 20, and it seems to be forced to evolve. It is worth mentioning that in this world, although there are differences in levels, the evolution of Pokémon has a certain relationship with the level. Some Pokémon will evolve naturally after reaching the level, and there are certain exceptions. After reaching the level, no evolution will occur, which shows that the potential of Pokémon is huge. When the potential of Pokémon is huge, the level cannot meet the energy required for its own evolution, and then it will stop evolving. Similarly, forcing Pokémon to evolve is the practice of Team Rockets before, which is a kind of forcing the growth of seedlings. Before Golbat launched an attack, 2 red and blue tentacles hit Golbat's head like whips. In an instant, Golbat lost his ability to fight and fell to the ground. It seems that you are quite good at playing hide and seek. Deoxys, use Psychic. Deoxys did not appear, but directly burst out a powerful mental power in Dongxing's body. Psychic spread around like a wave. The next second, the Pokémon hiding in the dark fell to the ground one after another. Dongxing shouted coldly, "I am Dongxing, the new leader of Team Rockets. Now do you want to return to the embrace of Team Rockets or continue to wander? I will only give you 5 minutes to consider." Dongxing's voice was not loud, but Hone could hear it within a 10-meter range. But when they heard Dongxing's words, a pair of eyes full of idiots looked at Dongxing. They were outside. After wandering for too long, I still have Giovanni's faith in my heart. Now anyone can be the leader of Team Rockets. It's not that easy. But there are also many people who, after seeing Dongxing's strength, kneel on the ground without saying a word and say softly, "I am willing to serve Dongxing leader." In the past few years in the 7 Islands, you have worked hard, Dongxing leader. This scene scared many other Team Rockets people. Among the people, there are many old people in Team Rockets, and they still understand the situation of the 7 Islands. Chapter 90 Breaking Through the Battle. Dongxing leader. There was such an arrangement before, to set up a branch in the 7 Islands. He was originally the deputy leader of Team Rockets, and now he is the leader. The people present looked at each other, and after the noisy discussion, they quickly returned to calm. You should know that there are no fools among the people present. The real fools have been arrested by the Pokemon League. They are all smart people who have survived hardships. When they saw one person kneeling down, the others also knelt down. Leader! You are finally here! With a cry of surprise, everyone knelt on the ground. Dongxing's identity made everyone feel terrified. What they didn't expect was that the new leader would come to them in person. The Pokemon standing behind everyone also slowly retreated after seeing their trainer kneeling down. Everyone, get up! What is your situation now? Someone come to explain it. Dongxing said coldly. Everyone stood up silently, but no one came forward to talk to Dongxing, and the atmosphere gradually became solemn. In everyone's mind, Giovanni is the only leader. Even if Dongxing takes the position, they don't recognize it. Whose gallbat is this? Take it back quickly. Dongxing said coldly. After feeling the pressure from Dongxing, a member of Team Rockets came up and put gallbat into the pokeball. Explain the situation to me. Dongxing asked with interest. The Team Rockets member was stunned for a moment, but after seeing Dongxing turn around and leave, he quickly followed. The remaining Team Rockets members looked at the two people who were leaving with fierce eyes. Asshole! He betrayed us and betrayed Boss Giovanni. We must kill him. If we don't kill him, we can't show our loyalty to Boss Giovanni. Humph! Don't be in a hurry. A mere branch of the Seven Islands dares to become the leader of Team Rockets. It's not the time yet. Wait a little longer. That's right. Wait until he takes us away from here, then we'll do it. The remaining people became more and more fierce, and didn't take Dongxing seriously at all. Dongxing was walking in front, slowly stopped, turned his head to look at the Team Rockets member, and said with a smile, "You are quite brave. Leader. I am willing to be loyal to the leader, please give me a chance." The Team Rockets member knelt down on his knees. Dongxing smiled slightly and asked, "It seems that you are very anxious. Tell me, what is your purpose?" "Leader, I have no purpose, I just want to be loyal to the leader." The man said again, "I know that the leader has just taken office not long ago and lacks a certain degree of majesty. Most of us are loyal to Giovanni. The current situation is not very optimistic for Team Rockets. I believe that the leader can come here to restore the glory of Team Rockets. If the leader collects this person, it is." The man's voice became smaller and smaller. "What is your name?" Dongxing asked. "I am Jubei. I am willing to swear allegiance to you." Jubei responded excitedly. Dongxing thought for a moment and asked, "Then what do you think we should do?" Jubei shouted in a sincere voice, "Please ask the leader to kill the 3 captains. As long as the captains die, the problem can be solved." Dongxing heard this and did not speak, but just nodded. After seeing Dongxing nod, Jubei knocked his head directly to the ground and then turned and left. Jubei? What an interesting person! Dongxing looked very calm on the surface, and he was also making choices in his heart. However, in order to complete the system's task, he finally agreed to Jubei's approach. After all, it is a showdown between the new and old forces. Dongxing shook his head slightly and stopped his chaotic thoughts. Soon, Dongxing walked to the front of the crowd and saw the remnants of Team Rockets in front of him. He said slowly, "I will lead you to leave Celadon City today. Whether you can survive tonight depends on you." After the voice fell, Dongxing turned and left, walking in front. All Team Rockets members looked at Dongxing and followed him without any hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first stage of the task. Now proceed to the second stage? Ding! Because the host has a legendary Pokémon, the difficulty will increase? Ding! The whereabouts of Team Rocket's members will be monitored by Team Plasma and the Pokémon Alliance are in control, please rise up and resist. A series of system prompts. Dongxing frowned, turned his head and looked at the people behind him, feeling helpless. It is unknown how many people survived the encirclement of Team Plasma and the Pokémon Alliance. Since you are here, don't leave. Dongxing looked ahead and waved his hand gently. One after another, figures rushed over quickly, rushing towards the Team Plasma members in front. Those Team Rocket's members also opened up their own battlefields and attacked with all their strength. They are not stupid. Even if they are unhappy with Dongxing, it is a conflict between their own people. Team Plasma and the Pokémon Alliance are their real enemies. At this time, a middle-aged man stood opposite Dongxing, who seemed to be the captain of Team Plasma. The two ignored the fighting members around them and looked at each other. Are you a member of Team Rockets? How come I didn't know that there is a talent like you among this wave of trash? The middle-aged man looked at Dongxing. My position in Team Rockets is higher than yours in Team Plasma. Why don't you join our Team Rockets? Dongxing responded. Ha ha ha, what a sharp-tongued boy. The middle-aged man changed the subject and said again, today, you can't escape. As the words fell, different lights flashed around the two people. Greninja and Scolipede collided with each other, and the aftermath of the battle affected the surrounding members. Then, the middle-aged man sent out Caesar, using the speed advantage of Bullet Punch to interfere with Greninja's actions. The cold light of the kunai in Greninja's hand appeared, and while repelling Scolipede, it also blocked Caesar's attack. Dongxing glanced at Greninja. Fighting 1 against 2, there was no pressure for Greninja. Substitute. Dongxing nodded. Greninja split into 2, fighting against Caesar and Scolipede respectively, fighting with ease. Time passed quickly in the battle. The middle-aged man frowned and looked at the battlefield. He didn't expect the opponent to be so difficult. Min Xiao, attack the trainer directly. The middle-aged man roared viciously. The middle-aged man saw that there was no Pokémon defending Dongxing's body, and concluded that Dongxing only had one Pokémon. And Min Xiao has always been protecting him to prevent Dongxing from sneaking attacks. Now the battle has reached a stalemate, and the best way to solve Dongxing directly is to do it. Chapter 91 Invitation from Team Plasma. Min Xiao. Dongxing looked at Min Xiao sent by the opponent, and high jump kick was already coming towards him. Dongxing has many Pokémon, each of which is very powerful and is at the level of a legendary beast. Although he can participate in the battle, this will have a great impact on Dongxing. Each one is a trump card, and Dongxing does not want to expose his strength too early. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Dongxing directly pressed the purple pokeball on his waist, and a white light flashed, and a Naganadel appeared on the battlefield. Naganadel's wings were like sharp blades, directly blocking Min Xiao's attack. Roar! Naganadel roared, and a purple column gushed out from the pinhole of his tail. The people and Pokémon on this road dodged one after another. The purple liquid was highly corrosive, and white smoke came out of the air. Once hit by accident, Pokémon or people may be close to death. Naganadel narrowed his eyes slightly, flicked his tail, and a few drops of venom fell on the ground, making a hissing sound. The next second, Naganadel's wings burst out with white energy and pounced towards Min Xiao. On the front battlefield, Greninja's figures staggered back and forth. And the three Pokémon had given up long-range attacks and turned on the close combat slaughter mode. Scars were bleeding, and the wounds on Caesar and Scolipede were getting more and more, but they had no intention of stopping. The eyes of the two Pokémon looking at Greninja became colder and colder, as if they had reached a situation of no return. Scolipede had already turned on the rollout mode, curled up into a ball, burst out with powerful force, and rushed towards Greninja. On the other side, Caesar came behind Greninja quietly, blocking Greninja's retreat, and the giant pincers in his hands showed a silver light, and Bullet Punch was ready to go. As the speed of the two Pokémons increased, Greninja had no scars on his body, and his expression when looking at the two Pokémons also changed, and he was fighting with interest. Even, Greninja's eyes had already noticed the East Star side. Once Naganadal fell into a disadvantage, the first time for rescue. The outskirts of Celadon City. Team Rockets has been killing people. No matter what other Pokemon let you go, you can attack without hesitation. Even if there is a boulder blocking you, you have to break the boulder. As time goes by, the battle becomes more and more intense. The battlefield is full of potholes, and there is no intact place. Team Rocket's members once had the upper hand by relying on their attitude of not fearing death. But they can't compare with Team Plasma in terms of numbers, and gradually fell into a disadvantage. At this moment, although Dongxing is in the battlefield, he can feel that there is a layer of encirclement outside, waiting for them. There is a loud bang. A trainer who controls Weezing, knowing that he can't escape, uses Fire Blast to buy time for his teammates. The whole suburbs are in chaos, and the terrifying energy fluctuations are spreading wantonly, and the fire and spark illuminate the entire forest. Residents near the edge of Celadon City were also gradually affected, and they rushed towards the city in panic. Before leaving, they did not forget to notify the Pokemon Alliance. At this moment, Dongxing's face was expressionless, and the middle-aged man's face became more and more ugly. For Team Plasma, their mission has been completed. If they continue, when the people from the Pokemon Alliance come, they will be in danger. Aren't you worried at all? The middle-aged man asked curiously. Why should I worry? Dongxing responded lightly, his voice was very calm, and people could not detect any emotional fluctuations. Your members are decreasing. When there is only one person left in your Team Rockets, I hope you can stay calm. The middle-aged man said disdainfully. Really? Dongxing glanced at it lightly. It seemed that the anxious battle was not good for Team Rockets, but it was just what they saw. If you give up now, it's not too late. Maybe you can join our Team Plasma. The middle-aged man crossed his arms and said, Team Rockets is a thing of the past. You don't have to be loyal to Giovanni. Just give up and surrender, and we will accept you. Think about it, sacrificing your life for your ideals, what a stupid decision. At this point, the middle-aged man couldn't help laughing. They were all evil forces, but only Team Rockets was the worst. They were already the target of everyone's condemnation. But after hearing this, Dongxing's face changed slightly and he said, Are you like you? The running dogs of the Pokemon Alliance. I thought you Team Plasma came to Kanto region to make some new discoveries. Dongxing looked at the middle-aged man and said, I didn't expect it was just for your own benefit. As Dongxing spoke word by word, the middle-aged man's face changed. The originally smiling expression disappeared, and murderous intent filled his eyes. Team Plasma was able to come to Kanto region entirely at the suggestion of the Pokemon League. Looking at the entire evil force, Team Plasma is more of a religious system, and it is also the easiest existence for the Pokemon League to control. What? I poked you in the sore spot. Dongxing's mouth corners slightly raised, with a raging expression on his face. Just a glance can see through people's hearts. Of course, the news that Dongxing knows is all the news informed by the system. This time, the action is a joint action of Team Plasma and Team Rockets. Of course, positive things need to be completed by Team Plasma, and the Pokemon League only needs to clean up the battlefield. To put it bluntly, this action is a fight on the territory. After killing all the remaining forces of Team Rockets, Celadon City will be controlled by Team Plasma. I don't know what you're talking about, but you definitely won't be able to leave today. The middle-aged man looked solemn and shouted coldly, Swabut, do it. A bat with a heart-shaped mark on its nose immediately launched an attack, opening its bloody mouth and revealing its fangs. But the next second, the Team Plasma member behind Dongxing was bitten to death, and even Pokemon was attacked by Swabut. The middle-aged man looked around and confirmed that there were no extra people. He spoke again, I can see that you are stronger than me. After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man stopped the Pokemon from attacking and looked at Dongxing and said, You and I are both pawns of the Pokemon Alliance. Why don't we unite? As long as we kill the people of the Pokemon Alliance outside, you and I can get rid of control. Otherwise, we will fight to exhaustion in the end, and the Pokemon Alliance will benefit from it. Chapter 92 Regional Map. You want Helping Hand to help us escape from here? Dongxing asked in surprise. Looking at the current situation, Team Plasma has a huge advantage in numbers. And the people of Team Rockets will lose a bit of combat power if one of them dies. Although Dongxing has the ability to wipe out all the people in front of him, even until the entire Team Plasma is wiped out. But what happens after that? Facing the encirclement of the Pokemon Alliance, if the forced breakout fails, the group of Team Rocket's members behind them will be left here. At that time, the tasks issued by the system cannot be completed. What do you mean? Dongxing winked at Greninja and Naganadel came to that person and stopped attacking. We came to Celadon City just to find something, not to cooperate with the Pokemon Alliance. Kanto region is your Team Rocket's territory. The middle-aged man said softly. Okay. Dongxing agreed and said, everyone, keep fighting, no need to be fatal. The middle-aged man heard this and smiled kindly, saying, it's the same on our side, just act. It is obvious that both sides have given up the idea of fighting desperately. Although each has sacrificed, it can only be said that they are not strong enough to sacrifice. All the Pokemons fought together again, and this time neither side attacked the vital parts. Time passed by minute, and the night became darker and darker. Dongxing looked at the situation on the battlefield, frowning slightly. According to the system prompt, the people of the Pokemon Alliance were already in place. My lord, everything has been handled. Zhubei came to Dongxing, with a lot of blood on his body. At this time, most of the members of Team Rockets had been reduced, and basically all of them were dead or wounded. There were only a few who could survive. Where are the captains? Dongxing looked at Zhubei, who was covered in blood, and said again, I think they must have experienced a difficult battle. Yes, they accidentally died in the battle. Zhubei knelt on the ground and said sincerely, Leader, please lead us to retreat, I believe Team Rockets can rise again. It must be said that Zhubei is a smart person who knows how to show loyalty at this time. It's getting late, let's retreat first. Dongxing responded softly, signaling the remaining Team Rockets members to start cleaning up the battlefield. After all, the remaining Pokemon still have a certain combat capability, and the strength of the members who survived can also be supplemented. However, Dongxing has already put Greninja and Naganadel into the Pokeball. Anyway, there is no need to release them now that they are not fighting. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, the murderous intent in his eyes boiled, and Min Xiao beside him was also ready to go, waiting for the order to attack. But when the middle-aged man came into contact with Dongxing's eyes, the murderous intent that spread all over his body instantly subsided, and even Min Xiao just looked around vigilantly. Dongxing saw all these changes, and he was quite helpless in his heart. According to Dongxing's idea, he did this to lure the middle-aged man to take action, so as to use Deoxys's tentacles to launch an attack and directly kill the middle-aged man. But now if the middle-aged man does not take action, it is not easy for him to act at the first time. You should know that most of the Pokemon that can stay with the trainer have super strong consciousness, and many trainers will keep a hand. When fighting in the wild, there are not only Pokemon to deal with the enemy, but also Pokemon to protect themselves. Among them, the Pokemon that protects themselves is not strong, but has certain special abilities. The middle-aged man stared at Dongxing and never relaxed his vigilance. Although the person in front of him is so young, with his experience, he can feel that the young man in front of him is very cunning. It is very likely a trap. Once such a person grows up, it will be a huge blow to Team Plasma. But what does this have to do with him? After a while, a Growlithe came in front of the two people. After seeing the middle-aged man, the Growlithe shook its tail. Follow me. The middle-aged man looked at Dongxing and made an invitation. Dongxing did not refuse, and told Zhubei the direction and route of escape, and then followed the middle-aged man's steps and walked towards the dark forest. As the members of the two organizations left, only the mess on the ground was left. After a long time, dozens of trainers came here, all wearing investigator uniforms, looking at the surrounding environment with sullen faces. The suburbs of Celadon City were full of corpses. And one or two newly appointed investigators vomited all over the ground. Even if there is no Team Rockets, the forces in other places are also eyeing us covetously. What our alliance has done is not enough. We must not only prevent the rise of Team Rockets, but also keep a close eye on organizations in other regions. Be content, you are lucky enough not to be sent to the 7 Islands. 7 Islands? Such a remote place, what's wrong? What can happen? Don't you know? 7 Islands found traces of Team Rockets and has arranged 2 elites to intervene. That's just a small force. It can be eliminated with the intervention of the elites. But how can we do it now? What should we do? What can we do? Just report the truth. The investigators were talking about it. These investigators look glamorous, but they are just low-level trainers. They just want this salary. They will not appear in real dangerous situations. If Erika leader asks, how should we answer? At this time, one person said something, and everyone fell into silence. Erika is the gym leader of Celadon City and the gym leader with the most sense of justice. During the most domineering period of Team Rockets, Erika relied on her own persistence to unite Misty and Brock to fight against the entire Team Rockets. She is also the light of Kanto in Kanto region. Leader, I hope we can meet again. Zhubei turned his head and looked at the direction where Dongxing disappeared, his eyes full of reluctance. He dragged his tired body and fled the suburbs of Celadon City at the fastest speed. Behind Zhubei were the members of Team Rockets. The original team of 20 to 30 people was reduced to 10 people after a battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting points, 30,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the regional map, please check it yourself. Ding! The level of the Pokémon participating in this battle is increased by 1 level. Dongxing heard the system prompt sound in his mind, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Facing the system prompt, his heart trembled. The purpose of completing this task was entirely for this regional map. Chapter 93 Leaving Celadon City. Is there anyone missing? Dongxing stood at the door of the gym in Celadon City with a helpless expression on his face. Yes. Because a fierce battle broke out in the suburbs last night, Erika leader went to check it out in person. The acting gym leader is a woman who looks to be in her early 20s. Well, as long as I challenge you, I can also get the badge, right? Dongxing asked softly. Yes. The woman looked at Dongxing and said with a smile, you are the first challenger today, I will not show mercy. As she said, the woman turned and walked towards the ring. Dongxing stood in place, and Naganadal came out of the Pokeball. Go, Gloom! The woman also released her Pokémon. Boom! The battle started in an instant. Although Gloom did not complete the final form of evolution, its level was not lower than Naganadal. The figures of the two Pokémon kept flashing on the ring, and they were both fighting with all their strength. The battle started quickly and ended very quickly. Because it was not the participation of gym leader himself, Dongxing also easily crushed it and took the gym badge. After collecting the badge, Dongxing began to plan his next plan. Yesterday, after escaping from the suburbs of Celadon City, Dongxing returned directly to Celadon City, and Zhubei was directly assigned to Ramda. Although there were only 10 people, Dongxing was fortunate that these 10 people could not have contact with the members of the 7 Islands for the time being. Team of the 7 Islands. After being trained, all Rockets members are loyal to Dongxing. Once a member loyal to Giovanni joins, it will inevitably cause nostalgia. This kind of emotion is an unstable factor for Dongxing, and Dongxing absolutely does not want to see it. The second is to obtain the regional blueprint from the system. The content on the blueprint is very simple, that is, to build an island. The Pokémon on the island are very strange, only Sneasel and Big Sneasel. What would it be like if the Pokémon in ZQI region became the standard for Team Rocket's members? Thinking of this, Dongxing checked the system wall. Props, regional map. Exchange points, 100,000. Function, can make an island give birth to Stantler, Weird Horn Deer, and produce PP Grass, Vitality Bud and Psychic Seed. Item, regional map. Exchange points, 100,000. Function, able to produce Teddy Ursa, Ursa Ring, and Moon Bear on an island, and produce peat blocks. Item, regional map. Exchange points, 100,000. Function, able to produce Scyther, Splitting Mantis on an island, and produce Black Knight Stone. Item, regional map. Exchange points, 100,000. Function, able to produce Gumi, Slimy Beauty and Gudra on an island, and produce Mushroom and Mud Ball. Hiss. Dongxing looked at the introduction of the system and took a breath. Good guy. This is not a regional map, it's simply deadly. One regional map for 100,000 points. Dongxing's current various tasks add up to only 70,000 to 80,000 points, although he now has a regional map in his hand. The cost of building an island is a waste of money and labor. With Team Rocket's current financial resources, they can only build 2 islands at most. Let's build the first island first. Dongxing shook his head slightly. He would not worry about money. You should know that in the world of Pokémon, as long as Pokémon is sold through the Pokémon League, it is legal and profitable. The reason why their 7 islands are weak is that there are no Pokémon resources and no material resources. Even if Team Rockets can control the 7 islands, without other resources, it will only die slowly. But now that the island can be expanded, it will be different. This means that Team Rockets will develop new resources in the 7 islands, and everything will develop in a new direction. Dongxing is on the top floor of the shopping mall in Celadon City, looking at the scenery downstairs, with a regretful expression on his face. The biggest pity of coming to Celadon City this time is that he was unable to collect information about Mewtwo. Now he can only pin his hopes on the research base on Cinnabar Island. As for Mew, this legendary Pokémon is erratic and has no rules at all. Let alone catching it, it is already a blessing to be able to meet it. It is extremely difficult to get Mew's genes again. Team Rockets used a lot of hard work to find Mew's gene, and used the gene to do a lot of experiments. It took many years to create Mewtwo. But this Pokémon was controlled by Blaine and then escaped. Now Mewtwo has been released by Blaine and there is no trace of it. Of course, these are not the most annoying things. Dongxing, as the owner of the system, did not find the Mew gene in the system's mall. Forget it, I'd better go to Saffron City first. Maybe Sabrina is there too. Dongxing took the elevator to leave. 7 islands. What a pity, what a pity. Jinling sighed in his heart. He had worked so hard to obtain the experimental data, and it failed just like that. Although Jinling has become numb to experimental failures, he has too many research projects on hand. Although they were all proposed by Dongxing, he was interested in every one of them and had a strong curiosity. And the experiment he is doing now is for a Pokémon named Zygarde. Every time the cells are grown, the experiment fails, but no one knows where the problem lies. What? The mission failed again. Athena walked to Jinling's side and looked at Jinling's distressed face. What are you doing here? Jinling was depressed and unhappy. The leader has given new mission instructions. Athena rolled her eyes at Jinling and said again, I know you have many projects on hand, so put some unimportant things on hold for now and improve your strength. Improve your strength? Jinling said with a surprised look, if I like Pokemon battles, I won't be a full-time researcher. What's the leader doing? I don't know what the leader thinks. Athena looked at the dazzling array of experimental equipment and said again, the frequency of the Pokemon League's attacks on us is getting more and more frequent. Although the Aurora Veil barrier can block their attacks, I always feel that something big will happen, and the leader is right, you also have to improve your strength. Isn't he worried about what happened to Blaine? Jinling joked. The leader believes you won't, and I believe it too. Athena smiled slightly. Jinling glanced at Athena and sighed slightly. What he hated most was cultivating Pokemon, but in the current environment, even if he hated it, he had to cheer up. Okay, I'll go inform Jian Shao and the others, you can do it yourself. Athena shook her head slightly, turned and left the laboratory, went to the next place, and issued orders to Dong Xing. Chapter 94 Archer and Elite's Conspiracy. Outside the Seven Islands, an unknown island. Karen was wearing a bikini and lying on a chair, with a graceful figure, fair skin, and a pretty face. For such a hot beauty, it is hard to imagine that this fourth elite of Johto region was once a small coder in Team Rocket's. What is even more unexpected is that although she is a woman, Karen is proficient in Pokemon with evil attributes, and her fighting style is sinister and fierce, which makes people stay away from her. At this moment, Karen looked at the two men next to her and laughed. I didn't expect that Dong Xing had such great ability to occupy the entire Seven Islands. From the outside, looking at their actions, are they trying to build another island? It's so funny, he's more anxious than Giovanni. A man wearing pink clothes and a black eye mask responded, it's really shocking. This was once a branch of Team Rocket's, but now it has developed into a headquarters. The person who spoke was Will, and now he is the fourth elite of Johto region. He and Karen are also members of Team Rockets. Because they sold valuable information and their own strength, they became the fourth elite of Johto region. Don't say you, I didn't expect it. Dong Xing has hidden a lot of trump cards. Now it seems that we underestimated him. Archer said lightly. Trumpet. If he left like this, he would have become a fourth elite long ago. Will they still stay here? Karen said with a smile. This is true, I received accurate information. Archer responded. Karen's smile stopped when she heard this. Turning around and seeing Archer with a serious face, she already knew the source of his information. What they couldn't accept was that Dong Xing really had so many cards. Only when Team Rockets was completely eliminated, the secrets of Karen and Will would not be known. We called you here to ask about the information you got. Will asked. Archer shook his head and said, I know as much information as you do, but Dong Xing is now the leader of Team Rockets. In him, I see the glory of Team Rockets. I believe that as long as he is there, Team Rockets can conquer the world. You two are my former best friends. Now Team Rockets is short of manpower. I want to invite you to join Team Rockets. For our common dream, for our previous promise. Hearing this, Karen and Will looked at each other and laughed. Karen said, we both have quit Team Rockets, and now you still want to invite us to join? But we are already 4 elites. Yes, it's not easy to get out of Team Rockets. If we join again, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. Will said disdainfully. Archer said seriously, I hope you two can consider it. The current East Star is more powerful than you can imagine. Although it is only in the 7 islands, it will not take long to shock the entire Pokemon League. East Star. Karen said disdainfully, is he worthy of being compared with us? Don't even think about letting us join Team Rockets. We are living a good life now. Will said lightly. Archer's expression changed, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and he said, if you two don't join, don't blame me for being rude. Look at what you are in a hurry for. Karen persuaded. Yet, you get angry over a disagreement. Will was also quite helpless. They didn't dare to fight Archer. They were in the central region. Once they started fighting and made noise, it would attract the attention of the Pokémon League. It would be easy to solve at that time, but it would cause unnecessary trouble. If the Team Rocket's members of the 7 islands were alerted, they would not be able to leave with Archer's appeal. Even if they managed to escape by chance, it would be difficult for the Pokémon League to track them down. Don't you just want us to join Team Rockets? I have a way. Karen said softly. What do you have in mind? Archer asked coldly. Karen stood up and said, now Team Rockets has occupied the 7 islands. Although it is a complete victory, it still needs time to develop. This matter must not be known to the Pokémon League. Kanto region and Johto region have been developing for so many years, but they still ended in failure. What you are most worried about is that the 2 of us will tell on them, but if we do, will it be good for us? Hearing this, Archer nodded silently, his expression eased a lot. Karen breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, you want us to give up our status as 4 elites and join Team Rockets? I believe the Pokémon League will notice it immediately. What will happen to the 7 islands at that time? You know it without me telling you. Hearing this, Archer's expression tightened. This was something he had not considered. Once 2 elites are missing, it will greatly weaken the strength of the region. At that time, the Pokémon League may launch a devastating attack. So, we are not joining Team Rockets now, and it is also for Team Rocket's consideration. Karen said slowly. After hearing this, Will on the side continued, if we can continue to go back to being 4 elites, we can also provide you with key information. The most important thing is that we don't trust Dongxing. Occupying the 7 islands doesn't mean anything. Even if there is news of the legendary Pokémon, it's just hearsay. Archer frowned and asked, do you want to test the strength of the new leader? Although I say try, it doesn't require us to do it ourselves. Karen said softly. You. Archer opened his eyes wide and looked at the 2 of them in disbelief. What? Are you scared? Karen opened her lips slightly and said with a smile, when we followed Boss Giovanni, he also showed his strength in front of us and taught us carefully. Although Boss Giovanni has disappeared, but we have also learned a lot from him. Do we have to use what we have learned to serve a new leader? Thinking back, our Team Rockets also had a lot of trump cards. We captured Mewtwo and the 3 sacred birds, but they all failed in the end. Archer heard this and said, you are right, but you have not seen his ability, so you say so. Although Archer also wanted to defend himself, he felt powerless. This is the reality. All signs show the failure of Team Rockets in the past. Looking at the smug faces of Karen and Will, escaping from Team Rockets may be the best decision. Chapter 95 Bruno's Secret Book. I know you are not convinced, but you have to understand that the current Team Rockets is not Giovanni, but Dongxing. It is precisely because we have not seen Dongxing's strength that we want to see it. Just think of it as us using some means to test our future leader. Karen said with a smile. I think so too. We don't need to show up. We can just find someone. Will echoed. It must be said that Will and Karen were able to reach the position of the 4 elites not only by relying on their strength, but also by relying on their wisdom. When Johto region Team Rockets was liquidated, the 2 of them were able to escape unscathed and ascended to the position of the 4 elites. Now that he thought about it, Archer also found the gap between himself and them. I just hope you don't go too far in this matter. Archer warned. Don't worry, we know how to handle this matter. Karen and Will looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. The 3 of them left the island one after another. Archer returned to Cinnabar Island in Kanto region. He learned about the Team Rockets branch in the 7 islands only after he accepted Athena's invitation. Although he maintained a disdainful attitude when he first learned that Dongxing became the leader of Team Rockets, as time went by, Dongxing's actions and Athena's narration filled Archer's heart with confidence. Originally, Archer's belief in Team Rockets had been torn apart, and when it was rekindled, Archer decided to take a risk. Team Rockets now needs too much time to grow, and the Pokemon League will not give too much time. He took the initiative to find Will and Karen just to buy more time. Seeing the increasingly powerful Team Rockets, Archer's heart was full of determination. As long as Team Rockets was there, he was willing to sacrifice himself to give Team Rockets buys more time. 3 days passed unknowingly. Dongxing exchanged the 3rd and 4th generation Pokemon books in the System Mall, transferred all of them to Team Rockets, and stayed in Saffron City for 3 days. But like other regions, Dongxing did not see Sabrina, just because Sabrina went to MT Silver and used the hot springs of MT Silver to heal her frostbite. If you can see Sabrina, maybe you can recruit her as a member of Team Rockets again. After all, among the original 3 Cotters, Sabrina is the most intelligent one and the one who makes people feel most at ease. Forget it. Since I didn't see Sabrina, I can't just go back like this. Dongxing thought for a moment, looked at the afterglow of the sunset, and decided to go to Saffron City to take a look. Time soon came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Dongxing changed into a grey robe, put on a mask, and came to a small room. In this room, there was no furniture. In the empty house, there was an Alakazam who was calm-minded. When he felt someone coming, he suddenly opened his eyes. Dongxing took out a card from his arms. This was the black market key obtained through Ram Da's network of relationships. Alakazam saw the card and used teleport. In a blink of an eye, he came to a market. Dongxing looked at every stall curiously. Some sold Pokemon, and some sold books and props. It was just that in the auction of Pokemon, there was actually a sale of Royal 3, which surprised Dongxing very much. Although it was just a surprise, it was normal to think that as long as there was something profitable, someone would do it. Even if the Pokemon Alliance put Royal 3, the quantity of 3 is strictly controlled, and some people will take risks. However, Dongxing's target this time is not these scattered things, but the auction of Saffron City. After Dongxing arrived at the auction site, he took out the black card again. The guard just took a look and let Dongxing in. After entering the venue, a beautiful female receptionist came to Dongxing. "Hello, sir, welcome to the auction of Saffron City." The female receptionist bowed deeply with a professional smile on her face. Dongxing didn't say much, just let the female receptionist lead the way to the front. When they came to a seat, the female receptionist said, "Sir, this is your seat. The auction will start later. Please wait patiently." Dongxing looked around and watched different people take their seats. He also sat down and waited for the auction to start. As the black-robed people entered the venue, the originally deserted venue became lively. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the annual Saffron City auction. The things we auction this time will subvert your cognition." The host stood in the center, and a waitress dressed in a maid outfit took the first auction item to the stage. "Everyone, please look, this is our first auction item today." The host smiled and said, "This is a top-quality moonstone. It has been hidden in MT Moon for 100 years and contains huge energy. The starting price is 1 million, and it cannot be less than 100,000 each time. 2 million. 2.5 million. 3 million. As soon as the host finished speaking, everyone began to scramble. Moonstone is an evolutionary stone/ite used by Pokemon. The energy contained in it is self-evident. It can not only enhance the strength of Pokemon, but also stimulate more potential. Soon, the Moonstone was finally bought by someone at a price of 10 million. Dongxing looked at the people around him with interest. He was not short of things like Moonstone. After all, in the System Mall, as long as there are points, there will be inexhaustible Moonstones. And what he is waiting for now is the Pokemon cheats, which is why he came here. It is said that it is the fighting Pokemon cheats written by the 4th Elite Bruno. These things have no effect on Dongxing. But for the members of Team Rockets, it is different. There is a group of members who are hungry in the 7 islands. As time passed, the entire auction venue was very hot, and each item was sold at a high price. And in the eyes of these people, there was full of heat, as if they had obtained a treasure. But what they don't know is that these things are like garbage to Dong Xing. Dear guests, now let's start the main event. The host looked at the secret book on the side and said with a smile, this secret book was written by the 4th elite Bruno of Kanto region. It contains the cultivation of Pokemon and focuses on the cultivation guidelines of more than 10 Pokemon. Of course, there are also the cultivation and skills of moves. I believe that you all know the value of this secret book without me explaining it. The starting price is 10 million, and each increase in price is not less than 1 million. 15 million. 20 million. 30 million. 33 million. P.S. The reward gifts have reached 301, and one more chapter will be added. Reach 351 and continue. Chapter 96. Oops, you are in a deadlock. 60 million. Dong Xing held up the sign in his hand and shouted out his price. It's already 60 million, is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The host shouted excitedly. For the hosts, the higher the price of the auctioned goods, the more profit they can get. 65 million. 67 million. Dong Xing's bid did not stop the other participants, and the price of the secret book rose again. But compared with the previous bids, the number of people this time was much smaller. It takes a lot of money to cultivate Pokemon, and it may not be successful. Although there are secret books, if it doesn't succeed, these tens of millions will be wasted. People who can come here are basically rich, but it doesn't mean they are stupid. 80 million. When the price rose to 70 million, Dong Xing directly shouted out a high price of 80 million. 80 million. Now it has reached 80 million, this is the secret book of 4 elite Brunos, is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The host was excited, and the price he shouted this time has exceeded the total price of last year's auction. He thought someone would continue to bid and raise the price to 100 million. But the host looked expectantly for a long time, but no one shouted out the price. Dong Xing could only sense that he had been targeted. The host smiled awkwardly, and after the final decision, the maid handed the secret manual to Dong Xing and also got the bank card. Because it was paid by card, the auction was still going on after the maid changed the bank card back. What Dong Xing didn't expect was that the finale auction item was the toxic orb. In Dong Xing's opinion, the value of the toxic orb was not as good as Bruno's secret manual. After the entire auction, Dong Xing decided to leave early. He had already got what he wanted, and staying on would only waste his time. As soon as Dong Xing stood up, 4 or 5 eyes fell on him in an instant, and Dong Xing was happy. He didn't expect that the leader of Team Rockets would be targeted one day. After leaving the auction, Dong Xing used Alakazam's teleportation to return to Saffron City again. After taking off his grey robe, he headed towards the exit of Saffron City. Those who targeted Dong Xing soon came to the place where Dong Xing was teleported. The location of Alakazam's teleportation place is random, in order to ensure everyone's safety. The people gathered here left after seeing the clues interrupted. A fat man with a wind speed dog beside him looked at his partner and asked, "Can you find him?" Another thin long-haired man with Reuniclus beside him said, "Don't worry, he can't escape from our palm." As soon as the voice fell, Reuniclus cast Psychic and directly locked on Dong Xing's location. Dong Xing on the other side had already noticed that he was being followed, but he didn't care at all and walked out of Saffron City. The two trainers looked at each other and immediately chased after him. The two of them could be sure that Dong Xing was the big fish they were looking for. This time, if they succeeded, the funds for their next trip would not be a problem at all. Dong Xing was walking unsteadily at this time, taking out the fighting secret book from his arms, and whispered softly, "Fortunately Bruno is not a Pokemon. If it were a Pokemon, it would probably be the most diligent one." Dong Xing read the contents of the secret book at a glance, and he had a general understanding of it. Rather than training Pokemon, the content inside is not like the entrance examination for trainers. It requires trainers to receive hard training from a young age, work hard with Pokemon, fight bloody battles continuously, and break through their own limits. Although there are also about the use of fighting Pokemon in it, it also requires trainers and fighting Pokemon to fight side by side. Generally, among 10 people who adopt this training method, only 1 or 2 people can use it, and the rest die in the battle stage. However, this is also a test for Team Rocket's members. Dongxing put the book into the system space, ready to put it in the library after returning to Team Rocket HQ. He has a helping hand system. If he wants to improve his physique, he can exchange it for a Mega Rookie physique. But now he has the protection of Deoxys and Mars Hatto, so he doesn't need it at all. The Pokemon recorded in it are not suitable for Dongxing. Although fighting Pokemon are very powerful and have a wide range of attacks, they also have many shortcomings. Just as Dongxing was thinking, 2 figures, one fat and one thin, blocked him. "Excuse me, can you help us?" The fat man asked Dongxing for a helping hand, with an anxious expression on his face. "Can your acting skills be worse?" Dongxing responded lightly, and when he saw the 2 people, a hostility suddenly emerged. They don't look like people who want to seek a helping hand. Their acting skills are too bad. Since you can see it, we won't hide it. After seeing Dongxing, the fat man no longer hid himself and released all the Pokemon directly. The lineup is pretty good, very similar to you." Dongxing looked at the fat man's lineup with a playful expression on his face. The Pokemon owned by the fat man were Snorlax, Ursaring, Persian, Arcanine and Lickitung. "Wait a minute, you can laugh too." The thin man stood up from the ground and released his own Pokemon, Reuniclus, Beheim, Slowbro, and Executor. There were only 2 of them, and although they released many Pokemon, they did not act rashly. The fat man left Persian to protect himself, and the thin man chose Beheim. "I don't have so many Pokemon to fight you." Dongxing shook his head and gave up 2 Pokeballs. 2 Cosmoem came out of the Pokeballs. Legendary Pokemon. The fat man and the thin man looked at each other, with greed in their eyes. The 2 of them knew that these 2 Pokemon had no aggression, and releasing them would be a defeat. Just as they were secretly rejoicing, the 2 Cosmoems rushed over directly, and the Pokemons of both sides fought each other. Question: how to make 2 Cosmoems with no fighting power win? If it was in the game, they would use the substitution tactic to win. But now they are in reality, and the weight of Cosmoem is not covered. As soon as Snorlax's fist touched Cosmoem, the powerful weight fell on its body, and there was only a loud thump, and Snorlax fell to the ground. And those psychic Pokemon, no matter how they drove confusion, could not shake Cosmoem's body. "Oh, you are in a stalemate." Dongxing mocked with a playful look on his face. Chapter 9780 Million Bounty Mission. Stalemate? Are you crazy? Although you have the legendary Pokemon, these 2 have no fighting ability at all. In the eyes of the fat man and the thin man, this battle is almost certain to win. Although the young man on the opposite side has 2 legendary Pokemon, it's just possession, which is common for some wealthy children. "Ha ha ha, we will definitely be able to take it down this time," the thin man said excitedly, his eyes full of greed. "As long as we can defeat him, these Pokemon are all money. Even if we don't sell them, with the talents of the 2 of us, we can also shock the entire Pokemon League." The fat man was also excited and commanded again, letting his Pokemon use all their strength to take down Dongxing. But the 2 of them overlooked one point. Even if the legendary Pokemon has no attack moves, it is not an existence that ordinary Pokemon can resist. Snorlax punched Cosmoem, but Cosmoem was not hurt. He blinked and looked at Snorlax. The next second, Snorlax showed a painful expression on his face, and all his arms were broken. Then, Cosmoem crashed into Snorlax, and the tonnage brought by his huge weight directly made Snorlax lose his combat ability. Then, Cosmoem flew towards other Pokémon and used his weight to attack again. Soon, he easily bit all the Pokémon of the long-haired trainer to death. On the other side, Cosmoem used the opponent's psychic to not only use his weight to cause fatal damage to the opponent, but also used the power hidden in his body to kill all the psychic Pokémon instantly. For Cosmoem, dealing with these Pokémon is a piece of cake. But for Dongxing, he is more certain of his inner thoughts. Pokémon battles are not only about using moves, but also about one's own weight, which can become an advantage after reaching a certain level. Okay, your Pokémon have lost their combat ability, and it's your turn next. Dongxing raised his arm, and two tentacles stretched out, directly tying the two people together. Tell me, who sent you two? Dongxing spoke in a very calm tone, but every word was full of murderous intent. I'll tell you, I'll tell you. Shut up, let me tell you. The fat man and the thin man were panicking. They explained everything in unison, even the bad things they did when they were young. They hoped that Dongxing would let them go. They thought Dongxing was a piece of cake, but they didn't expect that they would become a piece of cake. After Dongxing knew that the two were just robbing money and were not members of the alliance, he directly killed the two. Then he used the Pokeballs of the two people to collect all the Pokémon that had lost their combat ability into the Pokeball. These Pokémon can only expand the inventory of Team Rockets. After Dongxing took the Pokeball, he transferred the Pokeball to Team Rockets on the 7 islands, and found a tree to sleep for a night. In a base in Kanto region. Captain! A girl with short black hair ran over in a hurry. The girl was not very tall, but her chest was surging, and the nutrition seemed to hit all in one place. We have received new orders from Lord Will and Lord Karen. The girl trotted all the way to Xiangling. I know this. Xiangling bit her lip and said, this matter is not just about us accepting this mission. This time, the opponent should not be underestimated. To be honest, facing the mission arranged by the 4 elites this time, even she felt unprecedented pressure. Captain, this time the bonus is 80 million. The girl said again, with this money, you can travel to various regions to fulfill your dreams. No hurry. Xiangling glanced at the girl and said confidently, this has no impact on our team. It's just that for this mission, I am struggling whether to travel. Captain, we have already mastered the information of that person. He is just a special trainer and the Pokémon he has is only Greninja. The girl reported truthfully. This is what I am most worried about. Xiangling looked discouraged. Just knowing one Pokémon was equivalent to not getting any information. It is generally known that a trainer has 6 Pokémon, and a special trainer must have at least 5 Pokémon to accompany him, not to mention a full set. If there is only one Pokémon, once you act rashly, the risk is very high. Tell Will and Karen that we give up this mission and let them make another decision. Xiangling's face showed a trace of annoyance, and she only hated that she was too weak. If she could be stronger, these things would not have happened. Now facing the task of 80 million bounties, she feels very uncomfortable. Kanto region, a forest near Fuchsia City. An Arbok's tail is equipped with sharp spikes, which directly penetrate Scyther's body. The breath of this Scyther instantly weakened, and there was a huge wound on his chest. It was obvious that he could not survive. Forgive me, I'm just an ordinary traveler. If you want money, I can give it to you. Scyther's trainer immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, his face full of tears. What have you been doing before? Yu Longfei looked at the trainer with disdain. Arbok, have a good meal. Yu Longfei said softly. The pattern on Arbok's abdomen changed, and his strength increased a lot in an instant. His body constricted on Scyther, and with a click, Scyther's bones broke. The trainer, who was still crying, turned around and wanted to escape after seeing this scene. But was stabbed by Arbok's tail hook. Only when Arbok swallowed, a look rose at the corner of Yu Longfei's mouth. Master Fei, we have received the bounty order from Master Will and Master Karen. A young man with yellow hair came out from the other side of the forest, looked at Yu Longfei, and looked respectful. There is a new mission again. Yu Longfei picked up the pokeball on the ground, threw it to the yellow-haired man, and said, whatever the reward is, I don't care for now. Today's hunting mission has not been completed yet. You can sell the remaining Pokemon on the black market. As he said that, Yu Longfei licked his lips, staring at both sides of the road, his eyes full of expectation, as if he was looking forward to a certain prey. Sir, this mission is quite special. The yellow-haired man whispered, the amount of this mission is as high as 80 million. It's more than what we earn here. 80 million. Yu Longfei looked at the yellow-haired man in front of him and said playfully, what is the mission? Chapter 98. It's the Electric Fish King. In the Pokemon League. Aren't these two people elites? So much time has passed, why haven't they taken down the 7 islands yet? Damalanchi looked at the report in front of him, and a ball of anger burned in his heart. President, there is a barrier outside the 7 islands, and we can't enter the 7 islands. The subordinates explained that in their opinion, this matter was entirely to blame Will and Karen. It can only be said that Team Rockets of the 7 islands is too smart and knows how to use Pokemon's moves to create a barrier for resistance. Is there no way at all? Damalanchi looked at his subordinates and said coldly. I have a way. At this time, a young man entered the meeting room, and everyone looked at the young man with astonishment in their eyes. The person who came was Professor Oak's grandson, the former champion of the Pokemon League, Gym Leader Blue of Viridian City. What do you have in mind? Damalanchi asked, his tone was much more relaxed. Blue slowly said, Red and I have encountered such a situation before. We can use Psychic's Pokemon to sense the situation in the 7 islands and find the energy core. Then try to use Pokemon's substitute to enter the barrier. As long as the device is destroyed, the barrier will disappear, and we can also capture the 7 islands. Hearing this, the entire conference room fell into silence. Everyone is not thinking about whether the method is feasible, but thinking about their own interests. Once Team Rockets of the 7 islands is destroyed, what benefits will it bring to them? Now there is a method, what are you still thinking about? Lorelei frowned as she looked at the silent people. The 7 islands is her hometown. According to the rules of the Pokemon League, she cannot participate in the action. But now she can attend the meeting room, which means that the situation of the 7 islands is beyond the control of the Pokemon League. Okay. Let's try it according to Blue's method. After thinking about it, Damalanchi gave the order. The next day, at night, undercurrents were surging everywhere. Dongxing didn't know that so many things would happen in private. Not long after he arrived at the suburbs of Fuchsia City, he directly released the 2 COSMOEMs and let the 2 COSMOEMs absorb experience with the help of moonlight. Dongxing was not in a hurry for this action, but slowed down his pace. According to Dongxing's idea, he wanted to complete the evolution of Cosmoem before catching Zapdos. The characteristics of the 2 COSMOEMs were different, and the evolution routes might be different. If everything goes well, these 2 Pokemon will soon complete the evolution. Here we are. Dongxing looked around and frowned slightly. Since he has a wave physique, he can also feel the fluctuations brought by the surrounding environment, looking at the lake under the moonlight. The bright moonlight is projected on the sparkling lake, and the breeze blows, which is particularly beautiful. However, Dongxing dare not enter the lake at night. In the cold lake water, there are powerful Pokemon hidden. And this Pokemon exudes a dominant aura and strong electric waves. This is what makes Dongxing most excited. If there is a dominant Pokemon, the combination of water type and electric type should only be Lantern. As long as Lantern's tribe is found, which undoubtedly expands the strength of Team Rockets. Lantern has perfect resistance, a combination of water type and electric type, and its only weaknesses are ground and grass type. After possessing the characteristics of storing electricity or water, it can achieve perfect linkage with other Pokémon, and switch without injury, plus Lantern has an excellent attack surface. Lantern was also a very good Pokémon in the ranking. If each member of Team Rockets is equipped with one, the scene is simply unimaginable. Dongxing came to a tree, let the two COSMOEMs guard the night, and soon fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, the two COSMOEMs shook Dongxing's body and woke Dongxing up from his sleep. Dongxing hurriedly looked at the lake, and found no trace of Lantern and Chinzhou, but saw an unexpected surprise. Tinamo was playing in the lake, and there were 4 or 5 Electrike guarding around him. One of the huge Electrike fish kings attracted Dongxing's attention. I only saw Electrike kingfish punch the Golbat who wanted to sneak attack to the ground. A loud bang scared away the Raticate who was watching from the side. Obviously, this Mama Electric Fish King's killing chickens and monkeys worked, telling the sneak attacker that this is the fate of sneak attacks. However, in the night sky, there were still Golbats who were still unwilling to give up, flying over the lake. I only saw Electric Kingfish crawling to the shore, stretching out his arms, a spark flashed, and 3 or 4 Golbats were burned by electricity and fell into the lake, their lives unknown. Many Pokémon saw that they could not do anything to this Electric Kingfish, and they retreated one after another. For Pokémon surviving in the wild, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and survival of the fittest is the norm. Tinamo seemed to be tired of playing, and followed Electric Kingfish to swim towards the center of the lake. Hurry, Cosmoem, follow! Dongxing urged the two Cosmoem to follow, and his sight was directly connected to Cosmoem's perspective. As long as the habitat of the Electric Fish King is found, the problem can be solved better. Under the moonlight, the two COSMOEMs flew quietly in the air, using their own psychic to hide and secretly follow Tinamo's trail. Dongxing released Naganadal to keep watch and fell asleep again. When Dongxing woke up again, Cosmoem had returned. According to the information conveyed by Cosmoem, Tinamo's habitat was found in the center of the lake. However, what surprised Dongxing was that Tinamo was a Pokémon in the sea water, so why did it come here? Could it be that there was something hidden in the center of the lake? In addition to this information, Dongxing also found that this Electric Fish King had been eating crazily, as if to replenish his energy. Is it in an abnormal state? Dongxing touched his chin, studying all the signs thoughtfully, and had a plan in mind. Sure enough, there are all kinds of props in the system wall. Dongxing exchanged poke blocks in the system wall, looking at the direction of the center of the lake, with a confident expression on his face. Using psychic, he flew towards the center of the lake, and two COSMOEMs guarded around Dongxing's body like loyal guards. The sleeping Electric Fish King woke up from hunger again, and his stomach made a hoot-hoot growl, as if it was unsatisfied. Electric Fish King found the food he had stored before, and ate it up quickly. But even so, its stomach still made a hoot-hoot growl. Suddenly, Electric Fish King frowned, looked at the distance, and there was a hint of hostility in his eyes. Chapter 99 Abducting Overlord Pokémon Dongxing soon came to the center of the lake. This is an island in the middle of a lake. He carefully hid in the bushes and used psychic to camouflage his body. If the Tinamos didn't look carefully, they would not be able to find Dongxing hiding in the bushes. Dongxing saw so many Tinamos playing on the island in the middle of the lake and used psychic to check the secrets of the island in the middle of the lake. After all, a place that can make the Electric Fish King come from afar must have something special. Sure enough, there are water stone and thunderstone under this lake. Dongxing slowly opened his eyes, and the secret of this lake has been discovered clearly. This is a natural formation, a blessing from nature. Because of the water stone, any water-type Pokémon can live perfectly in it, and with the energy replenishment of the thunderstone, a natural living environment is created. 50 Tinamos, 35 Electric, and 10 Electric Fish Kings. Dongxing looked at the Pokemon resources and smiled knowingly. Electrike is an electric Pokemon, and its only weakness is ground-type moves. But Electrike has the ability float perfectly offsetting the weaknesses of the ground system, coupled with excellent attack range and resistance, it is already a very perfect Pokemon. If you really want to find faults, you can only find some faults in the racial value. Electrike Kingfish has excellent dual attacks, but its body is too fragile and its speed is very slow, which are his shortcomings. However, for Team Rockets, who are good at using technology, this defect can be perfectly compensated by cultivating it for 3 or 4 generations. I'm going to start catching too. Dongxing exchanged a certain number of Pokeballs from the system mall and prepared to start catching. At this moment, the dominant Electrike Kingfish came back. After swallowing countless fish and shrimps in the lake, the Electrike Kingfish felt a little full and no longer felt hungry. It wanted to return to its nest to rest for a while, recover its physical strength, and then replenish its energy. The huge consumption of physical strength can easily affect its protection of its own tribe. When Dongxing was about to take action, he saw the attributes of the Electrike Kingfish. Pokemon, Electrike, Overlord. Level, LV.65. Attribute, Electric. Feature, Float. Moves, Crunch, Thrash, Zap Cannon, Gastro Acid, Coil, Ion Deluge, Tearing Claw, Headbutt, Acid, Discharge, Dragon Claw, Thunderbolt, Aqua Tail, Bounce. Dongxing saw a full set of moves and showed a satisfied look on his face. As expected of an Overlord Pokemon, it has many moves, including moves of all attributes. For a while, Dongxing temporarily slowed down his capture plan and wanted to see if there were any Pokemon eggs in the cave. If there were, this would be a great opportunity for Team Rockets of the 7 Islands to replenish. Using Deoxys' ability, he followed behind Electrike. As an Overlord Pokemon, Manu was not too far away, but he did not find anything wrong, so he could only return to his own nest. As expected, Dongxing saw a beautiful nest from afar, in which 6 unhatched Pokemon eggs were neatly placed. Seeing this, Dongxing's eyes were bright. If he took back the 6 Pokemon eggs, he would carefully cultivate them and reward those members with potential. In this way, the strength of Team Rockets can be improved in the fastest way. Electrike Fish King returned to the nest and fell asleep while guarding the Pokemon eggs. Dongxing walked closer and threw the Poke Blocks exchanged from the system mall into the mouth of Electrike Fish King. In his sleep, Electrike Fish King ate the Poke Blocks. The next second, Electrike Fish King opened his eyes and stared at the Poke Blocks in Dongxing's hand. It knew very clearly that it was this little thing in front of it that made it not hungry. Electrike smiled slightly, indicating that he still wanted to eat. Dongxing smiled and said, "I'll make a deal with you. Not only will I cure your strange disease, but I'll also let you go to a safe place." Electrike looked at Dongxing in confusion, thinking, "Food for me? You want to occupy my entire tribe?" Thinking of this, Electrike shook his head. A Pokemon tribe is the continuation and inheritance of life for the dominant Pokemon, and you can't trust humans casually. Anyway, I'm used to being hungry, so I'll just continue to be hungry. Protecting my own tribe is the most important issue. I know what you are thinking. Please rest assured that I will not hurt you and your tribe. Dongxing said earnestly, "Think about your hunger. If you go crazy, who in your tribe will be your opponent and who can stop you? When the disaster comes, it will not be other Pokemon but yourself. Think about it again. If the disease caused by hunger in your body is passed on to your child, do you want him to starve? Do you want your entire tribe to enjoy the pain of hunger like you?" In fact, Dongxing knew in his heart that the disease of Electrike Kingfish was not a disease at all, but an advancement. If it was just an ordinary Electrike Kingfish, there would be no such thing, but after advancing to the dominant Pokemon, the energy and nutrition required by the body are different from the past. Although this lake is good, it is only beneficial to Pokemon like Tinamo. For Electric Kingfish, it is a torture. Resources are scarce, and there is even less food to eat. In order to protect his own group, King Electric has been starving for a long time. Dongxing said this only to get King Electric's approval. As the leader of the group, King Electric thinks more about the interests of the group. When King Electric heard Dongxing's words, he hesitated and twisted his head. He looked at the Pokemon eggs behind him. These Pokemon eggs are his own children, which have not been successfully hatched. Once they are out of the incubation period, these Pokemon eggs will never hatch again. Electric Fish King does not want his tribe and children to live like him. Even the most basic rest will be woken up by hunger. The human in front of him can use special poke blocks to solve his own problems and provide himself with a shelter. But Electric Fish King hesitated. The Dongxing that Dongxing mentioned is what he dreamed of getting. But now it is right in front of him, and he only needs to nod his head in agreement. Let's do this, let's eat first, then we can talk about this. Dongxing handed the poke blocks in his hand to Electric again, and said softly, I believe that after you are full, you will make a wise choice. Chapter 100 Gyarados Attack. Electric rubbed his stomach, and after thinking, he directly swallowed poke blocks. How is it? The effect is good. Dongxing smiled and looked at Electric, without any pressure at all. But Electric was stunned. Where is my deterrence? Where is my pressure? Why are other Pokemon afraid, but this human in front of him is not afraid at all? But the feeling of fullness in his stomach made Electric feel unprecedented satisfaction. I'm right. Why don't you? Before Dongxing finished speaking, a strange alarm sounded in the distance. A large number of Tinamo and Electric came out of the water. Electric surrounded Tinamo in the middle and slowly retreated to the back. At the outermost edge, 5 Electric Fish Kings looked at the surrounding environment vigilantly. After the dominant Electric Fish Kings sensed the hostility, they immediately rushed up and followed their people to resist the foreign enemies. Is this an invasion by foreign enemies? Dongxing saw a huge blue figure in the lake in the distance. Is it Gyarados? Dongxing narrowed his eyes slightly, with a playful expression on his face. Isn't this a coincidence? Simply coaxing an Electric Fish King is harder than climbing to the sky, and the appearance of this group of Gyarados will make things much simpler. Not only the attack of the Gyarados tribe, but even the harmless Magikarp jumped out of the water, looking menacing. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, which blocked the sun, and the surroundings suddenly became dark, like night. Go, Naganadel! Dongxing looked at the 2 Cosmoem and said, you two stay to protect Tinamo, Naganadel, follow me. Dongxing hurried to the nest of the Electric Fish King and carefully placed the Pokemon egg of the Electric Fish King into the system space. Ding! The host is detected to store Pokemon eggs. Whether to turn on the Gene Individual Maintenance mode. Ding! Gene Individual Maintenance can enhance the attributes of Pokemon and fundamentally solve the problem of Pokemon defects. It consumes 10,000 points at a time. Use it. Dongxing chose to use it without thinking. In the system space, the Pokemon eggs were wrapped by a special device, which was filled with red nutrient solution. If you look closely, you can see that the color of the red nutrient solution gradually becomes lighter, and the Pokemon eggs greedily suck the energy. At this time, the wind whistled. And twisters came one after another, and many Tinamo left the ground. If Dongxing hadn't used his hands to catch the Tinamo, these Tinamo would have entered the mouth of Gyarados and become Gyarados' delicious meal. Naganadel, use air slash. Stop these twisters! Dongxing shouted to Naganadel. Naganadel flapped his wings, and huge wind blades burst out. After breaking up the twisters, the horizontal surface returned to calm, and then the Tinamo was sent into the cave. Boom! At this time, a thunderbolt fell from the sky, illuminating the faces of the Electric Fish King and Gyarados confronting each other. The Electric Fish King and Electric Present showed worried expressions on their faces. They knew that their leader had not eaten enough and was still suffering from hunger. This battle is a life-or-death moment. Drib. The heavy rain fell, forming lines of water drops. The water level of the lake rose again, and soon occupied part of the land of the island in the middle of the lake. Many Magikarps jumped happily in the lake. Rain dance. Dongxing looked at Gyarados, who was in the lead, and instantly understood Gyarados' thoughts. He planned to use the rain dance move to catch all the Electric Fish Kings occupying the island in the middle of the lake. The leader of Gyarados narrowed his eyes slightly, as if to declare his victory. This plan has been planned for a long time. After many battles, Gyarados found that the Electric Fish King, the king leader, is ill and can't last long enough. So this time, their tribe used the rain dance move to capture the entire island in the middle of the lake and occupy the most advantageous place in the entire lake. It seems that if I don't take action, the situation will be a bit bad. Dongxing watched Tinamo and Electric enter the nest. Although this nest is used to defend against foreign enemies, if the defense fails, it will not be able to resist the attack of Gyarados. Dongxing guarded the entrance of the cave and watched the fighting scene in the distance. The leaders of the two tribes fought in a group. As the water level rose, the range of Gyarados' activities became wider and wider. Let you fight for a while. Dongxing looked at the fierce face of the Electric Fish King and did not intend to take action immediately. Hoot hoot. Dongxing turned his head and took a look. A large number of Electric and Tinamo behind him made a hoot hoot sound. These Gyarados are really smart. Dongxing smiled slightly. Now is the time for the Tinamo tribe to eat. The Gyarados attacked at this time, leaving the whole tribe hungry. Cosmoem, divide these poke blocks between Tinamo and Electric. Dongxing was watching the two sides of the battle and handed the work of appeasement to Cosmoem. Naganadal looked at the twister outside. As long as a twister was formed, a sharp air slash burst out, making the twister that had not yet formed dissipate on the spot. With Naganadal's protection, Electric King felt much less pressure. With no worries, Electric King narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes were full of fierceness, and he raised his sandbag-sized fist, mixed with lightning, and bombarded Gyarados. Roar! The Gyarados leader let out a painful wail, holding back the pain, gathering hydro pump in his bloody mouth and blasting down. Unfortunately, Gyarados' attack missed. Although the Electric Fish King was not fast, he was more flexible in dodging. Roar! Gyarados saw that the situation was not good, and shouted to some of his tribesmen, signaling them to take the lead in attacking the Electric Fish King's refuge cave, wanting to threaten the Electric Fish King with the lives of Tinamo and Electric. The Electric Fish King wanted to go back to rescue, but was surrounded by the Gyarados group, and could only watch dozens of Gyarados swimming towards the direction of the nest. Although the current lake water only submerged part of the island in the middle of the lake, for the Gyarados with water attributes, this was not a problem at all. Tactics. Dongxing narrowed his eyes slightly, and a bold plan emerged in his mind. Anyway, this group of Tinamo has occupied the lake for some time. Although there is a bonus from the Thunderstone, it is not suitable for the growth of Tinamo for the entire tribe. It is better to vacate this place for other water-type Pokémon to live in. Tinamo and Electric, wait and listen to my command. Dongxing took a look at the levels of Tinamo and Electric. Although they are not opponents of Gyarados, they are enough.